And there we are. How is everyone doing today? As always, rather than rambling on at the beginning, I believe I'm going to just jump in. Let me check my sounds. Yeah, there we go. Looks like all the sound meters are moving good, so hopefully everything's doing alright today. Just looking down, seeing what all is missing here, what needs to be crafted, and it does remind me that we have a weird problem with inserters. So, before we do anything else today... Oh, hold on. I suddenly had my own voice coming back at me again. I hit M to go into map view, and I instead had the stream selected, I suppose. Oh, hello. How you doing today? I was just heading over this way to look at inserters. How's the C block going? Let's see. Oh, why am I so lost? I'm too low, that's why. Inserters were right here, right? There we are. Because there's no iron at all. Oh, that's not good. Okay. Oh, because I'm prioritizing steel. That does make sense. Okay. Well, surely that's got to be enough steel by now, so let's undo that. Automated gardens and artillery shells. Oh, artillery shells. That's got to be a big step for clearing things out. I don't know how... I've not really gotten in much to the gardens and such yet, but artillery's got to be great for clearing out those distant worms. Naphtha, yeah, we're also missing iron ore up here at Naphtha. I'm just looking at this, trying to see if there's anything I can do about that. I may even, just to get a little ore over for Catalyst, actually reverse this, and see if I can prioritize ore going this way, until we can get a little bit past here, and then take the priority off. Okay, we did get just a little, so I'm going to give this just a few seconds here. I'm just going to sit, let it flow past. It's actually very consistent watching it. That's kind of interesting. Anyway, I don't have any idea how much of this I'm going to need, and I do have more than one catalyst recipe going at the moment. But that's gonna be fine, I think. Gardens for bioscience and better farms for base 3. Okay, like I did kind of look at bioscience, so I have a general idea what that's like, so I guess that makes sense. Turn that off, and let's actually... Or the train base. Yeah, like... Better farms for base 3 or the train base. Yeah, being able to just move them around a little more easily is probably a good idea. Their products, that is. It does look like now that I've restarted the iron flow, we have a few more solar panels coming in. Because this is kind of stalled for a while now. Hopefully this is enough power for a while, because this has been a huge resource sink. Speaking of resource sink, let's come over here and review the ore processing area, because I've had a little bit of a think since last time. And up until now, I've been doing the simple processing steps. So we bring it in, we crush it, we go through flotation, we're going to go through the leaching plant, and then there's a final processing plant, and then the sorters. That results in a whole shotgun spread of ores that we have to send around and distribute, and we did kind of just get that finished, and it is running. In fact, I should probably spend the first hour or so here today setting up some resource mines. But the problem with that is that I've just recently learned that some recipes that I had initially dismissed, which were the catalyst recipes, are actually much more doable than I thought they were. Once again, I did not want the ghost there. come in here and look at the catalyst. I was under the impression that the catalyst recipes were a little more expensive than they were, because this comes from mineral sludge, and I was mostly thinking of this as being a byproduct of either crushed stone or crystal slurry. And I'd somehow completely missed that you could make this from thermal water. And even then, with that consideration, I'd kinda missed that crystal slurry, which you get from geodes. Hold on. Oh, it's down here. Never mind. I'd kind of missed that the recipes used to get the geodes could just be farmed by using heavy mud water. So there's a way for either catalyst to just generate them, essentially for free, and that does mean that I should be using those recipes. Now, I can't use those recipes for every ore yet. I will eventually be able to, but if I come in here and look for cobalt, for example, because cobalt's going to be a major goal for today. Once again, that is not quite what I wanted. There we are. If we look in here, I'm not sure I'm going to be able to use this catalyst recipe. Yes, this does take purple science, and I don't have that yet. So for the first little bit that I'm producing cobalt, I am going to have to use one of these other recipes in here. And knowing what I know about the ferrous recipes, it's probably not going to be you. Though that's not too bad, I don't think. I have to send in sodium hydroxide and ferrous sludge. One of each of these flotations, ferrous powder, which isn't too bad to make, thermal water, and sulfuric acid, and that's like a whole process. That's like a pretty big deal. It's still something to keep in mind because it does only produce useful things. And so I am still tempted to try it. Very good for more advanced ores to cut down on the amount of leaching needed, so less acid required. That is a good point also. I noticed this is also a route towards chrome, which I don't know how far down the chain I'd have to go. A reliable source of sodium hydroxide, I think, is difficult right now, other than the saline water electrolysis, which I suppose I am just avoiding saline water in a place or two, so that's not too bad. This is a closed-loop system, more or less. You just need to lubricant in a drum, and you just cycle it back and forth. And this is just those same 3 ores from before. So yeah, I think trying to just talk myself into going for it, even though that's a lot more setup than I was initially thinking I was going to do up here. But I do think that's probably what I'm going to work towards today. But before working towards that can make any sense, I do want to go ahead and get what I currently have running, which means I do want to make a offloading station. That's the refuel station. I do want to make an offloading station for the steel plates that I was making last time. These are missing inserters, which is why I was looking at inserters at the start of the day. And once I can get those loaded on a train, then I will drop them off at the main base, and that will greatly help with our resource crunch that I've been feeling lately. And so that's what I'm going to do. I'm going to make a drop-off, probably make 3 or 4 more mining outposts, and then start working on advanced ore processing. I kind of had this area at the end of the last stream picked out for just a random spot for advanced ore processing, but I think I'm going to scrap that idea, and I'm just going to switch to primarily using catalytic ore processing. Electrolyzer for slag to slag slurry to mineral sludge to mineral catalyst. I guess that could work. That's a good route also. I'll look into that if I If I remember, I'll look into that at least. Because right now, I have thermal water, and I'm not really doing much with thermal water, so I'm just filtering thermal water out into mineral sludge almost just directly, and I have a whole bunch buffering up in these tanks right here. But yeah, anyway, that's enough planning and talking. Let's get into it. So first things first, I'm going to find this little area over here, and I am going to just clear this so that I know I can use it for something else later on. Just up that far, and if I wind up wanting a station here, then there's one that's pretty much already built, and if not, I'll just... no big deal to clear it out later. And let's get that unloading station. So the problem is, I do have ores being unloaded still, and I'm not ready to transition off of raw ores coming up into the base just yet. But I don't see any reason I couldn't just have kind of mixed raw ores and resources coming in for right now. It just means that once they do come up in here, they're going to be in an unusual order. C-block knowledge. Yeah, I mean, C-block knowledge will definitely come in clutch in odd moments where you're not really sure where to progress like that. First thing I'm eyeing is I'm wondering, have I made any advances since the last time I came over here and messed with this blueprint? I don't really think so. I think this should be fine. One thing I might do is filter on these inserters just to be extra careful to make sure I never unload anything I don't want to. So let's get these set in here. There we are. And that way I can copy you and parameterize you. I don't really want these combinators, but not a lot I can do about it, so I'll just take them, I guess. Oh yeah, let's do shift as I do that. There we are. Clear that in the top there, and clear these on the side. Okay. So you can go away. You become parameter 0. And I don't know what you are, but you can just go away. Oh, you must have been in those combinators. Okay. Okay, all good. And then I can't... Where does this line up? Hold on. So... okay, so I do kind of hug the combinator there. So like right here. So that roboport is unfortunately in the way, but we'll just move that over. This is going to be for steel. There we are. And funny enough, I didn't realize I'd copied a roboport in this design, but I guess that's fine. I'll take this one out and then still have pretty much full robo coverage anyway, because this one should come down and get placed. I think I can at this point. Well, this is maybe the point where I'm going to start wanting stacker stations. I was going to say, at this point, I think it's pretty clear I'm not going to use these, but actually maybe I will at some point. So everything stays exactly the same. Okay, let's just drag you down this way. Copy one of these little inlets here. There we are. And just get you connected in. Okay, perfect. This is all in construction range. I just wanted to make sure. I will probably throw a roboport down here just for coverage. And yeah, okay, you can be at a weird angle if you want. And there we are. I realize this stretch of rail right here is actually completely useless and should honestly probably just be deconstructed, but at the moment it's not hurting anything, so it just gets to stay. I do need to set the name here. So let's make you steel unload. And I actually have a steel station already picked out, or rather a steel color. So I'm going to take that and then we'll work on the mines. So here is steel loading. So then steel unloading gets to be that color. And there we go. For now, train limit 1. Again, just because I don't actually have a stacker down here, but that's no big deal because I'm not going to have more than one steel train. I'm still concerned that there's still missing inserters. How is that happening? Why am I still missing inserters? I do have iron coming in now. Here's... I guess we've just been refilling the belts. Oh, and then the logistics bots are supplying me. I guess I'm probably missing inserters. Okay, that makes sense. Like, I would rather they go build first, but I guess that makes sense. I guess that's fine. Yeah, okay. So we have some going into science and some coming into me. Okay. As long as they do get placed soon, that's all I really care about. Make sure these are okay, and you are okay. Yes. Then lastly, do I actually have a train on steel? I do have a train on steel. Good. Okay. So we'll just add your unloading station. Please don't leave. Alright, you're gonna make just a big old loop. But I guess that's alright. You should have fuel in you. Yes, you do. So yeah, I guess that'll just sort itself out. Nothing I really need to be worried about. Going to copy the RoboPort and power spine from this up here down. And there we go. Just so that that will go ahead and get built, because whenever I want it, I don't want to wait ages for that to actually come together. Is there anything else I want smelted right now? I do technically have this station here for iron, but I don't think it's finished. Something I should probably do also is start setting priorities by circuit network based on how much of a material is already present at a station. Well, let's not get ahead of our... Oh man, excuse me. Feeling the allergies this morning. But first thing I should do, I suppose, is, like I've said several times now, let's go on a little mine setup spree. I have somewhere in here a place that I've already kinda captured. Yeah, there we go. So let me just come up here. I'm gonna copy you and paste you down. And probably just go ahead and copy all of this, though I think actually that might already be finished. Oh yeah, this is all already down. Okay. Then yeah, all I need are the actual miners. So just grab you, and let's get these guys placed down. A little hard to tell exactly where it is or isn't covered like this. I think this right here needs coverage, so I'll just do that. And then I'm going to probably just pick up these ones in the middle here that would require fluid, because, again, I don't really have a good setup yet for sending fluid in for the infinite ores. So I'm just not gonna bother with them for right now. This this is a little awkward, this whole setup in here, so let's see if I can't move you somewhat. Let's do something like that. And how do I want to connect all these up? I guess you can come in this way. Well, that doesn't really make any sense. Let's not do that, because I could, instead... I'm just picking all this up, because actually all of this can go. Most of this doesn't make any sense. I'll have belts come in this way. And then... this way for you. And these belts are a little ugly, but oh well, it is what it is. And actually, I think I will just kind of parallel you. There we are. Once again, just let the bots come in and deal with all that. And this is actually going to give me more than a single belt of input. So, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. This is one thing to come in on 6, but that can probably be combined into a belt. And I'll probably just combine these two on the end into one belt. That's no big deal. So I'll have something kind of like that then. That way, no matter where the input comes in from, it has the ability to go to any of the 3 outputs. There you are. There you are. This one's a little more awkward, but it's fine. That power pole's right in the way. It just needs to move a little bit. Unfortunately, that's going to make it kind of the odd one out here, but it was in the way. Oh, it's unnecessary anyway, because all of these miners get power from somewhere, so I didn't need it to begin with. And then get this one placed down, and in you go. Okay. Does that? Well, okay, you still need power. Gonna say that should be that station taken care of, but on second thought, let's make sure you actually get hooked up. This does have power, so this is all fine. That power graph looks a little crazy, but yeah, that all checks out. So then you just need a train. So are you full? You are full. So you get to be the new lucky train. So you're going to go Saphirite load, and then Saphirite unload. Unloading, actually. Nope. I'm back. No. There you are. Saphirite unloading. There you are. Oh, and you're just gonna bounce because I didn't set any conditions on you. My bad. So, full cargo. And then unloading, we'll wait until empty cargo. And like I was saying just a minute ago, I think I will go ahead and set up that circuit logic now. Good thing I checked, that belt was missing. So let's just see what I can do over here. If I put a single combinator like here, let's say. You're already connected with a red line. So I'll connect you into the back. And then green comes out. And to the station, there you are. And what is your total capacity? You have 768 storage. So let's grab Saphirite ore. And you go. And 700 and... let's say... yeah, okay, this is going to be a percentage. So 768 times... and then the ore stacks to 100, I think? Can I just mouse over you? No, it won't let me. Let me just make sure before I have to repeat this. 200, okay. So 768 times 200. Okay. This is incorrect. This should be the other comparator. My bad. Let's go arithmetic here. Red line in, green line out. Once again, it was 207.68. And your Saphirite. Okay. So take the total count of Saphirite and divide by our total capacity, and if we had floating point numbers, then that would give us a percentage from 0.0 to 1.0 of how much, basically how full we are, how much capacity we had. Or the opposite of how much capacity we have left, how much capacity we've filled. Unfortunately, with combinators, you can't do decimals. There's no floating point, but all we have to do then is knock off the last two zeros, and now instead of from 0 to 1, we have from 0 to 100. So you're going to output. I don't want to use Saphirite ore because there's a possibility of mixing signals here. So let's just use the green signal. And I suppose that should get placed. It does look light blue, but I would have expected it to be placed by now, but that's fine, I guess. Come to the station, and we're going to set priority as green. I suppose I could have just gone into the comparator, and that's actually probably better. That way I don't have to reconfigure the other train stops in the future. That can just stay default. And then this can output P. Off by 3 tiles, Factorio problems. Yeah. Like, it's just one of those things that you deal with. This is trying to load into this train, and that's because the blueprint I used to place it is wrong. Thank you for pointing that out. I completely glazed over it. I've seen this problem so many times I just didn't even notice, but yeah, this station does need to move again. I would love for this comparator to come and get placed, just so I can triple check that everything is working properly, but I suppose, while I'm waiting, you can just go, yeah, go and load or something, I guess, and I'll move you forward by 1 rail length, and then all of this moves forward 1. And then that should allow that. I believe that makes everything line up now, because I think the problem is when I made the blueprint, this is a flipped variant of a different blueprint that I made, and I was just off by 1 rail. Like a floating point allows you to put multiple signals into one. It does. Like, there are certainly scenarios where it's helpful. There's just also scenarios where it is not as helpful. Okay, the bots are gonna take forever and a day to come down here and do this, so I'm just gonna assume that works out, and remember to come and look at it again. I would like to get another station set up. I'm trying to think about what ore I want next. Technically, I don't have a Jivolite mining patch, but I do have a bunch of Jivolite being mined somewhere. I honestly can't remember where. Follow the giant belt, and that'll get me there, I guess. Yeah, there we are. So there's a giant Actually, this is mostly Saphirite. I was thinking it was Jivolite that was the large one, but it's Saphirite that's massive. So, I don't know, maybe I will look into a Jivolite mine somewhere. Have one right here, I guess, if I wanted to stick it right on top of the copper. And honestly, why not? I mean, we have it right here. Why go through the effort of making an entire train station somewhere when I could literally just stamp this down and run it down to the existing belt if need be? Granted, since Jivolite is one of the ores we already have, it actually makes no sense to go for that one. So what about one of the ones we don't have? Maybe Crotinium would be good to tap, because so far we don't have any Crotinium. But also Crotinium primarily gives copper, I believe, and I certainly don't need more copper right now. You are a source of cobalt, though. You are a source of cobalt. Let me follow this chain down until I can get to cobalt. Okay, so cobalt does need Crotinium, so I will find a Crotinium patch that I can tap. Because that's one of the major goals for today, like I already said, is I do want cobalt. Here's 3 Crotinium all together. That's pretty nice. Only purified, though, with mixed. Yeah. That's fine. Like, I do... That is after Pink Science, of course. Which I definitely don't have and probably won't have today or anything. But I do want to have some future planning going. I don't have anything to put on this station yet, but I'm worried that I might. I'm worried that I've overlooked something and I'm going to need something there, so I'm not going to put ore on here, but I might just throw a little stacker on here and make a little loading for this Crotinium ore here. I'm not worried about this right now, though, because I don't really need it yet, but I do want to go ahead and get the rails being built up that way. Made so blue circuits. Oh, yeah. Blue circuits are something I'm trying to not even think about. I don't even want to contemplate blue circuits right now, because I know they're going to be painful. Have I made a steel delivery? Oh, we're going to make a steel delivery right now. I don't have conditions on you, so you've been bouncing back and forth this whole time. Yay. How did I even manage that? I'm not sure. Anyway, load until full cargo, and then wait until empty cargo. There you are. Hopefully I haven't done that anywhere else, because I kind of did the same thing on one of the ore trains just a second ago. And this got placed. Did those inserters? Yes, those inserters line up now. Oh, cool. I'm going to copy this. There we are. No train stop names. Unfortunately, that will take the color, though. Maybe I'll just take you then, and just throw you around where you're needed. Some blue circuits for artillery remote in 1.1. Ah, that makes sense. Like silicon. I knew I needed this somewhere else. Let's throw you in over here. And red connection. And blue connection. There we are. And you're going to be silicon. Ingots. Make sure. Oh, how high do you stack? Stack 200. Okay, cool. And then set priority is necessary. Oh, this is actually backwards. This is going to set the priority higher. Okay. So I actually need another arithmetic back here. Because this is an unloading station. So this is correct for the loading station, but for an unloading station, I actually need to invert this. So I'll want another arithmetic here. And then connect you there. And so I want to do... Yeah, okay. So silicon ingot. And then... You're gonna be silicon. Okay, okay. There we are. I got there in the end. So you are not going to be a value, but I do want you to be the number 768 times 200. There we are. So our total capacity for silicon ingots, and then minus the number of silicon ingots we actually have. And that's going to feed into you, and then silicon ingots divided by that should give me the proper percentage. Yes, okay. That's all cool. Automated gardens will allow as many tree seed generators as I'd like for basic circuits. Ah, okay. That makes sense. Right, because I guess having a way to make the tree seed generators is important. Until now, I've kind of been able to just run around and get more than enough, more than I could possibly want at this stage, but I guess you do eventually hit a time where you will want to automate that. Okay. So in, out, set priority, and then just change these to iron ingot. There we are. Okay. And let's go ahead and copy this. Ooh, I'm glad I checked. There's an output there that is wrong. So let's set this first. Create you and just hold on to you for a second. And then right there. Okay, iron ingot is this guy right there. Okay. So that one should be fixed now. And then just the same down here. So let's grab you because you're going to be parameterized. And I can just slap you down here for steel ingots. I believe that's steel anyway. I'll double check. 1 million science is required to beat C block. I mean, honestly, 1 million science is a lot in the base game. 1 million science in C block? Yeah, that sounds about right. And then just make sure to get you wired in correctly. And I will have to change the station's priority for each of these. Oh, you're not connected. That's why you don't have a circuit thing. Yeah, okay. Just had to double check and set priority. All good. So, am I missing any? Yes, I am now missing combinators. So let's make those combinators. I always just craft in batches and throw them in the system. I haven't automated them yet. I could. They wouldn't be bad to automate, but I need them in so few numbers and they're so easy to craft, I just haven't bothered. Now, let's see about this guy. How are you doing in here? So, you're just about to fill up, so I'm gonna watch you fill up and see which station that you choose to go to, because I am genuinely curious. Like, I want to make sure that this works correctly. I'm paranoid about that inserter now, so I am making sure they're all working, but they are. They're fine. would not be surprised making 100 million basic circuits to beat it. Yeah, like that seems reasonable. As absurd as that is to say, it does seem reasonable for something like C-Block. Let's see. So you're just about full. So where do you choose to go? Okay. So you are going to come up and go here, but that's because I have you set to Saphirite unload. So I'm going to change you. You're going to go to Saphirite unloading and wait until empty cargo. Oh, you actually are the main base train. Okay, never mind then. Go ahead and go back. I was thinking you were the new train, but yeah, of course, if I call both the stations Saphirite load, which is intentional, then either train can wind up in either station. I was just kind of hoping it was the other train that was filling with ore, but I guess that's okay. You're actually already here unloading, which is nice to see. Okay. Okay, so yeah, that's all cool. Are you processing? No, because you're full on wastewater somehow. I guess we'll play the game, follow the pipe up, and see where the problem is. So this is all full. And yes, this is all full as well. Because this is still full all the way up. Okay, are we actually going to be full at the tanks? It does seem to be the case. Yes, the tanks are full. So manually stopped. Okay, at some point, I guess I made this guy stop. Well, I guess that's an easy fix. I'm just not super stoked about that. Why are you still blue, even though you're going to a yellow stop? You should have changed color. 150, 125. I'll just change it once it arrives, because I do care about the color of my trains. I do use it to tell them apart. So it is a little annoying if it isn't the correct color. There you are. I believe it was 150, 125, unless I got those numbers backwards. Now that looks good to me. And so... Aha. Yeah, there's nothing I can do about that in remote view. Go ahead and change you. Okay, so I will just... I guess letting you unload is at least going to let some processing go, but now everything's going to be imbalanced, so don't become more imbalanced than that, just come back. I will manually walk up to the train station up here and just deconstruct those cargo wagons so that I don't wind up with purified water in my sulfuric processing system. Yeah, big wood production for blue circuits makes sense, and getting ready for base 3. I dread the thought that I might also need a base 3, because I'm only just now about to get base 2 up and running, and even still there are cracks here and there where I'm like, okay, well, what if that doesn't work? Or like, what if this doesn't work quite the way I expect, you know? And that's a little frightening. Okay, no purified water in you this time. You should go get loaded and everything should be cool. Just while I'm up here, is there anything I can do with you? Not anything I want to worry about right now. How's Naphtha doing? Because Naphtha was backed up. Naphtha is still backed up because I've already blown through all of my iron ore. It makes sense. No iron ore is going to be coming up here, so yeah. That kind of tracks. Oh, that said, I do now have a bunch of steel sitting at the bottom of the base that's not actually hooked up to anything, so let's actually go run that belt up into steel production. It's going to be a bit of a journey, but Hey, more steel can't be bad. Is this silicon or is this steel? This is silicon, okay. But steel's right next door. So, let's see. Here's steel plates. So I need to specifically get steel plates into all this nonsense. How that's gonna happen, I have no idea. This stretch, like this vertical tile right here, this column, seems pretty empty. So, until we get to here at least. Yeah, I'm just gonna start placing belts and we'll figure out the rest after the fact. So let's get that in there and just try and escape out the bottom somewhere. Maybe this vertical line right here? No, there's boxes in the way. Oh boy, this is gonna be a trek. Your base 2 is my base 3. Less advanced as base 1 was just for red and green. Yeah, that's kind of the philosophy I took getting up to this point, is I didn't build for any sort of scale, but you don't really need scale for just red and green science. And then I built enough blue science to kind of limp through, and I figured by the time I really needed blue science, I'd already have the base rebuild done, and I'd be able to knock the last of the blue science out. As it turns out, I'm almost finished with all of the red, green, and blue only researches, and so I just kind of wound up limping through the entirety of blue science, which was never the intention, but nevertheless was the outcome. How on earth am I getting this in here? I could just tear out steel entirely and rely on steel from the trains. Strictly speaking, I don't think that's a bad idea. Like, I should have steel coming in. I want to double check on that before I commit to anything. Oh, and you're gonna need power. That's probably something I should check some of the other stations for. Yes, okay, you also need power. You are covered. How about that one ore station? There you are. You are fine, okay. So it's just those guys down there, all good. Where are my ingot stations? Like, where do I actually make ingots? Oh, right here, okay. So you have nothing. Because there's nothing here. Because you have nothing. Oh, interesting. When things just trickle in like this, I do wind up non-uniformly loading the train cars. I guess it doesn't really matter if I don't... Because it's only a problem when you have a constant supply if things are imbalanced, but still... That's a little annoying. Why do I not have any silicon coming in? You don't produce silicon. You do produce silicon, but you're not running. Oh, because I changed these are crystals now. Okay. I guess I can just dump a bunch of Saphirite chunks randomly around. Yeah, that's a little annoying, but okay. The bots will have to come and take care of those. And then I'll change the recipe to Saphirite crystals. And are you capable of running full uptime? Okay, I can't output fast enough, which is going to be a problem for all of these, so let's go ahead and get these upgraded. And if I can't output fast enough, that means I'm not going to be able to input fast enough either, so I guess all of these also need to be upgraded. Bob Inserter Spaghetti is king of base 2 in red and blue. Yeah, definitely. Gonna try and build some prod mod zeros for base 1. Or base 3, sorry. Yeah, modules are a little scary with all the biotech requirements. I haven't really gotten into them yet. Maybe they're not that bad, but yeah, that's its own beast to tackle some other day. Okay, these did get emptied. I didn't want to accidentally throw Saphirite chunks on the belts, so now that those are empty, let's kick those on. So yeah, all the iron ore gets filtered, then the copper, even though the copper filtering really could be way over here, but whatever, that's where it's wound up. This station is broken. Can I just, like, send you to refuel or something for a second? And then move you forward one. Wonder if any of the other stations... Okay, you line up. How about these guys? You line up. You're broken. Okay. So, I guess while I am just up here, I should go and review that for all the stations. I believe I actually copy and pasted these stations from the one below, so these are all going to be wrong. But just to check, yes, that one's misaligned. And yes, you're misaligned. Which means you should be misaligned. You are. And lastly, you. Oh no, we still have silver to go, actually. Correct? Oh no, silver is not the last anymore. Okay, never mind. I don't even remember my own ore stations, I guess. Well, those will get built as the bots see fit. We have ore flowing in. This is kind of trickling in, but it will get there. Yeah, everyone's all cool there. Where else do I get silicon from? I don't really remember, but I think Rubyte might give silicon. It does, so maybe... Like, there's literally a Rubyte patch the belt goes over. I guess I might as well set this up. Just a little bit of free ore never hurt anyone, you know? So, I will actually disconnect this and reroute it around the ore patch. Do I want to go under? Probably makes more sense to go under, yes. You go in, and there we are. Okay. 2x productivity for red circuit chain alone due to the many steps for circuits. That does, like... That is definitely a good consideration to make, being that there's so many steps in Angel's processes specifically, but Bob's too. Where do you fit in here? I think that's... Yes, that's correct. So just cover everything. That one roboport's gonna be in the way. I can just do that. Okay, that actually is still in the way. Let's just move that roboport, like, here, and that's fine. Probably. As long as you're not max distance. Maybe I'll do you there instead. Okay, and with those in place, let's go ahead and funnel you up into here. You can just... Oh, one more. Yeah, there we go. And I don't know I'm gonna be able to reach over that, but let's see. Yeah, it's just not... The underground links are great, they're not quite that great. So... I'll just have these 2 lanes of crushed stone underground there. And then I can underground here and connect in. There we are. And then I just have to bring all the belts up to here. Which is no big deal. I'm not going for massive amounts of throughput here or anything. I just want some more coming in. And there we go. Trim all this down. There we are. Everyone still gets power, everyone's all cool, yes, okay. Bring all these up, and I'll put splitters here in just a second. I just want to get all these belts laid up first. There we are. This underground I do want, but I would rather make more efficient use out of it. And there we are, okay. So that should get this kick-started, which should give us a little trickle more of, just everything, kind of. You'll back up before too long, I'm sure, on just something or another, but that's a problem for later. Oh, you're not hooked up anyway. I guess I should take care of that. So, run you over here. You are lead, nickel, aluminum, and silicon. So aluminum and silicon. Silicon is down. So I'll have to specifically do that, and I don't believe I have a station for lead yet. So the nearest station's all the way up here. That's fine. We'll copy all of this to get the roboports and such. Make sure you are parameterized. Yes, and good. I'm missing a little bit of that top rail, but that's fine, because I already have that much up here. And this is going to be for lead. Very good. Okay. Make sure to change your name. Lead ore loading. There you are. This should be correct. You're filtered. This is correct. You're correct. Yes. Okay. Angels do not really accept prod most of the time, except for ore sorting, pure, and catalysts. Well, that's, mostly what I was thinking about. I guess mostly because that's what I'm working on right now, is that you can fit quite a lot of productivity modules into Angels processes. But just the ore processing, yes, that is correct. Okay, so you come out. I have to sort the silicon down quite a ways. Okay. So you can be on the outside here. Yeah, that's fine. That reserves room for copper and then iron for other processes that spit it out on the inside here, and that's fine. Let's see. A little higher, it looks like. And yeah, there's the Rubyte. We can bring that down. You're pretty much going to just run up this way, except for right here where we split off the... whatever you are. I can't build and do words at the same time. You're going to be silicon. There we are. Okay. You want to be on the right. There we go. Okay. So that's going to come down. And I should actually hook you up, I guess. And I will, as I've done for the other ores, set a filter here just to make extra super careful sure that only silicon ever goes in here. And then this can just continue up. Definitely don't want to underground the rock there. So let's see, we still have lead, nickel, aluminum. So lead, nickel, aluminum. Okay. What am I working on today? Weird fish lines, yeah. I noticed that. I was like, what on earth is going on there? I have no idea what that is. Let me just recap the plan. So last time I realized that I can just make the catalyst for free Up until now, I've been thinking of them as a product from the crystal slurry line, which takes geodes as an input, and I thought you only got geodes from doing flotation. So there was no point in trying to hard commit to the catalyst recipes if you always needed some flotation anyway. I'd rather just do all flotation, pretty much. Well, as it turns out, that's not the case. I can make mineral sludge from thermal water, and you can just produce geodes from mud. So I'm kind of pivoting mid-construction to primarily focus on catalyst recipes. I haven't even begun that process yet, but that is the plan now. So I'm still setting up all of these ore stations and trying to get plates delivered into the main base for now, but I would like to make a new area for science so I can do science at scale, and I do want to move to doing the catalyst recipes up here. So that's kind of the goal for right now. So right now, I'm just getting Rubyte sorting hooked in. Speaking of which, nickel, I believe, is my next door. Let me make sure on that. Oh, do I not have nickel? Oh, I don't have nickel yet. Okay. I guess I also have to make a nickel station. That's fine. Let's get nickel going then. Oh, didn't mean to exit map view there. I really hope these inserters are aligned properly now, but I think I just copied from the zinc station, so they should be. Popping by to see what's up, but I'll be around later. Alright, see you later, Clarid. So with that going, I'll go ahead and just continue the belt up. That's where the stations will be, so no reason not to. I already have the sorting figured out here, so that's cool. So that's going to take the slag off my hands. This is belt 4. So belt 4 continues up this way. Might as well continue this third belt up, just so I remember that it's supposed to be there. Maybe it's not. I'll just let it chill. It can do what it wants to do. Anyway, continue up, because these guys both... Yeah, I've constructed both of these stations just for you, actually, so let's get you in here and filter you for lead. Continue you up, and the next station is nickel. And even though this is the last output from this belt, I still throw a filter on it just in case. There we go. And that is all in construction range, so that's fine. That'll get built. All good. It is gonna take a minute though, I assume. I'm also missing 120 electric miner 2s. That's quite a few miners. Other than that, I could get Bobmonium going. I could go tap a Bob mine and get another train going, but I actually have a massive Bobmonium patch right here also. But we're getting more and more impractical, I feel, as we continue trying to tap these patches just in the middle of processing. Though, I mean, there is a Bob literally right there. That's a little hard to pass up. Granted, I already have no miners, so let's not get ahead of ourselves. Let's just allow it to build what we've already queued. Yeah, we don't even have all these placed yet, and they're already running out. So instead, this was all to get more silicon anyway, so why don't I have any silicon coming in, actually? Because that should be Saphirite, and I should have Saphirite coming in. Not very quickly. Are some of these not running? Because they should all be running. It does seem that they are. But then all of you should be running because you should be one-to-one with you. Maybe I'm just being impatient. Maybe it'll take a second. Oh, some of you can't output. That's interesting. Why not? These belts should not be that backstuffed. Ah, okay. I've designed you to output a yellow belt of Saphirite chunks. When I take the geodes into consideration, I guess it starts backing up. There's not quite enough throughput. That's a little annoying. Is it just this area right through here that's backed up? Let me see what happens if I just do like this, and, I don't know, maybe that'll just fix things? I guess I do need to do that also. Yeah, we'll just leave that well enough alone for now. We do get a good amount coming through here, though weirdly not nearly as much as I feel like we should be. Like that's pretty... Okay, well that's pretty tight. Yeah, okay, that's a lot tighter. I was looking at this and I was like, that doesn't look right, but actually that's fine, I guess. Yeah, something just feels weird about that, I don't know. I'll come look at it again later if it continues being weird, I guess. Anyway, that's outputting now. This is sorting again. We should be getting more stuff, including titanium ore, which I actually don't have a station for. So once again, let's come up and make another station, this time for titanium. Ooh, unfortunately we're not building quickly enough. We need more roboports. So let me see if I can't go force some roboports to be built, which is going to involve just shoving my own personal resources into the roboport crafter. I could even just handcraft roboports, I guess. Oh, nope, they take batteries. Never mind. Make roboports somewhere around in here. There you are. So let's see what's going on up here. So, wait, there's 28 roboports. What do you mean? Why does it say I need 2 roboports? That's clearly not correct. Oh, that got built but isn't connected to anything. What? Oh, this must be one of those... Yeah, look, see this right here? Sometimes when I've been building my rail blueprints, if I'm outside of radar coverage, it doesn't issue deconstruction orders. So some of my blueprints have been placing wrong. So I'm gonna make a radar 3 so I can put it here. Maybe even put it... Well, it's a radar, it's chunk-based, so actually looking at the mini-map, it might make a difference. Whatever. It's a single chunk, who cares? Let me make a radar 3, so the bots can go get it placed. There you are, and I might go ahead and make a couple of those, actually. I just realized I have some stuff in here. Can I make a personal roboport? Personal roboport Mark II. I can, but it looks like it needs something. The module case, I'm assuming, is where the plastic cost is coming from, because I have the red circuits. Let me take my personal roboport off and just see if that changes anything. I need batteries, it looks like. So let's request batteries and see where things go from there. Batteries. There we are. I believe it was 12 apiece. So let me go ahead and do 24. Because I'm going to craft one as a test, and then I have 2 more afterwards. Yeah, okay, so they're bringing me lots of stuff. All cool, all good. Mostly they're bringing me stuff because I just finished crafting all those radars, so they're just coming to swarm me with stuff. Speaking of which, might as well throw those in the system so they can go get placed at some point. Okay, so I can upgrade you, it looks like. No problem? Yeah, no problem. Okay. So it is going to craft a bunch of stuff, that's fine. Only need to do it once. So let's go ahead and take both of these out, and then I'll upgrade those as well, once I have my batteries. Once I have my batteries, I can cancel the request, and then I don't wind up shoving batteries in boxes and stuff. I don't really like throwing random resources around in storage boxes, just because then they kind of get lost. They're not useful anymore at that point. Okay, so the first one's still going. Each one raises the robot limit to 20, so that's actually quite a lot of construction bots I can manage. Are there other personal upgrades I can make? Just while I'm looking at equipment. Let me see about upgrading my personal batteries. So you just take red circuits. Okay, that's perfectly fine. You take 2 batteries apiece, though. Okay, well, how many? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. I've counted this in an odd way. 1, 2, 3, 4, so 8. Yes, okay. So then, if I want 8, they're 5 apiece. I want 40 batteries. So let's do this one more time. I'll even go stand near where the batteries are, just make the trip a little easier on them. Oh, actually the batteries are over here, I was running away from them. Okay, so that's all. Go ahead and craft those 8. And then I'll take the 8 out of my power armor. I have night vision 2, don't I? I'm gonna craft the night vision 2 and just see what that's about also. Oh boy, these crafting times sure are taking their sweet time though, so I guess while that crafts, I'll go see what else I can do. How's silicon coming along? Like it exists, but it's slow. But as long as it exists, I guess that's fine. Yeah, that's a little painful. I would set up that a Bobmonium mine, but again, I'm already missing 100 miners from all the outposts I'm already trying to construct, so I'll hold off for now, because that would be a little pointless. Yeah, just iron plates right now are what I'm low on. Yeah, not that I have a lot of steel in the tank. I was kind of momentarily thinking maybe I'd prioritize iron first. And maybe I even will. I have the steel coming in. Let me do that. Did I get totally sidetracked and never hook up the steel? I never hooked up the steel. How did I get that sidetracked? Okay, let's actually go hook up the steel now, I guess. How did that happen? Okay, whatever. Where even was I? I got this far. I guess I just couldn't find a way out and decided that it wasn't my problem anymore. Oh yeah, because I started thinking about ripping steel out entirely and all that. I do remember that much at least. Anyway, this is all very tightly packed in here. So we might have to go a little more spaghetti than I would typically like, but I can definitely get it going. So that fits in there. Can I make that work? I can. And then 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Oh, one too far. There we are. Okay. And then I just gotta get down into this area somehow. That's not a big deal, I don't think. I'll run alongside stone bricks here. I might even just underground stone bricks here. Like that. This isn't really an area I want to be running belts through. This is all pretty nasty in here. But I mean, that's where the stations are, so that's where I've got to go. I'll probably just run the belt right here. I say probably, literally as I'm laying the belts. And then just come up and connect this way. And one step at a time. So that gets me to here. Maybe run along top right here. That should be fine. There we are. And more underground. Yes, there we go. This is gonna get a little annoying. Okay, I'm eyeing this open space through here, like trying to figure out if I can get that to work, and I think that is my best shot. It just means I'm gonna want to underground that stuff. Let's get that upgraded since all this is yellow belt anyway, so I don't know why that's restricted. I might just underground all of this. Yeah, just get it going, upgrade you, why not? Then I can just bring the belt down this way. There, I did not want those undergrounds placed in there. Okay, you can come up this way. I have to very carefully worm you around the power pole without making any connections in here, because that would be very unfortunate. I did not want to do that. Okay, I'm pretty much free at this point. I can just run you this way and in. And there we are. There's our connection right there. It's a horrible spaghetti mess, but I mean that's just what we got to do to get this base to live a little longer. So once that comes in and that steel starts flowing in, that's going to take silicon pressure off of steel up here. So, and iron ore, of course. So then hopefully more of it can be dedicated to actual iron itself. I can swap this back to the silicon recipe. Get a little more iron plate going. And it does look like we have iron ore flowing up here, so naphtha should be flowing again. Yes, okay. Only just barely, but we do have a little bit of this naphtha cracking going again, wherever it is. If I can find it. There you are. Yeah, just a teeny tiny amount of ore, but that's enough to keep it going for right now. How are the stations going? Not fantastic, not terrible. This is getting connected. Did I ever get that radar placed? I don't remember where I put the construction order in, but given the big square right here, I probably did. Maybe not though. I don't know at this point. Who can tell? Let's just get another one placed up top here. Like right there. And they probably even overlap, just since they're, like if I look in the minimap, their range is literally the entire minimap. So there's no way I got that placed. Yeah, I don't remember where it's going, but it definitely... Yeah, there it is. Okay. I was like, there's no way that's placed and working because I would have so much more map vision than that. It will be nice once it gets down, though. What are you? Thermal water. Okay, don't really need you. I'm hoping this is coming to be constructed soon, though. Like, all this is light blue, so it should be their priority right now. We're just waiting on cliff explosives, I guess. Because until that gets placed, I can't really continue building up here. And that means Saphirite's going to be stopped because I have a belt full of titanium ore. I guess, though, since I have titanium ore, I can set up a titanium processing area. That's not a bad idea. So maybe I'll come down this way. Grab the little Riboport spine again. Might as well get it placed for all of these guys. Yep, there we are. And might as well get another massive radar placed down somewhere over here. Yeah, here looks fine, sure. Even though I mostly already have radar coverage of that area, so maybe that's a waste, but whatever. I'm a little tired of not being able to see as I build, so it is what it is. And I made a couple of those specifically so I could just throw them around where I needed them. And then once I have vision over here, I can start looking into what it takes to actually process titanium, because I looked into it a little bit before, and it's definitely a process. I am kind of curious if I want to get that Bobmonium hooked up now. Well, okay, again, I keep coming back to that, but I keep going, oh yeah, I'm running such a massive deficit, it doesn't matter. Even red inserters, I'm running a deficit on. That's something. Let me see if I can't just come help that out. So, you, yes, are just missing iron plate. Let's get that going. You seem to be a glass shortage. That's honestly the best thing you could be short on. Please continue to be glass limited, I guess. There, yeah. I just want to get some miners going. What else am I missing? Train station and warehouses. I can help with that. Or I would if I hadn't just given all my own iron away, I guess. How are warehouses? Iron shortage. Well, I can just reuse this trick that I've used before to force the bots to throw some iron in there. And that's only going to craft like 2, but I only need 5, you know? That'll get me somewhere. How's this going? It's just about to run out, but I guess that gave me a couple. Yeah, that's more than like 10% of what I needed already. Oh, there's the resupply. Maybe I'll do the same thing Well, let me check on how much iron do I have in the boxes. Okay, I've got a fair amount of iron in boxes. I can be pretty liberal with my boxed iron usage here. So let me come up here and just do the same thing for all of these guys. There we are. Maybe you don't want to do that, but everything else is fine. Yeah, there's not a lot more I can do to force things along, though I guess I can make that train stop now, since they've delivered a little bit of iron to me. And I know I'm going to need more than just the one. It's just there's only one actually within construction range right now, so might as well make quite a few and just get it going. Same deal with these. I know that it says I need 5. I'm gonna need more than 5 of these, which is why I would like to get a couple of them made at least. Like, I might even just handcraft some of these. Rail signals. Nothing quite gets me like the rail signals being short. That's kind of crazy. No idea how that one can consistently be low. Anyway, that's going to be going. I should be unloading steel from the train now. Yep, that is completely empty. If I follow the belt up, did it just get loaded into chests, or is it actually being used somewhere? I took my night vision out to craft night vision 2, which reminds me I made a bunch of stuff actually. Including, I never set to craft the personal batteries. Let's go ahead and get those going. Because even though I made night vision 2, which sounds hilarious, yeah, it's gonna immediately blank out on me because I have no power. So, let's see. There's these guys. Let's just start popping them in as I get them, but I also have the roboports. I'll put you, like, over there, and then I can put batteries down the side. That's a little more... just a little more organized, I guess. You should be able to supply more and store more charge, and you have a larger construction area, so... I know I can have more bots, and I might go up to a full 50, but I think I'm gonna stop at 50 just because... then that's a lot of bots. Though, you know, I guess if I can... I was gonna say I guess if I can do more, then I want more, but actually it maxes out at 60, and then yeah, I'd have 10 construction bots taking up a whole inventory slot, and... I don't think that's necessarily worthwhile, but I will go up to 50. So, construction bots, let's bring you up to 50. Yeah, that looks good to me. Okay, so that's everything all upgraded and taken care of. This is kind of crafting, I guess. Still need 3 more warehouses. Well, what do you know? I can craft 3 more, so that's that taken care of, I suppose. We have that one radar placed down now, so I can actually see when I build. So let's get a titanium station built. Yeah, something like that. Ooh, I do want to parameterize you, though. Let's do that. And make sure you are 0. Yeah, that all lines up. All good. Okay. Did not ask me for a parameter. Why not? Oh, because... okay. Because I actually have to keep the blueprint. That's right. Let me try that one more time. So I do you, parameterize you out. And now one more time? Maybe I didn't hit the check mark or something? Yeah, okay. That must have been what it was. Titanium ore, there we are. And we'll have to drag that one belt way, way up. You have a Saphirite chunk on the front of your belt. So let's actually break that. And we'll let the bots deal with that somehow, I guess. There's no construction range here because we have no station. That's inconvenient. I'll have to just drag one down, I guess. Sure, that looks good. How far can I drag power? Yeah, right about there, and then... it's just not gonna fit. Okay. Oh well, that's fine. Have your own dedicated secondary power pole, I guess. Anyway, onwards and upwards. There's so many stuck here waiting for a landfill. And then filter you to titanium. Other side, there we are. And in you go. Okay. That should all be worked out. That should be fine. And connect you up now that the bots have taken that up. You're just waiting for a connection, okay. Am I not past? I never made the split into aluminum. Ooh, that's gonna be inconvenient. Let's copy that. You there. Trying to think how I want that to work. So only aluminum is going to be on this spot right here. This belt is going to be mixed. Hit here, so everything that is in aluminum continues up. So I should be able to just do maybe even a normal splitter here. No reason not to make it a filtered splitter. But yeah, I think that just works. I think that's fine. Technically, I don't need the splitter there. That's just there to combine this incoming lane with this incoming lane. And then that filters out. Actually, this cannot be filtered. Because I need this ore to be able to pass through. But yeah, this is fine. Unfortunately, all the aluminum coming up this way is going to be a problem. Let me go to all of the ore stations and do the same thing that I've done down here. Let me grab all of that so I get the lineup proper, and then I do want to parameterize you. So I don't need the rails necessarily, though maybe they actually help with the lineup. Parameter. There we are. Okay. And I'll just start from the top. Yeah, there we go. This one is titanium. And this way, if titanium winds up in the logistics network, the bots can just put it in the storage chests and it'll get put on the trains whenever. I don't remember what you are. You are zinc. Okay. So there's the zinc one. Next up is lead. And then I have 2 zincs. You are supposed to be nickel. You've just never been renamed. That's the problem. I believe you were just copy and pasted. Let's make sure the name on front is correct. Yes, you were, but the name portion was not, so you get changed, and also your color was never changed. Getting sloppy, getting sloppy. Get rid of all that red. Bring some of this in. Like, there, sure. Say 125, 140, 45? Yeah, that looks fine. That can be nickel. Does mean, however, I need to change this. So nickel, nickel, nickel. There we are. Okay. You're lead, that's correct. You are actually zinc. You are aluminum. Just right up top there. There we are. How about you? What are you? Silver? Silver. You're tin. This one is nickel. Wait. Oh, I just made a nickel station. I didn't think I had a nickel station already. Whoopsie. You know what? You just get deconstructed for right now. Yeah, okay. That's my mistake. Where is nickel? Nickel's down here. 1, 2, 3, 4. So you are outside of silicon. Yeah. So I don't know where it is that you are needed, but let's just start running you up. Okay, so it was this station here. It was this belt here. Okay, so it's Rubyte. So Rubyte needs to filter off to the right. I have a lot of ore problems on the okay, right here. You're going to filter to nickel. Yeah, let me make sure it is nickel just one more time. It is nickel, yes. There you are. And there you are. Didn't need to go nearly that far. Okay. And then nickel just comes down here and hooks in right around here-ish. Oh, good. Okay. Well, that's a little inconvenient, but we got there in the end. Unfortunately, none of the ore actually made it into the warehouses. Speaking of warehouses, I should continue doing what I was doing just a second ago. So, this one is copper. Not copper, copper. I never got you in. There you are. So you are the actual nickel station. And then last is iron. Unfortunately, iron's backwards, but oh well. You presumably have power. Yes, you do. Okay, all good. So that's all gonna go get taken care of, and I don't think there's gonna be any issues from that. Well, the Rubyte belt is an absolute disaster, I guess. But I'll see what I can do about that. Yeah, we have a lot of stuff coming up here, and at this point it's supposed to be only lead. There's a lot that isn't lead. But it's able to flow now at least. So the lead will go this way, get put away. You are not zinc. You are titanium. And let's give you a color. You're very purpley, so let's get rid of most of this green. Very dark purple. I'm not very good at doing the whole color thing, so this is a little tricky for me. Yeah, that's... Oof. Yeah, probably somewhere around in there. Let's just say 40-40. Call it good enough. Looks good. Okay. So here it comes. It's going to filter into here once the bots get the belts placed, and yeah, that's all going to go. I should not have let artillery shells stack to 20. What sort of horrible things are you doing with artillery shells, I'm curious? Unless you just happen to see my own personal inventory, because I have like 100 artillery shells on me, just for reasons. Yeah, just making sure none of this got broken at some point, because that's been a problem a time or two. Okay, so here's nickel and aluminum, that's all placed. I'm missing 15 yellow chests. So let's do that. The bots can go place those. What I'm worried about is, since I have aluminum and nickel on the end of that belt, I want to be able to pick up that belt, but I don't want to do it before the yellow chests get placed. So it just gets to stay for right now. Does mean that the Rubyte's going to back up for just a minute, but that's fine. I wonder if I've made any more steel. Just a smidge. What am I waiting on? So funny enough, it looks like I have silicon ingots, but I don't have steel ingots. Let's see if there's a reason for that. Why is this not happy? You should be greater than or equal to. Yeah, there we are. I believe I've run into the same issue somewhere else before. I think the blueprint might have greater than in it, which is a problem. That might be one that I have to, might have to hunt down. Yeah, like this is also just greater than. So let's make sure it's greater than or equal to. But this one's greater than or equal to, so whenever I see things like that, I'm always just a little confused. Yeah, like these are just greater than. I'm willing to bet most of them are strictly greater than rather than greater than equal to, but that might just be one of those problems I have to deal with as I come across it. Massive chest stockpiles, that makes sense. Just loads and loads of artillery. Let's see. Okay, so there's some of those yellow chests coming in. You are already depleted. So what can I do to help out steel a little bit? Because steel is still one of my primary weaknesses. That's what I'm focused in on here. You're outputting 100. I want to make sure the circuit logic is right here. You're outputting 98. Okay, so that is working exactly as intended. These are, all things considered, mostly empty, even though they have quite a bit in there. So you're outputting 98, which means you're a lower priority than this one, which is completely empty. So that's what I would like to see. So your priority is 100. Yes, very good. There's no iron ingots. I should set up the same down here for the iron ore. So let me copy you. And it wouldn't be that big of a deal to just manually change you, but I might as well set you to be a parameter. Come over this way. This is iron ore. Yes, this is iron ore, so let's set you there. And iron ore. Of course, make sure that your priority is set from the circuit network. And then I can actually copy you, because the other one is also iron ore up here. Let's get you placed. Connect it in, and set priority. Okay. And again, I'll probably just be doing that as we go along, as we get more and more stations that start sharing, you know, trains, then I'll continue adding those little priority deciders. Actually, a great place to do that would be down here at refueling, so we don't wind up with instances like this, where the wastewater train has picked the very worst train stop to come and refuel at. So, in that case, let me go here. I want the loading one. Where's the loading one? I did you over here. Yes, okay. Let's just copy you. Come over to refueling. I want to make sure you have power, so let's just pop you like... well... yeah, let's pop you like there. And so you're going to be solid fuel. Now, has anything changed? Do you still stack to 200? You stack to 50. So I want to do this divided by 4. And yeah, that's reasonable. Yeah, okay, because that's going to give me... I was like, I can fit way more than 384 in a chest, but that's what I need to give me a between 0 and 100 output. So that's all good. What I do need to do, however, is actually multiply that by 2, because I want it to be for both of these storage chests. So let's... yeah, I might incur a little bit of imprecision here from floating point nonsense and rounding and all, but that's fine. I'm not worried about being that precise with it. I will use a red wire here so I don't get the inserters confused. And then in you go. That's all good. And then red wire out the station. And set priority. Okay. And I might as well just copy that whole ordeal for all of these guys. That way I don't have to redo all of that wires and everything manually. And there we go. Okay. All of those are coming in to get placed. None of them are missing or anything, everything's all cool. And that'll automatically set the priority for each of the fuel stations based on how much fuel is available. Like I do have, for example, the copper train is just stuck because I sent it in here earlier, and it is not getting fuel, so it cannot leave. They're not getting fuel, incidentally, if you're curious, because naphtha is still stuck. Well, okay, naphtha's running now. I guess fuel oil's coming in now just very slowly. Are there alternative ways to make fuel oil? Like, do any of these recipes give better fuel oil yields, just out of curiosity? I can make you out of vegetable oil. That's certainly something I could do. It's just not something I'm going to do. Let's see. Crude oil and gas condensates. that's worse on naphtha, and I do use naphtha. Yeah, not really so much. So this one over here, I do need to get rid of gas condensates. Maybe I can just run that in parallel. I'm already voiding base mineral oil. Oil residuals are a little annoying to get rid of. But, whatever. Let's just start another little line somewhere. Not real sure where I would go, though. Because it would be difficult to continue to the right here. There's a little too much stuff in the way. But I'm not entirely sure where I could just throw you. Because it's gotten pretty messy in here. Maybe I'll just do like 2 or 3 right in here or something. That doesn't seem like a good idea, though. Maybe I'll throw you, like, up in here and just deal with the messy pipes. Or maybe I'll come way over this direction. Way over this direction actually seems somewhat reasonable. Yeah, it's not like I need 1,000 of these. Let's just pop some down. You are actually in the second slot, so let's do that. And then power pole in the middle. And then I'll worry about hooking you up to power in just a second. I should select the appropriate recipe. And the reason I'm concerned about this is because currently gas condensates are backed up back here, which means I'm not able to process any of the natural gas that I've tapped. And it would be a little nice to have the natural gas being processed. So let's just see what I can do about that. I will go ahead and flip you so that your inputs are together, as well as your outputs. Let me actually make that match. Yeah, because it's backwards here, so let me flip both of you. Everything still matches up, it's just now they're the same as they are over here. So the inside one is gas condensates, and then the outer one is the crude oil. Let's go ahead and get these connected. And then crude oil. Where does crude oil connect? You're crude oil, I believe. Yes, you are. Okay. So you actually just connect straight in. That's perfect. Couldn't be better. And then gas condensates, I'll run up this way. Till about here, and then we'll have to turn and come down. And I think that also works out pretty nice. Well, okay, actually you're a little tall. Oh well. Good enough. As for the outputs, yeah, naphtha doesn't really run very far to the left at all, so I'll just carefully run you up this way, even though that's a terrible idea, and let's not do that. I should probably run all of these together as a block of 3. So let's just see where this winds up at. Okay, so I can escape out to that point. Where can I get these 3 outputs to go? Nowhere fast. Okay. Yeah, the train station's right in the way there, so maybe I'll have to bring all of them down, route them kind of through here, though in that case I can actually get fuel oil just straight in here and not have to worry about running it over. Fuel oil, I believe, is in the middle. Yes, that is the case. Okay. Let's get all of you to run one length further this way. And then I'll have to get rid of these trees so I can see what I'm doing. Fortunately, for the first time in forever, I just had construction bots right there ready to go. Perfect length on the underground. Could not have asked for better. And perfect length right there. Once again, could not have asked for anything more than that. That was wonderful. Okay, that's all in place. That's all connected. Very good. Now it's just you two. So you're going to get in the way of that. So I do need you guys to turn down. We'll see what happens there. Maybe that works out. Maybe it doesn't. Like, can you just cleanly run this way? Maybe. That might actually work out just fine. Does mean I'll probably also want this guy down here, though. So let's get you down just a little further. And that's not very good. I don't like that very much at all, but oh well, it is what it is. I might instead allow you to line up here, just to make navigating this area a little better. And let's see. So one of them is going to be mineral oil. The top one is mineral oil, and then the bottom one is naphtha. So important to keep in mind. Naphtha... Nope, I've already forgotten. Let's see. Okay, so top is mineral oil, bottom is naphtha. That's not very cool. And that's gonna run into that underground pipe, which is even less cool. Alright, how do I get mineral oil over here? I suppose like this? Oh yeah, that works perfect. In which case, I can just continue running you this way. And then mineral oil can actually connect down here. Embrace the spaghetti pipes. Now all that we've got left is naphtha. And that literally connects just right there. Perfect. Okay. So that's all connected in. I still have to actually craft these, and I still have to get them power. But that's all they need. Really? I just cannot get that connected, huh? Alright, you just get a large pole then. And I might as well go craft those. Oh, wait. Vehicle fusion reactor. Okay. If only that could go in power armor, that would be amazing. Unfortunately, I don't think I am that lucky. Those are oil refinery 1s. I could upgrade them, but I don't really think I have the need at the moment, so I can upgrade them later if need be. Did I ever put everything in here? I did. Okay, good. Just had to check. So let's see. You have silicon ingots, but no steel. That's because I probably don't have iron, if I had to guess. There's no iron in there. And the steel is kind of coming in, but it's not coming in well. Oh, okay, this does have iron ore in it. Yeah, you are priority 100, so the next iron ore shipping would come to you. That is good, that's what I'd want. This is almost full. Yeah, that's really close to being full actually, so only a little more. You're backed up on wastewater. I wonder if one of the wastewater trains is stuck in refueling again. Because I remembered you were stuck in here. Yeah, I wanted to wait until the circuit logic got put in here. Honestly, you're fine. Just go to your next station. Go unload. You'll probably immediately come back to refuel again anyway, but that's fine. How are you on fuel? You're actually low. How are you on fuel? You're, like, full, pretty much? Is the back one empty? No, you're, like, full. Okay, whatever. You just get out of here. This one has no stops. No stops. Yeah, okay. And okay. So that's what I figured. I just wanted to come in and check. How is fuel oil doing? Fuel oil... slowly but surely building up, I guess. I think it's time for a drink. I remembered to finish off my coffee this time before it sits around and gets, you know, I guess it's already 2 hours old at this point, so that's probably about the limit you wanna let it sit, but a lot of times I'll get to the end of a day and be like, oh yeah, I have like half a cup of coffee left, I just forgot. Okay. I have made like little bits of incremental progress here, but I feel like I haven't done too much, so let's start on something new. I have this titanium in here. Titanium process, I'm gonna say, just off the bat, is awful. Rather than using the wiki to look at recipes, I'm going to actually do it from in here. Let's search. The reason I didn't want to use the wiki is because the wiki will give me recipes I don't have the research for. So yes, I do only have titanium 1 processing right now. And just looking at these recipes should tell you everything you need to know. We have titanium tetrachloride made from titanium ore, carbon and chlorine. Ugh. That gets an extra step to make titanium sponge, and then that gets made into titanium ingots. So, yeah, that's not a lot of fun. We need chlorine and carbon. Insulated cup will keep it warm. It certainly would be a good idea, but it's also better to just drink it before it gets too old, I think. With that out of the way, I have chlorine to get. Gotta get carbon in there. Yeah, that's at least 3 inputs. So I need another 3 input train stations. So let me not even overthink it. Let me just go and do that. I guess I can throw it right down here. I have iron, then steel. And then titanium's a weird one to just come right next, but like, I guess that's what it is. So let's just do it. I already have this set up. Here's a little split I can borrow. I don't really want that bottom station, unfortunately, but it's coming, so oh well. Parameterize things. So here's one of the inputs. You can be parameter 0. The other one's gonna be parameter 1. Helmut shows all recipes but one that are not unlocked are shown in red. Oh, that's very useful. Product. Oh, this is the pickup station. Okay, this is the one that I don't care about. You can be whatever. I'm pretty sure, at least. Yeah, because that's going to be in the station name here. So, I don't want that at all. Then don't keep train stop names. And I think everything else should be good. Yeah, so I'm going to... All of these have stackers on them, just kind of preemptively. I'm going to just get rid of all of the stackers through here. Like so. There we are. Because I don't think any of these are ever actually going to wind up using those stackers. So parameter 0. I don't think I want a train that does carbon, but I can make carbon from coke. So it wouldn't be that bad to get coke on a train. I already locally produce coke. So let's say I get coke onto a train. Oh, if I would spell correctly, I could do that. There you are. So coke, and then this is going to be titanium. Titanium ore, there we are. And then of course I am going to need a third station, but that's going to be a third station for chlorine. So let's just go ahead and copy this bit here. Well, I want to get the spacing the same. How can I do this easily? Let's copy here, and that works. And then I can just copy this and make sure it lines up well. Yeah, there we are. And then I just need to make sure you have enough room for the whole train, and then to connect into here. Oh, I don't really like the weird little bend that it does. Really wish it wouldn't do that. Can I have you not do that? Just out of curiosity, could you not? No, it does look like you're going to do that. Okay. In that case, I'd rather exaggerate it. Have a nice little bend there, and then straighten out. Okay, and I'll figure that out later. I don't even have chlorine on a train right now, so I'll have to deal with that when I get there, I guess. You're going to be chlorine. Yep, just chlorine gas. The number is not going to be even remotely correct, so I'll have to deal with that later. And the first one's also going to be chlorine. And you're going to be... Oh, stop, can't be empty, of course. So, chlorine. There you are. Chlorine gas. Unload. Train limit 1. Yep, all good. Let's go ahead and set your color while I'm here. You're just very green. Yeah, you can just be max green. Have fun. The next one is Coke. So, Coke. Unload. And your color can just be straight black. That's cool with me. Maybe even a little gray. Maybe just a smidge gray. Yeah, like that's fine. And last one's gonna be titanium. I already have colors for titanium, and titanium was kind of hard, so let's make sure I do copy those. Didn't mean to exit map view. And in you go. So titanium ore unloading. There we are. I've made some titanium already. I have had the ability to make titanium for a little while, but I don't really have a need for titanium, so I haven't worried about it. But once again, and I've said this a couple of times, what I do want to get is cobalt. Cobalt's going to be a big deal for me. Speaking of which, I'm just going to go ahead and make the cobalt station. Let's just grab you. Sure, you can just be cobalt. I don't need to parameterize you if I'm only pasting you once. Let's get you in there. All those yellow chests have long since been placed, so I can rip up this stretch of belt down here now. Yeah, let's just get the bots to do that. Okay. Let's actually cut this so that I can just put it back. There we are. And there we are. So the bots will come and pick it up and then just put it right back. There we go. 16k in warehouse for some blue circuits. Oh, do you need titanium for blue circuits? I haven't even looked at the blue circuit recipe yet, so I wouldn't really know. That is, I've got to say, a little concerning. Can't even lie. Cobalt. And color. So cobalt is an interesting blue. That might be hard to hit. A little too much. Let's back off on that. A little brighter than that. A little more. Oh, I don't know, man. Too much red. Too much red. Back off there. Yeah, okay, that's good enough. That's all I'm gonna worry about it. That's my cobalt color. Left it running in the background. I mean, that's kind of the way to handle any of the ores. You just fill up however much you can, and there you go. There's your backlog. I do want to, so I have leaching set up for Saphirite here, and that's what's giving me the titanium. I do want to find which of the ores it is that gives me cobalt, so it looks like Jivolite will give me cobalt, but I'd actually rather do one of the ones that isn't giving me iron. So you give me uranium. I don't know if I'm ready to start working with uranium yet. That's gonna be its own project. You don't give me cobalt until the last step. There we are. You give me gold. I would kind of like to start stockpiling gold, but not right now. You give me cobalt at the last step. Okay, maybe the wiser way to do this would have been to just look up cobalt. And where do I get it? Crystal. And crystal. Okay, so the only one that gives it to me on the second process is Jivolite. So it just has to be Jivolite. Okay. Yeah, later with pink science I can do it better, but it just, for right now, has to be Jivolite. Okay. No sense thinking about it. Just set it up. So, take you, parameterize your recipe, or I can just directly change you, I guess. Do that, and you're on the next one down. Let's make sure these line up. I would like you to line up if possible. And there we are. Okay. So that's going to cause all kinds of problems, I'm sure. I'll go ahead and disconnect this output line here. Roboports will have to move. This roboport's going to have to move, but I'm going to keep you there so that you keep power, because there's no power connection on this side. I should have all the leaching plants. I don't think that's going to be a problem. Why do I need inserters again? Let me come up here. Okay, okay. It is just a disconnected roboport. That's good. That's the best case scenario. Okay, yeah, this is an abandoned roboport now because its connection was destroyed. Once this gets placed, everything's all kosher. Okay. I was a little nervous. Oh, and you lost power anyway. Whatever. Where's the swarm coming in to place this? Okay, you've got some travel time. Okay. While that's going, I'll come back to working on you. You're missing arithmetic combinators, really? I thought I made a whole bunch just a minute ago. Alright, well, have a lot more. I do need fluorine on a train, and I need coal coke on a train. So, where is my coal coke station? Okay, coal is over here. I deliberately did not build a station here, so I guess it's time to build a station here. Yeah, that's gonna mess up a little bit here and there, but it's fine. Yeah, I think that's all the weird stuff. I don't think I want this power pole here. Yeah, there we are. I think that should reshuffle everything just fine. That light has to move, and yeah, that's all. That's all it needs. I'm in here. I guess I'll add a stacker. Don't really think it's super necessary, but I can. Get the roboports placed. Oh, and that's going to be right in the way, so maybe I won't put a stacker there. Because it can't fit. I didn't really need one anyway. That's fine. Of all the stations I need a stacker on, I actually probably would like to have a stacker on coal coke. Just because I can easily see multiple stops needing coal coke. So I'd actually really like to have that stacker in there. Trying to think how I'm going to get that one to work out. A lot easier once all these trees are gone, so I'm mostly just waiting for the construction bot swarm to come in here and clear out whatever they can clear out. So I did complicate that a little bit by already disconnecting this whole roboport network up in here. Oh yeah, there's the good stuff. Come on, guys. Alright, let's just grab the stacker. Where does that go? It's right there. Fine, I can't allow a mine to be in the way of just what needs to happen. I'll just leave however many miners I can, but some of them are just gonna have to move. And that's fine. That's just the way it is. Let's go, not trains, go rails. Let's grab a loading station. Which way are all the other things being loaded? Yeah, okay, so that's fine. Oh, with those trees in the way, I can't really see where that's supposed to go. So instead, I'll just line up with you. And yeah, that's going to be in a way of a lot of those mines. But so be it. You're going to be coke. And then I need to deconstruct just a lot of this for room. I'll leave as much as I can, but like... Oh, actually, if I load on the top, I don't need all of this to go away. It's not as bad as it looks, actually. It's just going to be messy for a while. I would really like all these robots to be able to begin building again, guys. Can you please come place this roboport? The next tier of robots is going to be good, but again, I need cobalt for that. So that's one of the big reasons I want cobalt. What's on this belt? Looks like nickel. Okay, yeah, it just shouldn't be here, so that all gets picked up also. That's fine. That's gonna be... Okay, I know why that's there. I changed which direction, because originally I had a nickel station up in here somewhere, but nickel was already down here, so... Yeah, all the other ore got sorted off, and it was just the nickel left on the end. Okay, that makes sense, because now all the nickel is properly being sorted down, so it's not a problem. Alright, that's fine. That's all going in there, good. Alright, back to Jivolite while the bots work over on the right over there. How is construction going? Decent enough. Just kind of waiting on a power pole, it looks like. And then everything should be a-okay. Yeah, because some of those are going to be from, again, the abandoned roboport network, so everything looks fine. These are coming in, they're going to get placed. recipes are good. You need hydrofluoric acid, which I do have, I just don't have run down here. So I suppose I should go ahead and go do that, then. Here's leaching acids. Which one of you is hydrofluoric? You don't have recipes set. Okay. Here's... Ah. I never set up the loading station. Okay, well, there's the project for right now, then. Yeah, none of these should be connected like that. That's, none of that's good. I might leave these pipes here, just because they'll probably be necessary, but all the other stuff should go. Okay, let's decide ordering then. I'll use the train stop name here, so... I have no idea what those are. Well, fortunately I know what acids they are. So, hydrochloric, I believe, was first. It was. And then... that was hydrochloric, so hydrofluoric is next. Oh, let's just see. Yes, it was. And then last is nitric. Okay. Oh. There we are. Nitric acid. Okay. So I'll just copy those. Let's see. Leaching acid unload. Okay, so it doesn't quite line up, but that's fine. I do want to flip you, because the train's going to be coming in from the opposite direction. And there we are. Of course, I don't want you there. I want you there. And then, don't deconstruct that power pole, please. Okay. With all that set, now I can at least figure out where I want to run you, but I guess before I do that I should actually get the acids loading in here. So, let's go nitric first. It's the easiest. It's the easiest to tell apart, at least. Are you? You are nitric acid right there. Very nice. Okay. So, let's just start running you more or less straight up. That's a little in the way. Let's not be that aggressive with it. Yeah, the trees make all this a lot harder, so maybe I actually will, just because it's clear up here. Yeah, I think the ideal is to get all three acids kind of right here on like a little mini fluid bus kind of thing. Let's do like this, and then I can copy all of that and just bridge it down. And where does this start becoming a problem? Okay, that's gonna hit train tracks, so... yeah, that's a little bit of a problem. Are you one? You're one tile off. Okay. I might literally just do that then. You can get hydrofluoric from acid air, from porous lime filters, from limestone, from muddy water, some steps skipped. Yeah, there is definitely a process to get it for free there. Oh, I can't do that. Okay, so this doesn't work. Let's not commit to that. Yeah, there is a process to get hydrofluoric acid from just plain air, but until I need it, I'm not going to worry about it. I already produce some of it. I actually have lime just building up in a box somewhere. It was in oil processing somewhere. Oh, it was up here. Yeah, I just have several silos set to hold lime because I couldn't find a good way at the time to get rid of lime, but now that I know the lime filter recipe, I do intend on using it at some point, I just haven't set it up yet. Better underground pipes is a good idea, actually. Let me just see what I got. So, steel is 15, but I do have brass, which is 19. So, I think I'll just go with brass. Oh, that's actually so nice. I'm gonna lay these blueprints down, and I'm actually going to set up brass pipe automation just so I can... I'm probably going to just fully transition to brass pipes then, or at least brass undergrounds, because that's actually so much nicer. Yeah, that's so much nicer, actually. Where do I have brass up here? I know I have it somewhere. Are you brass pipe? You are brass pipe. I can get some Bob's inserter shenanigans going on in here. That shouldn't be a problem. I just have to actually get the brass up here also. I'd rather not have to throw a splitter down and run another belt over this way if possible, so I might do something a little awful. Okay, you can pick up from diagonal, and that's correct. You're going to be brass undergrounds. Yes, you are. You're going to pick up from below. And there we are. And then one more inserter to just put it back in the same chest. You're going to pick up from diagonal down and drop to below. And we're going to logistics connect you. Let's go brass undergrounds and just keep like, I don't know, 100 of you, maybe 200. Yeah. No reason to change out my primary pipe type. Copper is still cheap, and I actually need to get rid of copper, but I am going to change out my undergrounds here to be brass. Yeah. There we are. That just makes sense. Ceramic is silicon powder and nitrogen gas in Liquid 23. Yeah, like you make a compelling point, but... eh. I might have to get to that. Like, certainly it does sound nice, but at the same time, this one I was okay with doing because it's literally just, I already had brass pipe, and I can just make the undergrounds here also. That would be producing an entire new material, and at that point, just eh. So let me change out my hotbar while I'm at it. You're gonna be brass. I do dislike that the undergrounds and the standard pipes are going to mismatch. That's a little gross. I'm not like a super big fan of that. Maybe I will change out my standard pipe as well. Is copper pipe used in construction of things? It is used in construction of some things. Oh no, that's made in. It's used in construction of a pump. That's it. Well, okay. More what I meant is silicon nitride here would be a new material. And silicon nitride is, like you said, just silicon powder and nitrogen gas, but I didn't feel like setting up new chemical furnaces and all. Like, this is literally a single assembler I can just slap down. I do like being able to automatically, or I do like being able to craft pumps by hand when I need them, but I actually have pumps on them all. I literally have no reason to keep copper pipes on me in that case. So let's just fully commit to brass pipe now. And I'll just keep like some brass pipe on me, I guess. I think that's fine. Yeah, that's gonna be going for a while, it looks like. Do I have brass on me myself? I do. Alright, let me just make some brass pipe. That way I at least have some. Hello guys. Thank you. S tier 4 pipe. Oh, they probably are. I'm just, you know, I will make them. I'm just not gonna take a break from the project I'm taking a break from to take a break on another project and so on to wind up doing that. Can I make an upgrade planner that changes out pipes? I'm not going to change all my pipes, I just don't like the way that is. Well, never mind, I already changed my mind, because then if I'm going to do that, then that's going to change the pipe length anyway, so I might as well actually come up here and rip out all of these old pipes. Where do you connect to? I can't even see where you connect to. Let's get the trees out of here. I need the trees gone. And then I'm going to rip up all the old pipe, and then I'm going to replace it with the new pipe. Which does mean I want to pick up the landfill as well. So let's just... Nope, not the tree. I mean, the tree can go, I guess, but that's not really what I wanted. Okay. Let's just say, for example, you right here. How far do you go? Oh, that's real nice. Okay. I'm gonna do that for all of these then. Get rid of that up there. Oh, I forgot to change you out. So you're gonna be brass pipe as well. Connect, connect, connect. And let's see. I would still like to hit roughly the same parts over here. So, yeah, like roughly here-ish. So, let me just think how I want to do that. Let's just set it up first. So let's say I want these three right here. How would I connect those reasonably? I suppose something like this would be my first thought, but let's see if that actually works out. So that's going to be fine, but that's going to be an issue right there. But I guess I can just raise these, and then it won't be a problem. And yeah, I'll have to use one more, like, evening move to make them all straight, but that's not a big deal. I can just do that. Oh, cool, yeah. Setting them up now as I have a self-inflicted excess of silicon. I can only wish I had an excess of really almost anything useful. Right now, all my silicon's going into steel, and if I had excess, it would be going into iron. Okay, just like I did last time. How far does that get me? Okay. And then I'm going to just copy that and see how that goes. This is already a lot better, I think. Okay, let's get rid of that. That's from last time. And I think we're clear. I think we're fine. We're real close to running into this, but that's actually already nitric acid, so that works. Let me go ahead and do this, because I believe the one on the right side is nitric acid. It is indeed. Okay, so I can go ahead and hook that up. I will use brass pipe, I guess, to make the transition. That's just what I have on me, even though it's going to be brass into copper. Oh well, a lot of these are going to wind up being brass into copper, I think. And then these will just carry on down this way. And what's next? That's the wrong one. You are hydrofluoric, so let me find hydrofluoric. Have to be careful. Here's hydrofluoric, okay. So hydrofluoric is actually also right here, which is very convenient. That's another brass pipe on the copper. Oh well. I think we'll live. I set up unregulated pure silicon as used to have a shortage. I'm going to be very happy, I think, when I wind up getting to the point where I can set up the pure ores. I haven't quite gotten there yet, but I am working towards it. It will be nice, I think. Okay, so last is hydrochloric. Hydrochloric is the... Okay, there we are. That was not bad at all. I have to get you out somehow, but that's no big deal. Yeah, let's go fill in those corners. There we are. And then just run you up. And yeah, like right in here is gonna be cool. And that connects there. Okay, so that should be all the acids connected. It's a little messy, not gonna lie, but I got there in the end. Nitric acid's already filling up. We should get the other two in pretty short order. So let's go ahead and send a train in. Here's the refueling station. You hopefully are full of fuel. You do seem to be. So let's send you to... This is leaching, misspelled. I should go ahead and change the spelling of those while I'm thinking about it. We're going to wait until full cargo, and then the leaching unload, and wait until empty cargo. So let's see. Let's just LEA, and then the other one as well. There we are. LEA. Don't know how I wound up doing that. I was probably pretty far into sleep deprivation when I was setting those up last time. In-game tame based off UPS, I think. Yeah, I think that is correct. Well, restate that. I don't know why it wouldn't be that way. I think it would be strange if it wasn't that way. What am I still waiting on? So, okay, I just don't have any pipe. That makes sense. Let's turn personals off for just a moment so that I can throw this handcrafted pipe in. That's the whole reason I handcrafted it. There you go, guys. And yeah, go have fun, I guess. Maybe it would be wise to come over to this area where I have the pipe set up and change this out. Well, no, because I have both pipes going in here. I can just change it. That's no big deal. You're going to be filtered to brass pipe. And then I'll just put a different chest down, like right there. I don't know why I left the space. You know what? You get a space. Why not? And then you're going to drop over there. Your condition remains the same. And pipe underground. There we go. And then I'll just put all those in there. And then personal's back on. Very cool. Okay. So yeah, it's going to take a while to build up to, what did I say, 200 of those? But we'll get there. We'll get there in the end. After making gardens, not having to do 20 processes for it is nice. Yeah, I can imagine. That doesn't look right. I just saw something on the belts here. Yeah, why is there carbon on this belt? No idea. I have no idea how long that could have possibly been there. Oh well, I'm glad I noticed. That was blocking cliff explosives, so... Yeah. This is also... I guess it's fine, there's no limit on this chest since it only stacks to 20, but I definitely didn't know that was an uncapped chest of cliff explosives. Oh well, whatever. Let's see how acids are coming along. Here we are. Okay, so the second one is in. That's nearly a full train of hydrofluoric. No hydrochloric, however. Yeah, we're still waiting on 2 pipes to be delivered, but that should be it. I think that's everything after that point. Well, these pipes are empty. Ah, then 2 pipes down there. Okay. They are coming. They're light blue. It's just, taking the bots a while for some reason. Those are the brass pipes that I lent them, but I guess they're bringing them back to me now. But all I needed was to make sure they were going to place them, so that's fine. Yeah, anyway, I should come over here and start laying the pipes. Now that I have the loading station done, we should go ahead and get the unloading station figured out. So, which one are you? You are hydrochloric. Which one did I want, actually? Let's start with hydrofluoric. So that's the middle one. Okay. So we'll come up here. Yeah, lay this way. And then I have to get the acids down this way. And I think that's fine. So I already have the wastewaters arranged in a pretty similar manner. So I'll just go ahead and get the 3 acids down here as well. I don't see any reason not to do that. So yeah, let me find the acid station wherever it is. Leaching acid unload, here we are. And I won't worry about how we get here. I'll just say we have these 3 pipes. And that's where they go. In fact, how far do I even go with all these? So, sulfuric, nitric, chloric. Okay, so nitric and chloric end right here, and it's only Jivolite that continues down. So they don't even have to go all that far. This is a little awkward, but I don't have to go very far with them. Okay. Can I do this in a better way? Anything that makes any more sense? There we are. Okay. Let's take that, and then that's a lot better. And then that's Bob. Okay, so then this is Rubyte, so this is where one of the acids is gonna go. Which works out not very well, actually. I was gonna say which works out well because I want that gap there, but actually I would like to not have that gap there. So perhaps all of these will actually have to come up 1. And then you will just go off this way somewhere. Yeah, we'll, oh, that almost reaches. Okay, whatever. We'll figure out that connection when the time comes. But the point being, this is going to be a little bit of a headache. Trying to get these down here. I guess I can do that. That's not a bad stepping stone area. Yeah, that works out. Where am I going? So, Critinium is the next one. And if I also connect into you just somewhere in here, then I'll have Critinium stop like in here and worry about that later. Which does mean now all I have to worry about is Jivolite. So I can just run this down wherever it needs to go. Here's our destination. And where do you want to be? Ah, right there. And there's a connection right there. Okay, very nice. So that's going to come let's replace you with copper because I don't think the brass is coming for a while. So when you do come in, that's going to make the crystals, and that's finally going to give me cobalt. Okay. Let's pick this up. Don't need that anymore. Output comes down this way. And we're going to connect into there. I think I want to deconstruct you, but that's where power comes from there. Yeah, once that's gone, yeah, there's no connection there anymore, so I do need something. Only just barely, though. That'll work, and then I can just bring this pole over, I guess. Yeah, that's fine. They'll work it out. And then I'll put a little range extender down here just to link these logistics networks. Just something like right around in there, I guess. That works. And then I will change these recipes out, being that I will no longer be getting any chunks anymore. And let's see. Oh, I need to upgrade you. Okay. Yeah, let me see if I can request any order 2s. Let's see. Yes, I do have 6 on the way. Okay. I'm not sure from where, but I have pipe problems. I guess that makes sense. I should have assumed I would. These are very long pipes after all. So let's just find somewhere, like right in here. These had awkward pipe links anyway. So let's just cut all of those, and then I'll throw pumps in there. You will, of course, need power. So let's make sure I can get power up to all of you guys. And then just run that way. Okay. And that should do. That's not too bad at all. Hopefully I won't need more than that. I don't think I should. And let's grab you. And I actually don't have all the materials needed to upgrade all of you. But I can get 4 of you to start with, I guess. And then the bots will just resupply me what I need. I think it was brass I was short on. Oh, here comes a whole conga line. Let's see. Yeah, still missing some brass. Okay, so there's another one, and then there's the last. I have 20 silicon ingots on me, and I don't know why, but here's something very funny you can do in Factorio now. So, if I just take these and use them as a ghost item, I can go to where they belong. Let's say like this area over here, or like this area up here where iron is. And I can just say like, I have 20, so I can do 6 into each, and then that'll leave me with 2 left over. So I'll do 7 in the first 2. And then 6 over here. And if you look, it'll say there's 20 silicon missing now. And I can just throw it in there, and the bots will take it where it belongs. If I really wanted to, I could even do the same thing with this charcoal, but I use charcoal literally right here, so in it goes. Coal is a little trickier, but I have tons of coal in the system, so whatever. And yeah, I'm just looking for any other garbage while I'm here. I don't really need the artillery on me right now, but at some point I am going to have to try and deal with some of these biter bases, especially once all this production kicks in and starts kicking out pollution. Did I not give the bots the sorters? Maybe I didn't. I did not. Okay. There you go, guys. Go have fun. Okay. I can definitely say this is Night Vision 2. And it's a little weird, but I do think that Night Vision 2 is better than Night Vision 1. Like, this is... Maybe that's just me, but this does seem better, right? I think it's better. Anyway, what does the cobalt station need? It needs warehouses, that's fine. Let's run the Jivolite line up. That is... Which one are you, friend? You're this one? Yes, okay, so you're the second one. All these are coming down, so you are the second ore line. So the second ore line... Let's make sure the first one doesn't end at some point. That's one of the reasons it's important to keep these going, why I've been dragging them up. Even if they don't have ores going up this way, I like to just be able to count and know which one that I'm on. Anyway, cobalt's up here. And there we are. So we're going to split right here. Right here. Cobalt. Nope. I want cobalt on the other side. And there we go. Okay. So that'll give me my cobalt ore, my cobalt input. It's not much, but it'll get it going. Is Night Vision 2 a joke? I don't know. There are more tiers of Night Vision. Like, if I look for them, it does go up to Night Vision 3. I'm pretty sure at Night Vision 3, there is just no difference between day and night. It just perfectly matches. Whereas this one, you can definitely tell there's some little, like, weird artifacting going on, and you can see it's a little darker where the lamps aren't. But other than that, like, oh yeah, see, this lamp's turning off. It's becoming morning right now. Let me just zoom out and watch it become... Yeah, you could see it turn off there. So that was the transition between night vision and no night vision. We are building up some... Oh, I thought that was titanium. That's lead. Never mind. I was like, we are building up some titanium. That's good to see. Speaking of titanium, let's come down here. I still need to get chlorine into a train. I don't think I want to worry about that right now. I think I want to hard focus cobalt. Cobalt is the answer to everything right now. Let's get this placed in. There we are. Okay. I don't need that. Actually, where is that? Right there? Don't want it. This doesn't look right. Let's get rid of this. Yeah, those signals are down there. They're fine. I don't need them up here doing weird stuff. Yeah, these right here, they can go away. Okay. What do I need to process cobalt? Get to cobalt ingots, I need carbon. Okay, just cobalt and carbon. There is something with pink science after a bit, but can't worry about that right now. Cobalt ore, carbon, that's it. Once again, I don't have carbon on a train, but I can get coke on a train. And if you have coke, pretty easy to get steam. So that's just another coke train. I think what I might do is I might even just copy this existing train. You're gonna need power for something. I'll worry about you later. Let's just copy this here. Carbon gets to stay, but titanium becomes cobalt. Create. And in you go. So, are you named? You're coke unload, yes. And then you become... let me actually grab the cobalt station since it has colors. There we are. And just change your name. Okay. Also, station limit. You should be cool. Yes. All good. This one's still good. Yes, it is. Okay. I will need some other input eventually, I'm sure, so that rail can stay. It's whatever. Cool. And let's just continue building. So, assuming I have this, I do need something that makes the carbon. So, what was the thing that makes carbon out of coke? It is a liquefier. So, let's make a liquefier. I'm sure you're in here. There you are. I don't actually know how many I'm gonna need. Liquefiers are something we need from time to time. I'll just make like 5, whatever. So let's see. So this is the one that I want to become carbon. So... let me think how I want to do this. This one up here wraps around, and I have the induction furnaces below. So I'll probably do something to match and have the ore going down that way. And then I'll have something that makes carbon over here. So let's grab liquefiers over here, and I can... yeah. Maybe I won't have this here, and I'll instead underground this way. Train stop in the way. Okay. How about now? Now it works. Okay. All cool. And run you down this way, and then I can have a liquefier. And I want to see how fast this recipe is. Definitely not using that one. Okay. So if I make carbon this way, that can produce 4.5 carbon a second. And the recipe for cobalt, how much does that demand? Okay, so for... let's just get machines down. So let's grab a blast furnace 3. So leave a room for a belt, because I do need the carbon coming in. And then you make cobalt. What are you? Copper anode. Okay, that's a new copper processing method. Anyway, so for every 12 that I output, I need 3 input. Okay, so basically nothing. This takes basically nothing. Because this already basically outputs a yellow belt, I'll make a second one just for saturation's sake, but like, I hardly even need it. If anything, I need so much more ore than I do the carbon. I would like for that to be the close belt. So let's figure out how I can work that out. Yeah, I can do something like that. And then just get carbon into here somehow. That's fine with me. In. Get you power from somewhere. None of these power poles are gonna want to play nice. That's unfortunate. Not really anything I can do about it, though. So let's just get you in there. You are gonna need steam, of course. I think I'll flip you around that way, and then have a boiler on the front. production. Boiler 3. And you can just go right there. For some pipe in ya. You can feed off the exact same belt. And I'll just put an offshore. Right here. Have fun. Now, speaking of offshore, I actually have something in the stone processing area that I never quite finished. It's not important. But I should go look at it. In stone load, I think? Yeah, here we are. I have this thing that makes mineralized water from the stone overflow. And I should probably put it in a tank, but honestly, I don't really care that much. If I need a source of mineralized water later, then I can deal with it. I think I will just void you for now. I'll leave room so that I can make more of these if I need them. So, I'm trying to think where I want to put this. Let's just say if I need to line them up, they can go over there. And let me look at you. How fast do I avoid you? 5 seconds. Okay, so 5 seconds for 400. So that's 80 a second. You produce a lot more than 80 a second, but you are crafting speed too, so it's actually 160 per second. So, yeah, let's just say 4. 4 is a little bit overbuilt, but who cares? There we are. You will, of course, need power. I always forget that you need power, so let's make sure you get a good connection. And there we go. That way, have a way of avoiding the excess stone. And this is going to be excess, so I do actually want to prioritize the lanes that do not come this way. So, starting from here, prioritize right, prioritize right. Yeah, there we go. And that way, we'll only make our way down to here if all the other lanes have filled up with stone. I will have to make those clarifiers, of course, so let's go ahead and do that. I'll just make a couple clarifiers. I need them from time to time. Nice to just have them in storage. Actually, that would only leave me with 1 in storage, so maybe I'll even make a couple more. And there's the 4 that I need, and then I'll throw the rest in storage later. So let's see. I've built this on titanium because I'm not very smart. Okay. Okay. I can copy this and just not take the train station or any of the comparators. And not any of the inserters. And everything else should be good. Yeah. That's good. This goes away. All this goes away. Cool. And then deconstruct all of that. Don't want any of it. Or any of this, for that matter. There we are. Okay. And we'll figure out what to do with that later. So yeah, okay, all good. We need train stops, we need lots of stuff. That's all fine by me. We'll get it there when we get it there. You will definitely want to be red inserters, and you might as well be a red inserter, who cares. There's some more. And let's get power exactly where I decided to put that inserter. So I guess you actually go on the edge. In which case, I might as well put those inserters on that edge. Might as well pick up these alien artifacts just sitting here. And then I still don't have a loading station, so I guess I'll go ahead and make one of those. It's going to be a little awkward because this is actually built at a T intersection, so that actually doesn't line up very nicely at all. Oh well, such is the life of playing Angel Bobs. Yeah, that actually sucks a lot. Maybe I don't need this connection here. Maybe it's okay to bring it down one, but then this is yeah, that's not good. Actually, what is this for? This whole thing right here seems kind of pointless. I guess it is a good way to get around. Like, it is a good bypass, but it doesn't make sense anymore. I don't need this. I have no idea what this is for, yeah. Oh, I guess it was originally to come down here because there's no connection here. That's what you're for. Okay, that makes sense. In that case, I do actually want this to stay. Yeah, oh well. Oh well. Nothing to be done about it. Stacker doesn't really make sense on these, but whatever. All the other ones have stackers. And let's just... are you good? Yes, you're good. Let's grab that. This is going to be, let me think, cobalt. Oh, cobalt steel. You're gonna need a steel delivery, aren't you? No, okay. Maybe, maybe not. Maybe before I start thinking about a delivery train, I should actually look up what I use cobalt in. So I can make you into cobalt powder, which doesn't seem super useful at the moment. Don't even have the research for it. I can use you to bulk iron, which seems insane. Or I can make cobalt steel, which is actually mostly steel. Ooh, that's painful. Okay. Okay, so... I just realized this whole thing I've been doing is wrong anyway. This is completely against the organization I've been doing this whole time. This is what happened when... This is what happens, I guess, when you don't sleep very well, and then try and play Angel Bobs. Can't lie, I am pretty sleep deprived right now, so maybe my planning skills aren't the best. But what I can do is I can just copy all of this. I can make a new station up here. I'm gonna have the foresight this time to make this a straight, since there's a connection here. And then make a station offshoot. Let's see. Throw a stacker on there. And this is in radar coverage, so I don't have to worry about all the weird building stuff I've been encountering lately. Yeah, can I get this to work just nicely? But on a station that isn't currently in use? Yeah, that's no problem. I will want to deconstruct the existing rails, but otherwise not really an issue. There we are. And let's see. Yeah, that works just fine. The radar even gets to stay. Okay. Does anything here need to change? You are bringing in coke. You're bringing in ore. That's all fine. I would really like production to be the other way, actually. So, let me see, can I can't flip you because you have train stations. Okay. Then I guess I will come in here and take these stations out. That's fine. Now, let me come in here. And we'll rotate you around. Oh, but if I horizontally flip you, then you don't fit on the left anymore. So all of that was for nothing. Oh well. Can I redo? I can redo, look at that. So the stations can stay where they are, and then all of this stuff just has to flip around. And I'm okay with that, so let's start from this side. Don't want to... These comparators connect to these guys, but I don't want to mess with those. Yeah, this is going to be somewhat difficult without being able to see where the rails line up. And I can't see the where the rails line up because the stations aren't placed. The rails don't exist and the stations aren't placed. So I have to do it something like this, which does mean those comparators have to move. So let's just move them up that way. And let's see, that looks fine. That looks fine. Yeah, okay. Okay, and then we'll have to do the same up here. Don't really want those last belts, but I don't think I need them. So, vertical flip. Why is that angry with me? I'm not really sure. I'm not really sure, but I think it's fine. Oh, that is going to put stuff on top of the rails, of course, which is not very cool. Wait, which way do you even load in from? Okay, you want to be up here. Which is fine, because those comparators are gone. So I can do that. I was just placing you in the wrong place. That's why nothing made sense. Okay. And now I can take all of you, and move you just somewhere down here. We'll figure you out. And take all of you and move you once again just somewhere over there. I really don't even need to worry about you, I don't think. I just wanted to get everything organized finally. For some reason that was a lot more complicated than it should have been. Okay. What are you? You are cobalt ore, and then this one is the coke. That makes sense. That's fine. This line is no longer good. Let's get rid of all of this. Okay. So this unloads from the top train, puts it on the belt. You are ore. You are ore, yes. And then this one is the coke stop. So, yeah, okay. You don't have filters, that's fine, whatever. But you are coke, and that's what I want. That's coke. That's cobalt, yes, okay. Just making sure all the stations are good and ready to go. Okay. With this over here. Bring you down. Let's not go out that far because we're right at the edge of construction range. Just pick you up. And let's say like right around here is good. I'm gonna need to get water in here from somewhere, but I'll figure that out in a moment. Actually, there's a lake right there. That just works out. Grab you. Flip you around. Yeah, that's cool. Well, there's no reason to do you so far that way. I would like the power poles to line up though, so maybe I will. Whatever. It's fine, it's not like it's a problem. I would like the... Whatever. This is gonna be whatever it's gonna be. I've spent too long on this already, let's just get this done. I need you to be long, so let's say long, and then I'll copy you and put you there. And you probably need another input. Yeah, the power poles don't line up now anyway, so it was all for naught. Okay, so now we've got the carbon coming in. That's going to make the cobalt ingots. I've got cobalt coming out, and now I just need a cobalt ingot pickup station, which should be easy enough to do. Just grab rails. We've already got the stacker. We need station loading. Yeah, you can see the evolution in the blueprint there. Here's the original, and here's the flip. So, get that down. We're going to be loading in cobalt ingots. Make sure I grab all the power poles and roboports and such. Yep, all cool. Let's feed that in. And there we are. So that'll all eventually be in Roboport range. I might even just add another Roboport like right on the front here just to make sure that all reaches. Am I missing anything? I am missing a couple of comparators, missing the boiler, some stations, comparators. Okay. Let's make some stuff. I made some more train stops. Yep, there we go. Let's make some more of those. And what else? I need the boiler. Of course. Can't do without the boiler. That's in production. Need the... whatever these are. Blast furnaces. Let's just make however many I can make. I know I'm going to need casting machines at some point, so I should probably make those as well. But I can't craft any right now, so I'm not super worried about it. While I wait for this to handcraft, I think this is a perfect time for a drink. Alright, let's see how all this is doing down here. So, steel is curious. I would think I would be getting more steel deliveries than I am. And I'm going to need steel. shortly, like in greater quantities. So I would actually very much like to see more happening here. This is iron ore unloading. There just isn't any iron ore. Yeah, just isn't any. There's no Saphirite. Sulfuric wastewater is full. Because sulfuric wastewater is full here. That's pretty bad, actually. Why? What? The great landfilling begins. Ah, it's a new stage of expanding for you, huh? Hold on, where's sulfuric unloading? Oh, I feel blind. It's in here. There you are. Sulfuric wastewater unloading. Okay. Are you broken or something? Like, what's going on with you? You are connected. You are just empty. Why? Why are you empty? Purified water. There's purified water in the pump. And it's clogged the whole thing. Yeah, I just have to rip you up. Okay. Alright, well, that would have been nice to know like 4 hours ago. Oh, man. Okay. Well, I hope someone goes and gets on that. Did I ever get these placed? I did? Oh, I forgot the oil residuals. I don't take the oil residuals out. Okay. That's a problem. Not a massive problem, but a problem. I should be able to resolve that without too much of a problem, though. That's a total mess, and I can't make anything out of that, so I'll wait for the bots to come in and move all that, and then I'll sort it out. Speaking of sorted out, though, how's this going? They still haven't even picked up the pump. Okay. What's the point of having 2,000 construction bots if it takes this long for anything to happen? Really need those bot upgrades. This is coming along, kind of, I guess. But this is the wrong thing, and I need to deconstruct you, actually. Because none of that is correct. So let's just take all of that apart. Because all of that's supposed to be happening up here. Yeah, so that's all going to be coming in. Cool. I still need to get coal coke on a train. I'm actually not doing that yet. I forgot that was going to be a problem. This is awful. This is truly terrible, but okay, let's go. These belts should be going the other direction. Yeah, cool. Whatever. Awesome. Okay. So that goes that way. You come in, and connect here, I guess. And then we have one that comes over and into you. Very cool, very nice, awesome. Okay. Let me find one of those little three-way splitty doohickeys that I've been doing. This but yellow. Are you disconnected? Why are you disconnected? Whatever, sure. You're outside robot range, which is interesting. I guess that's why it never got built. So let's just bring a roboport in here. There we are. No silicon ore, though. That's unfortunate. Okay, so there's the train stop there. I have coal coke stations elsewhere, so let's copy them. In you go, and this is going to be coal coke load. Let's say loading. Most of these have been loading. You do have a stacker, so that's fine. And yeah, all good. There you are, that'll work. That'll work just nicely. Yes, okay. So back over here. Pop you down like there-ish. Actually, let's rip all that up and then put you down. Much better. Okay. Now, how am I going to get coal coke in here? Where even is coal coke? Like, where is it actually produced? Down there. Okay, as long as this is all split evenly, it shouldn't matter. But I will go ahead and try to upgrade these belts, just so I can get both lines of yellow flowing up this way if need be. And yeah, you can be red up until that way, but I'm not going to need you to be red up until that way. Let's get some spaghetti going. So let's say coal coke can come up this way. And in right there. This is gonna be so nice to work with. I say without a hint of sarcasm. Red splitter. Let's say on this side of the tracks, that's just going to be a lot easier to work with. And then right there. And then this should be red belt, but let's go yellow belt. Everything else is yellow belt, so doing anything different wouldn't make any sense. Move you in, move you up, and in you go. Okay. That should be a line directly into here. And that's all going to work. You're coke, yes you are. Okay. So there is a coke loading station. I just have to wait for it to be built. And you should get all the roboports and such that everyone else gets. Including like this little bit so you actually have power. Yeah, there we go. So I guess you get plenty of power from the mines you're inside of, but that's beside the point. I handcrafted some stuff and then never gave it to the bots, I just noticed, so let's go ahead and throw that in. Like a boiler. I'm pretty sure I made a boiler, right? Yeah, there you are. What else? I think I made that blast furnace, but whatever. I'll need more blast furnaces in the future, so let's just make a couple. Still need more warehouses, so I will just go ahead and handcraft however many I can, and do the same trick where I just force resources in here. Oh, you're actually full of iron and everything, you just need steel. That's fine. Let's see. This is also ore, so this is actually also wrong. So I'm just going to deconstruct you for now. I just don't need you right now. So let's not bother with that. Titanium will have to be somewhere else. Okay, so this is not connected now. I can do that, I guess. Yeah, something feels odd about that, but whatever. It's fine. Yeah, I can do that, and then I'll just disconnect that and make sure that's connected. Yeah, you need power, and that's fine, and that's all cool and such. Yeah, okay. You need power, though. I can put you there. In which case, maybe I'll also put you up here. Yeah, that works. I think that's a little better. Can I not just... Yeah. I can do that. Awesome, okay. Anything else I should be making right now? I did say earlier I should be making casting machines, so let's go ahead and get those going. I did want to look and see why I don't have more iron ore. I believe the issue was a backup, so let me look and see if that backup ever got resolved. Sulfuric wastewater. Okay, the tanks aren't literally full anymore, so I guess it is working. I have a single machine working on sulfuric wastewater, and that should be enough, but I might just go ahead and add another. Strand or non-strand? So the advantage to strand casting machines, making the little bundles. Can't think of what they're called for some reason. Sheet coil. Okay. The advantage to sheet coils, as I understand, is they just allow for prod modules. And I don't make prod modules right now, so I'm not going to bother with them. I have plenty of room to move to that in the future, but I'm not going to bother with them right now. They're useful. And I do, for things like copper, I will want to make the copper wire coils, but other than that, I'm not concerned about the sheet coils. Especially not for something like a cobalt or something. Coolant bonus. Ah, that's interesting. Let me see. So you make two sheet coils from 80. You make 4 sheet coils from 140. Okay, so there is a slight bonus. There's a very slight bonus. Okay. Can I do that with things that I care about, though? So let's just come into you, for example. So what can I do with... Hold on. Okay, molten cobalt steel, for example, can only be made into plates, so that's not really a concern here. I could do it with regular steel, though. And I do have that research. I could just do that. Yeah, I'll definitely look towards doing that. Let me make sure there's nothing more pressing I could be working on right now, and then I will probably actually work towards that. That sounds like a very good idea. Pick that up. Put you over here just so everything's cool. Let's see. Gas condensates, that's the correct pipe. Is crude oil connected? This is the crude oil, yes? Yes it is, but raw gas is backed up, that's fine. All cool. And then these are connected, but you need to go there. Okay. All good? All good. Okay. Requires the smelting 3 of the resources. Smelting 3 the research. Gotcha. Okay. Raw gas is backed up, huh? Because natural gas liquids, that's actually the stuff that I use. Interesting. Because butane is backed up. Let me find butane. Ethylene is also backed up. I'm sure there's something I can do with ethylene. But I'm not that worried about it right now. So you're made from methane. Let me find butane. Here's butane. What can I do with you? You are just a fuel, or you can be used to make benzene. You just get steam cracked into benzene. Do I do that already? By any chance? No. Okay, literally nothing interacts with this tank. Let's just set up a quick steam crack for that so that it begins moving again. Steam crack 2. Sure. Do I have steam down here? Not easily accessible. Nothing in here is easily accessible though. So maybe I'll just bring you down around in here. Let's say like right here-ish. Let's go butane recipe. This is ethane. Here's butane. Okay. So you come down this way. We're going to horizontally flip you, connect your input, and let's find steam from somewhere. Okay, I actually get steam all the way over here, which is great. So let me just run steam up this way. There we are. And cool. There's the input sorted. I even have power right over here. Excellent. Now, you do make residual gas. But residual gas is literally right here. All of this is just falling into place perfectly. Would be cool if you were one more over to the side, but whatever. Yeah, let's do that, actually. And that allows me to get my output out much more easily. Resin 2 is resin 1 plus a blue catalyst for 2x prod. Interesting. Oh, I'm gonna have to run this so far, I just realized. Oh well, whatever. 1, 2, 3. And I'll break out the new fancy brass pipes for this. I'm surprised I'm able to run this so far this way, but let's not push our luck. Let's see where that gets me. How far do I gotta go? Okay. Oh, nope. That's the wrong guy. Wait, are you not connected to anything? Or... Wait, what? I'm so confused by this. What? Okay, you just lost an underground, I guess, at some point? Residual. Residual, yes, okay. And then ethylene is backed up. That's fine, whatever. How odd. Okay. And C block, at least. Yeah, some of the recipes are different sometimes. It is nice to be a little cautious, but for the most part, they're similar. Even if they don't... It's like the recipes rhyme, you know? Even if they aren't exactly the same. Yeah, that's not gonna work. Okay. So I'm somewhere in that mess. Just have to figure out where. Where is that gonna be? Okay. I think I can actually make that work. Yeah, that's not even that bad. I might even try and make that a little nicer. Something like that. And hey, look at that. I can come right over here. And down we go. Then just connect them in. Okay, very nice. So that should give me... Oh, missed the corner. Okay, I'm probably missing the tank itself. I am. And I'm missing the steam cracker, of course. So let's go ahead and make those. Steam cracker 2. And... the tank. Okay. So those will go and get placed. And hopefully that'll bring oil back online. For the most part. Because, yeah, that's backed up on butane, so that one's completely stuck for right now. I think I'm backed up on a thing or two else in here, but as long as we're mostly able to move along, then I'm fine. I don't like voiding things if I don't have to void things, but I will if it becomes an issue. Speaking which, sulfuric wastewater. Yeah, this pipe is full because you weren't able to process fast enough. Don't I have another one up here? No, that's only for those 3. Okay. In that case, it's probably a good idea to make just another one of these somewhere in here. Maybe in this area. This is a mostly clean area. I do need 3 times as much as the other ones, so it's not a horrible idea. And I should have purified water right here since they need it, so maybe that's a good idea. Does mean having to get sulfur through here, though. Getting sulfur through there is less fun. Could also just put it over here. Over here is a better idea. I might need this space for something else. Let's just pop it over here. Does mean I probably want to mostly wipe out these trees. There's pipes and all this jungle in here too and all, so the trees served me well for most of the game, but we're definitely reaching the point where they're more of a nuisance than anything. C-block was always theoretically possible in Angel Bobs, but recipe changes are to make it more sensible. I think for the most part that's correct. I do think 1 or 2 things had to be changed, otherwise some of the cyclical recipes in C-block are not cyclical in regular, so you wind up with some things that basically, I think the way that it worked out is you would either not run out, but flood yourself with byproducts. Things that you wouldn't really have a good way of getting rid of. I think that's the way it was. But granted, my C-block knowledge is from like 2020, so it's been a long, long time. Things could be very, very different by now. Yeah, this seems fine, I think. Let's go like here, and I might as well go ahead and make a second one, I think. I'll line them up, sure. You're going to be sulfuric wastewater. Well, I will space them so that I can output more nicely. And yeah, there we are. Pipes in. And pipes in. Okay. Let's see. So there's pure water, so I can go ahead and just start running that over to the side here. And I won't bother undergrounding at that point, that's just fine. I have the sulfuric wastewater to deal with in a moment. I'll just go ahead and connect them so that I don't forget. I'll get power in here and inserters. Of course, that is easier said than done. Where do I want this to wind up? All the way over here. Okay, very cool. That's kind of a nightmare. Alright. We'll bring it above, up this direction. And let's see if that gets across. It does. Very nice, very nice. That's getting a little crowded though. Let's not do that. I will just kind of lay belt up here somewhere and clear out these trees so I can see. 2023, 2024 C block. Okay, well, that's not too far back, though I think that is the most recent version. Like, I don't think there's anything after that, at least not yet. I know they're working on it. I'm pretty sure they're working on it, but... okay, just making sure I'm not accidentally doing anything I don't want to do in there. I hit pipe length on the pure water, so I'll have to deal with that in just a second. Like that. Let's not do that. Okay, so that's like most of the way in, I think. This is connected, yes. I think I'll do something like that, and then this can act as buffer storage, so things coming in can get loaded, and they can be unloaded as well. That should be cool. I don't think anywhere I rely on this being a single-sided belt, but I do want to go and look and make sure. Yes, this is a proper merge. Okay, good. Oh, cool. That way I don't have to be careful about which side or sides of the belts that I load this on, because I do want to load this onto both sides. There we are. Okay. Now to get power up here somehow. That's cool. That'll do. You still have to make those, of course, and I still have to get the outputs up here connected. Do I have mineral water up here already? Just out of curiosity. Mineralized water. Okay, let me deal with this so that this isn't giving me constant overlays. Let's just bring you down too and throw a pump in there. Oh, that's not going to work, actually. I need to know which way all of this water is flowing. Okay, you are outputting pure water, yes, that is correct. And that is the only thing that's happening on this whole line up here, at least up to this point. Yeah. Let's not take that for granted any further than I need to. Like you, for example, you take an input. So let's not do that. But up to this point, it looks like that's fine. So I can put a pump right there. And there you go. There's your power. Everything should be cool. Now, sulfuric wastewater is being pumped into here. So let's run you this way. I'll have to underground this belt. Well, would it be better to bring you in here? No, okay. It is what it is. Let's not fuss over it. Let's just get it in. And there we go. Okay. So that should be connected. I still need the hydro plant. Let's just make a couple. There's the steam cracker. Forgot to throw that in, I guess. Anything else I've forgotten to throw in? Maybe some of these combinators could go. The train stations can go. Would have to wait for Angels, which was only recently updated. Yeah, it's, like, they're doing good work. I think they're making a respectable pace. Yeah, I'll wait for that to craft. That's gonna be a minute. As long as it's running. Like, these are in fact emptying. That's all I can ask for. This will be done in due time. Let's just let it go for a minute. I am getting dangerously close to being full on sulfur, so maybe this deserves its own buffer up here. How far is that power? Okay, not super cool. But maybe I can do something like this. And I would really like a warehouse, but maybe a silo is more my speed for right now. Get that in there, and get you in there. Actually, I don't even need you. I can just, bobs this. So, down 2, and down 2. All cool, all cool, all good. Okay. Everything should be connected. Oh, nope, I never did this. Glad I double-checked. Okay. Gotta get the mineral water. So, your mineralized water right there. Okay. Yeah, let's just find some way to get that hooked in somehow. Mineral water. Mineral water. That should work. Yeah, there we go. And that should be everything hooked in. Those are still not done crafting yet. Wow, okay. Well, we are making some progress. It's not wonderful progress, but it is almost emptied the train. Yeah, that's full. Yeah, okay. It's doing its best out there. And that's all you can really ask. Okay, there we go. Now I've got a couple. Now the bots can go place them. In fact, that was almost all of them. Almost perfect. I have a couple pump 2s on me, that's funny. Let's just check those in the system. If I ever need to upgrade one of the pumps, I guess the bots can take care of it. Let's see how construction's going. So, how are you doing? Okay, you're only missing one thing now. You're just missing fuel, but that's because you have no coal coke, but that's because there is no coal coke train. These stations are also reversed, so let me just temporarily put you over here. And then I'm going to... Actually, I need all of that. Yeah, put you up there. And then put you down here. All of you come up this way. And that just swaps the trains around. I will need to change these, actually. So you're going to be coke. Well, I guess it would be better to do this. And then you can go over here. So now you're cobalt. And you're coke. I want this bottom station to be cobalt. There we are. And then coke and coke. Very cool. You are coke. And you are cobalt. There we are. Yeah. Okay, just making sure. After a little change up like that, you always want to make sure everything's all good. And it does seem like everything's all cool. This, of course, is also still missing stuff, but that's fine. Actually, you don't even have a name, so let's give you a name. It's gonna be cobalt. Ingot loading. Make sure to change out your icon. There you are. And maybe you can be a little bluer. Just because the train stop itself doesn't look very blue, so that's better, I think. How's the refuel stations coming along? Okay, so that one's finally stopped. This one has 450 in it, so it's making progress, but it's still got a ways to go. Here's fuel oil, so we're pumping that full because we're finally processing oil again. Somewhere. There we are. Okay, so that's all good. That's all good. I might even go ahead and just send the fuel oil train just to make whatever we can. Just go ahead and unload for now. So I am going to need a couple more item trains soon, so let's go ahead and get a couple more item trains. Just queue them up. We're going to need ores and ingots and such, so might as well go ahead and start preparing. Do I finally have steel? Let me see. Steel ingots. A couple. Not a lot, but a couple. That's still because there's just no iron ore. There's still no Saphirite coming in. Because there's no... Okay. Why are you not unloading? I thought I already fixed you. You are meant to be greater than equal. I thought I fixed that already. Yeah, greater than equal. Run through 2 days in-game at 10x speed for gardens. That sounds like a not very fun time. I've gotta be honest with you. That is quite a grind. Let's make sure all of these are greater than equal. I wish there was an easy way I could go in and update the blueprint itself, because this is just a blueprint problem. Okay, there we go. Wonder if there's any more miners over here I could just pick off. Doesn't really look like it. Okay. Since we are short on miners, being able to pick up the empty ones is actually of benefit to me. So these are able to load, we just don't have the last warehouse, so it's not going to start stockpiling yet, but that's fine. I think the coal train is stuck anyway. Yes, the coal train is stuck trying to reload. That's actually the primary reason I came in here and set up the priorities, the priority combinators in all these stations, is because I've had multiple trains come in here and just basically get permanently stuck in here. Just because with the way the splitters are set up, the further to the left you are, the more priority your stop gets, as you can see. So now that these are filled up though, hopefully more and more fuel will be making it over to the further trains. That's not a lot of fuel oil to play with, but it should hopefully get there eventually. Building a lot of landfill and other minor stuff and eat dinner during it. Oh, well, that's fair. I guess if you are just kind of treating it like an idle game. Okay, so now that this is able to process again, this is mostly working. I'm making sure this can output and doesn't, like, hang at all. Because the inserter certainly hangs at some points, but as long as it's able to output, that's all I care about. Yeah, these guys seem fine, and these guys aren't even running, which is interesting. That's because it looks like because I'm not outputting fast enough. This is supposed to be yellow belt, keep in mind. And if we consider that the geodes take up belt space, this is actually more or less a yellow belt. Yeah, I don't know. The numbers here are odd to me, but like, there's no way to say this is not a full yellow belt coming in. So we are processing a full yellow belt. And that's definitely a full yellow belt of crushed coming out. So all of this should be 1-to-1, so I'm confused why it's not a full yellow belt coming out here, but whatever. It's fine. Designed for 1 garden a minute. I don't really know how expensive gardens are, but given what you've said about them, that sounds like it's probably quite a task. Yeah, okay. These, I was making sure these were running full-time, but actually these aren't even kicking in, so... oh well. It does look like that's a yellow belt of throughput, so I guess that's fine. Copper is going to be a problem sooner rather than later. Like, that's a lot of warehouse space, but once it fills up, that's a lot of copper with nowhere to go, you know? You are not processing because you have no hydrofluoric acid. Did I never set you up properly? Because you should have hydrofluoric acid, I think. Oh, maybe I never sent the train. There might be no train taking the acid here. Oh, the pipes aren't even hooked up. Never mind. I also think there's no train. I do believe that to be true. But even if there were, it wouldn't really matter, I guess. So, let's get all those to match. Okay. And where is leaching acid? I'm literally going past it. Okay, never mind. I guess that's why I left the pipes there. Okay, so nitric, I believe, is on the inside. Yes. So I did nitric on the inside. Is this max length? It is max length. Okay, let me figure out how I want to do this. So let's move you down to you up 1, and then you can just stay. And then we'll get a nice little angle pipe bus kind of deal going on here. There we are. And then where does that leave me? Okay. I don't need the gun turret right now, thank you. So this can come over this way. So that's going to put you on the bottom. Which actually lines up quite nice. Let's just leave you here. There we are. So that should be connected for nitric. I don't really care about nitric, but, you know, it's connected now. Ruthenium should be next, so that should be the middle one. Yes. If only I knew what Ruthenium was. Ruthenium is chloric. Okay, so chloric acid. That's wastewater. Here's leaching acid. Okay, so then this one's hydrofluoric, and this one's hydrochloric. Okay, so unfortunately I did swap it for these guys. Oh well, whatever. You can come this way, and you can run this way. The middle then can actually just continue out here. Let's see where do you connect? That works. And in you go. Okay. So then the last one is hydrofluoric, which I believe is actually the one that I want, so fun that one's last. Wait, what? Okay, yeah, that makes sense. That's fine. And there we are. Okay. All good. So now that's all of the acids hooked up to the line. Whenever I need them, I can just connect to them. They're already kind of loosely where they need to be, and I believe this one is already connected. Yes, it is. Okay, so as soon as the bots get around to actually placing those pipes, which will be a minute, then I'll start producing the Jivolite crystals. That'll come around. Let me change the recipes here. And there we go. These are 3s. Yeah, well, I couldn't set the recipe if they weren't, I guess, so there we are. And that's going to finally give me the cobalt. I've needed that for a long time, so I'm very happy to finally have it. Let me make sure all the other ores are properly accounted for. Mostly just zinc. Yes, okay, so everything is properly sorted and taken care of. So that's going to finally start getting me a trickle of zinc ore, zinc. That's going to finally get me a trickle of cobalt ore coming in. Very happy to see it. Unfortunately, that's not going to do me a lot of good without steel. So now I think I will finally copy this again. So the recipes are going to be wildly different, of course, but I think I will go ahead and try and get just something loosely correct down. So silicon should be steel. Steel is going to be cobalt. I'm just flipping those around so that, you know, we have secondary to primary now. You say silicon, which I don't like, but I know that you are steel. It's just hard to tell the difference. Steel plate is going to be cobalt steel. The recipe is going to be molten cobalt steel. And you are molten cobalt steel. Yeah, there we go. Everything else should be the same. Let's get rid of this random little bit of rail here. And yeah, let's see how that goes. Yeah, that should just work. Okay. You are... Okay, the names will be wrong, of course, so let's get this in. So this is steel ingot unloading. I'll have to make sure you're correct. You are. Okay, very nice to see. This is going to be cobalt. The colors are going to be wrong too. Okay. Steel, I'll just copy. There you are. Make sure all this is still fine. Don't want to unset anything, mess with train limits. Especially when I come up here and copy the cobalt ingot. So, cobalt ingot unloading. Set priorities good. Train limit 1. And yeah, okay. So there we are. So that should all be cool. These take those two. You take mostly steel. Steel is the one on the outside, so that works. Yeah, everything should be cool. Let me see. So you produce 2 per second from 20. So it is still the 10 to 1, so nothing has changed there. So I just need to be... Yeah, okay. So this will kind of self-balance, and then that means I just want this to be a full belt. So right now that's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. That's only 12. So I do actually need more of these casting machines. I need 2 more. So let's do something like that. And for each row, we just add 2 more. And that should just work. That should just be cool. You are cobalt steel. And you are cobalt steel. Okay, so that should just get built. I need an induction furnace, of course. I need lots of things probably, but let's go one step at a time. So with this iron ore shortage, and I don't even have cobalt steel processing going yet, I think that's a pretty good indicator that I should have one of the mixed ore recipes already going. So that one station that I've been talking about that I have nothing set up on, let's go ahead and set up this station to take a train that brings in the fluids to produce the catalyst. I don't want to train in the catalyst themselves. I think I get better throughput if I bring the fluids in than if I try and bring the items, because a little bit of fluid makes a lot of item. I could be mistaken. I'm just going off vibes here, but that's what I'm gonna do. So this is already in... This says crystal slurry unloading. That is not correct. You are crystal slurry loading. No trains have this stop. That can't be correct. Let's go fix the crystal slurry train, I guess. Also, you're yellow. That's just not right. Up here. There you are. And let's change you. And do I not have a crystal slurry train? I was pretty sure I did. Oh, it seems I don't. Okay. This should be train limit 1, because there's no stacker here anymore. I guess I will go find a fluid train, but I actually have more pressing uses for a fluid train right now, so I'll hold off, I guess. I'll send one of these out so that you can be the cobalt ore loading. Wait until full cargo, and unloading. Wait until empty cargo. Okay. So that way, I don't really need that right now, but that gives me a open cargo bay here. In fact, let me go ahead and send you out so that actual trains can reload, and I don't have all of these full of, like, trains I'm going to need someday. So go to loading and wait until full cargo. And I don't have the cobalt unloading station yet, but that's fine. So train, give me the fluid train. And get in here. Okay. So the one that's already here, they're bringing in the next train. You can already be Crystal Slurry because I'm definitely gonna forget about you. So let's just say full cargo. And empty again. Okay. I set that right, yeah? Yeah, okay. So anyway, up at this station here, let's copy an actual loading station. So maybe like the wastewater loading station, for example. So I don't want to copy station names. I should have copied further. Let's see. I just didn't want to grab all this mess down here, but I really should have gone further. What are you doing? Okay, that makes sense. That's fine. Yeah, that's the best I got to pick from for right here. Let's just do this. I guess if I'm going to be going that far, I might as well grab everything. So, get rid of all those pipes. The pumps can stay, that's all fine. Wait, what am I even doing? Hold on. I've forgotten what the point is. I guess that's fine. I'll make the station and then I'll remember what I'm doing. The real way to play the game. I needed the catalyst. That's what I need. Okay. So let's do this. Take the filters off. There we are. And these are going to be the different fluid loadings. So one of them is mineral sludge. And the other one is crystal... Hold on. What are you actually made out of? You are a crystal seedling. Okay. So this is going to be catalyst fluids unloading, I guess? Sure. And color, I don't know. Let's lean towards the green. The green's a little nicer than the brown, I think. So we'll just go for like there-ish. Yeah, that's fine. Let's see. Ooh, I think I just punched my mic. So anyway, catalyst fluids unloading. I have 3 tanks and 2 fluids, but one of those fluids I'm going to need more than the others. This one I don't think I need very much of, because you're used in silver, zinc, aluminum, nickel, and silicon. So I do definitely want silicon. I might want aluminum, maybe silver, but like 2 of those are very maybes, 2 of them are absolutely no's. I don't need nickel or zinc pretty much at all. I do need silicon. So it's not like I don't need any of the crystal ones at all, I just don't need very much. On the other hand, the mineral one, I did not want the ghost. The mineral catalyst is the one that's going to give me tin, going to give me lead. It could give me copper, but I think I have more copper than I could ever want. And it's going to give me, most importantly, iron. So I'm definitely using mostly the mineral one. And even then I'm going to be using some of both because the hybrid is where the rest of the ores are, even though that's locked behind purple science. That's what's going to allow me to choose to make, you know, titanium or gold or cobalt or so on down the line. Could even choose to make thorium if I wanted. Anyway, I don't have purple, won't have purple for a while, so this isn't something I have to worry about, but I am definitely going to need more mineral than crystal. So I'm going to dedicate 2 of these tanks to mineral and then the third to crystal. So let's go ahead and set up the filters here just to make sure that I don't ever accidentally pump the wrong fluid in. There we are. Okay, so that's going to get built without too much effort, it looks like. We just pretty much only need the power pole there. I do need to build a loading station back at the main base. I guess I should go ahead and get on that. Yeah, this is pretty tight in here. There's not a lot of wiggle room. If I'd built these tanks and pumps on the bottom here, I could actually pull another track down this way and make a station, but that's not going to happen. Since this is already kind of the general slurry area, maybe I'll put something in here, but this is like train spaghetti at this point, which is just a new level of awful. Yeah, this is pretty bad in here, I'm not gonna lie. Maybe I can do it right here. This even gets a stacker. Can I... Okay, there's a lot of pipe in there, though. Yeah, okay, it looks cleaner on map view, but once you actually zoom in, there's a lot in the way. Yeah, even if I could get the rails in and put the station down, there's no way I'd be able to actually load and manage the station. Not exactly what I was hoping for, I've got to admit. Because that means continuing up and up and up and up this way. And that's just, not great. I don't really love that. I don't see anything better anywhere, though. Like, if I did, I'd certainly go for it. What am I doing here? I have... Like, just out of curiosity. So I bring in thermal water, run it through the ceramic filters. I need pure water, but I need pure water in ore processing anyway. That spits out mineral sludge. I could do that on site. How about the crystals? Because I also make the crystal slurry on site. Like, I'm shipping the crystal slurry from ore processing into here just to run it through a filter to ship it back. Maybe that's insane. You do produce sulfuric wastewater, but I already handle sulfuric wastewater. Yeah, okay, that's the idea then. What I'm doing makes no sense. I literally only just set up this train also. Oh well. Oh, and the pumps have always been backwards. Good to know. Okay, well with that decision made, I guess I can deconstruct this station then? Yeah, I'll keep the roboport and all, but I'll get rid of the other parts. Just so that when I do want to build something in here, it's mostly already good. This is good mineral or crystal storage, whatever it is. If all the ore processing is done down this line, there's a little bit of space right here I could run some of the catalysts. So... yeah, just kind of planning, talking out as I'm thinking things in my head. Yeah, I will turn this from a crystal slurry loading station into a Thermal water unloading station. Yeah. Yeah, you go away. So let me go find that thermal water station. Here you are. And there we are. So I'm going to come down here and turn down your priority. I should do. I was gonna say I could do, but I should do. The load balancer thing. Even though I only have one thermal water train. It just, you know, it's good future-proofing. It's good practice. I just have to actually find somewhere where I'm doing it. I know I'm doing it down here. This is unloading, so that should work. And let's see. Where is the thermal water? It's the top one. So there's that. Let's get red wires between the tanks. I think I skipped one. There was an autosave and I kind of skipped a frame for a second. And set priority, you're going to be thermal water. Problem is, all these numbers are going to be completely wrong. So, let's see. You have 150k, so that's 450k total. And then 450k. So 1, 2, 3. And then just take off the last two zeros. There we are. So that's going to give me my percentage. And that should just work. And then I can even copy you and put you on the other thermal water station. Right here. I can't really connect your inputs yet because you aren't actually thermal water, but you know, we'll get there. Thermal water unloading, crystal slurry unloading. Right. Let's just make you also thermal water loading. And wait until full cargo. Wait until empty cargo. There we go. Okay. You are what used to be the crystal slurry train. That just means I have two trains for thermal water, but the other thermal water train is stuck in base anyway and will probably never move. So that one's at least going to be doing something. I do want to get this crystal slurry worked out, though. It's not going to have anywhere to pump out. I might actually, for the time being, set a filter in here to something other than thermal water, just so it doesn't pump thermal water into the system and, like, break everything, because that would be kind of terrible. I will want somewhere that this can buffer up. So, since we're producing this on site, I just realized well, okay. I don't need the ship in. I was thinking about geodes. I was like, if this isn't enough and I need to make geodes, I might need to ship in the liquid, but I can actually just also make that on site. That's no problem. So, yeah, that's no big deal. So I am going to just make a couple tanks for you. Let's do this. Kind of a shame that doesn't line up anymore. You know what? It did before. You can just go in there. Well, okay. Okay. Do I have, like, inline tanks or something? There is an all corners variant. Storage tank 2 is not very expensive, but I don't really need it. Let's just say this guy. Oh, it's smaller, though. Oh, that's because you're, like, the really big one. That makes sense. What is the storage on you? 50k? Okay, you're like 150k, so... Oh well, whatever. Maybe instead then what I'll do is I'll do like that. And then you can just be a pipe. And then underground into there. And that's all cool. These are not going to pump out because I have the filter set. And once this... I might put a pump here to pump all of the existing slurry out. And then once these are empty, they can be thermal water. And let's get the actual production settled in. I don't think I have to do anything complicated here, but I do need crystallizers, not assembling machines. I guess I can just copy what I have at the main base. Oh, and you need power. No good way to get you power, unfortunately. Yeah, oh well, you just have to go there. So, these guys... I don't even remember which one you are. I believe you're the thermal water one. You're crystal slurry, making mineral sludge. I don't think I actually even want that recipe. I think I just want this one. Going from thermal water to mineral sludge. So, since this is the thermal water one, I'll put this up here. Let me look at you. So, your inputs are that way, so let me flip you that way. And I'll at least line you up to be nice. Oh, that's pure water anyway, so I want you lined up this way. But all the same, I'll sort you out in a little bit. I'm not, like, super ready to deal with you yet. I just wanted to get something placed. And then the crystal one is over here. So let's copy you. And you can just go below. Doesn't really matter where, I'll just say, like, about here. So, I am, of course, going to need pure water in here. Going to take off all these unneeded undergrounds. Just so the bots don't wind up placing anything they don't need to. Yeah, okay. That's all cool. I might buffer the output as well. This is here just for the train. This is here so ore can function properly, but then I do probably want a buffer of the output to some degree. Even if it's just a single tank or something. Like that's not weird, I think. Yeah, let's just do something like that. I think that's fine. Let's get pure water connected in here. I'm gonna run you like that. Okay, that's a little too much even for the longer pipes. At least I think these are the long pipes. Oh no, those are copper. That's fine, I guess. Whatever. I'll replace you. I guess I will replace these, whatever. Just so it's consistent. In fact, can I just... Let's just upgrade planter that. Makes this a lot easier. So, copper pipe, copper underground. There we are. And let's just, oh, I forgot to grab it. Let's just come in here, wherever that is. There we are. And all of this. Yeah, that's cool. The bots will get on that, that's fine. I am, of course, going to need to get the filters in here. I'll worry about that in a minute, but this should all be pretty much working. That's fine. The sulfuric wastewater, I am not dealing with yet. Power poles are right in the way of that, unfortunately. Where is sulfuric wastewater, actually? Nowhere even close. Nowhere even close. Let's undo that, because going through those trees, I definitely want to be holding shift. Oh, and then I hit here, and that's going to be tough. I'll run you to the left starting here, being that these pipes are about to give up their spot on the left. Yeah, I think that works out alright. In you go. How far does this need to go? Okay, quite a ways. Quite a ways. Not that far, though. I didn't really want it to undo quite that much. Yes, okay, you can tell it connects because of the graphic there. That's pretty nice. Even if I can't actually see it. Anyway, there's wastewater. Let's go run that over and get that connected in. And yeah, whatever, you can just connect. That's probably gonna need a pump, I'm gonna imagine, but I'll let the bots place the pipes and then I'll worry about that. I should probably make these filtration units. Where would those be? I have no idea, honestly. And I'll make a couple extra, why not? And I am going to need these filter frames, so I'll make 20. And then I'll run down to where Illumina is while the bots try and swarm me. I believe Illumina's down this way. Just so I can make the filters. And I do put Illumina in the system now, or at least in a thing, but I can also just grab it. No big deal. So, filters. Where are filters? There we are. That's gonna have me recraft the ceramic filters, I think, so I guess I'll get rid of the ones I was already crafting. And then do that. Okay. So while that's going on, is there anything else I can do up here to make this any better? So that should be making tanks of the output. Hey man, how's it going? I'm just setting up catalytic ore conversions, and if that sounds like absolute nonsense, it borderline is, but basically it's just a way of taking these raw ores, like Saphirite and Jivolite, and rather than getting just a jumbled mess of shotgunned ores of various types and having them back up and not really knowing what to do with some of them, I'm going to make a catalyst that allows me to craft exactly the ore types that I want. I do indeed need a pump. Where can I throw a pump? This is a fine place to throw a pump. This is coming down. There we are, and power in. There we go. I do want to get this over, but I can't really connect pipes or do anything until this is all pumped out. which won't happen until those tanks get placed, but I don't think... Yeah, we are missing 5 tanks, so... Let me do that. That way those tanks can get placed, and these tanks as well, I guess. These will make the slurries that I need, and then I think it's a crystallizer. Yeah, okay. So then I need crystallizers for these guys. So, let's say the brown ones can go... here-ish. I'm trying to leave a respectable amount of room in case I need to expand this. I am going to need another roboport over here, it looks like, just to continue expanding range. So let's just throw you wherever you fit. Yeah, right there. Okay, let me double check that. I want to make sure these roboports are straight. Okay, yes. This has no power. That's probably something I should address. And just out of curiosity, if I were to duplicate this... Okay, so the next power pole would go there. So let's just get rid of all of that. Don't really want any of that. I just wanted the power poles. It also seems they don't reach, so that's another good thing to know. Yeah, I'll worry about power poles if I need to worry about power poles, I guess. Let's just get power to the roboport. Bring these guys down, just somewhere around similarly. Maybe like right here-ish. Get some inserters going. And of course, even more power. So, you come down. You come down. I don't even know necessarily where I want these to wind up. Let's say right along this path right here. That's a long way to go. Okay. Well, whatever. It'll be what it'll be. I'm aiming for, like, right here-ish. Which does mean I need more roboports just everywhere. So let's figure out where a good spot for that would be. Right there seems to work. I just need to get power into it. No idea how that's happening right now, but we'll figure it out. I'd like the large power poles to connect to each other rather than relying on power from smaller poles. So let's do that. Connect in. In you go. Yeah, there's no real good way to get power to this guy. Okay. You win game. There you go. And unfortunately, I'm probably going to do mostly the same thing the entire way down. I don't want the train stop, and I can probably get rid of the belt. Actually, the belt might be helpful. How can I redo you? There you go. Because that way it allows me to stay level on all these other stations. Well, maybe that's not helpful, actually. Maybe I don't want to do that. Yeah. Maybe I don't want to do that. Oh, in that case, let's grab all of this, and then I actually have something I can be anchored to, but I need to try one more time because I grabbed those the yellow chests, and I don't want the yellow chest because that's going to override the settings, and that would be no fun. Just triple checking this time. Yes, everything does actually look good. There we go. And that'll get me enough Ruboport coverage, hopefully, to run that whole line down. I think I might need one more, like, right up here. Yeah, well, we'll call that good. Actually, don't need it to go that far, because we're right up here. Anyway, that's one belt. I don't know how that's going to fit. Like, I don't know what the, Well, that answers that question. Okay, the other one needs to be on the left. Yeah. There we are. And there we are. And each of these sorters, that way I can just pick whatever catalytic sorter I want. And I do mostly sidestep everything annoying. This little stretch through here is a little challenging, but it's fine. It won't be much of anything. This one doesn't even need to underground through here. It can just go. And I don't know where I'm going to need either of these, and there may be places where I even want the hybrid catalyst. So I'm just running both of them down, and wherever they get used, and if they don't, then oh well. It's not like I'm out anything, really. I cannot see where that is, but I believe this lines up. And that should be both of those belts laid the entire length down. I need the Roboports in to get everything placed, but other than that, everything should be fine. And I could have just run them both on the same belt. That wouldn't have been an awful idea, but I don't know at what rate I'm going to need these, so I figured I'd just play it safe and give them each a belt. There we are. Okay. So, you are thermal water, mineral sludge. So, this is the mineral catalyst, which makes you the crystal catalyst. Not that it really matters which one is which, I just wanted to know for my own sake. Let's get all that cleaned up, don't need any of that. Okay, and then this can honestly come down quite a bit, I think. Because this one's not going to turn until, like, here. And once again, we went just a little too far. And there we are. So that'll give me both catalyst going down, and I can pick off whichever one I so happen to choose. Let's just get regular pipes in here. We're a little beyond the point of having to underground everything, I think. So this is the output product that I want. Yeah, there we are. Sure. Looks fine. Then you guys up here are going to just run over this way. And I wonder where this connects. Oh, perfect. That is a perfect connection right into the tank. Couldn't have been better. Okay. How'd alt mode get turned off? That's weird. Anyway. You guys need your filters, so let's get ceramic filters. Ah, makes sense. I'm going to put 5 into each of these. And then I should have filters on me. Yeah, there we go. So there's 20 filters, there's some filtration units. Anything else I need to throw in? Don't see anything immediately. I can get rid of these things. Missing anything? Need furnaces. Yeah, I can make some induction furnaces. Might as well make more casting machines as well. No bot is interested in taking my things away. Really? Okay. That's interesting. Well, you guys just take your time. Whenever you feel ready. Did I get any cobalt ore yet? I have no cobalt ore. Why not? I would really like to have cobalt ore. Let's just follow that line back. You are not running because the belt's wrong. Awesome. That stings a little bit. Okay, whatever. There you are. So that should start getting crafted up there. Why is that working that way? Cyan geodes are backed up? Why are there cyan geodes backing up and no other geodes, only cyan? That's a good question. Was power dipping there? Hold on. It does seem to be. But we are charging accumulators now, so it should be fine. I guess it was just during the night we must have run through all of our accumulator charge. I guess I triggered a big bot swarm or something, because it is mostly roboports. Like, you can look on the graph up here and like... Yeah, that's over 100 megawatts of roboport usage. I don't know, whatever. Liquefier. You can handle 7.5 a second. This is a liquefier 2, so I can upgrade it if need be. Yeah, wait, what? This is producing, like, way more than that? Why did I have this all going into a single machine? This makes no sense. Why have I made you this way? Yeah. Let me see how many geodes I'm actually producing. Because, okay. This is a yellow belt's worth, which would be producing like way more than a yellow belt's worth of the crystals. And you can only consume half a yellow belt. Yeah, let me just change this design real quick, because that makes no sense. How would I do this, actually? Like, what is the least painful way to get this working? Like... Yeah, I can't do something like that. That's not gonna do it. Oh, let me just upgrade them for now. Whatever. If it becomes an issue, I'll figure out something more permanent to do with it. And it probably will become an issue, but, you know. I'll figure it out when I need to. I do need a couple liquefiers. Let's just make those. The casting machines are getting built, but I would much rather have the induction furnaces. There we are. Okay. Let's stay on track. Where's the catalyst going? These guys have no power. So let's just build that up there. Still waiting on some of those pipes. And then anything else. I need more filtration unit. Okay. I kind of thought I already made all of those. Oh, crystallizers, not filtrations. It is crystal. Yeah, okay. Just wanted to make sure it was in fact crystallizers that I needed. So, very slowly, I'm making some of these induction furnaces. Oh, these are actually casting machines, never mind. But all the same, I know I'm gonna need them, so might as well get them out of the way. And then I have these liquefiers being made. What are you guys doing? Okay, you're all laying a bunch of belts. That's what's going on, okay. So there's a little section right here that has no roboport for some reason. Let's just go out to power pole length. Let me make sure that's lined up properly. There we are. And that's more than enough to get this area covered. That should be fine. Yeah, that's gonna be fine. Okay. Why did I not continue you down? Why did I just stop? I guess I saw this and thought you were Saphirite, but that's steertite. Once again, the one on the left doesn't even need the underground. That's kind of funny. And where's that hit? Yeah, that's fine. I don't even think, once again, you needed the underground, but whatever. You got it for symmetry's sake. And then down you go. And now I think we can stop, because now we actually are at Saphirite. You are backed up on sulfuric wastewater again. Why are you always backed up on sulfuric wastewater? What's your train doing? So, we're still backed up on that. Ah, there's no silo. Let me take care of that. That would have been a smart thing to make earlier, I guess. There you are. Someone will get around to placing that, I'm sure. Still, it's not like that's our only sulfur processing, so are you running? Yeah, you're running, you're just not able to handle that much, okay. Like, the pumps are pumping, just not able to go pumping very much. We have drained our accumulators completely, okay. So we have enough solar, it seems like. Like, during the day, we are able to top our accumulators. And it doesn't seem like we strain very much. Like, we hit this plateau, but we don't hold it for very long, so we aren't straining once we fill the accumulators. We just need more accumulators themselves. So, I guess we should copy some of those. That one roboport's gonna be really in the way, but oh well. It's just gonna have to move. You know, I don't hate that actually. That's fine. It can be like that. As long as that's yeah, it probably does need the substation though. That's gonna be important. What if, Okay, well, very clearly, you just need to move a little bit. Let's just get you, like, over here. And then the substation can go here. And then we'll, just repaste this wherever it will go. Yeah, that's fine. That's fine. It'll work itself out. In fact, that's maybe not a bad one to copy. I want all the messy stuff to sort itself out so I can actually see what it looks like, but I do need robo coverage inside the accumulators if I plan to continue pasting them, so maybe it wouldn't be a bad idea to have a roboport in there. Anyway, how is Jivolite doing? You are working now, that's working. And I see the first cobalt on the belt. Very nice, very nice. Okay. How is all of this going? I have none of the warehouses. I'm missing inserters of all things. I guess that's going to be just plain iron that is the problem there. Let me just make the warehouses, and then I'll, let me look at inserters, wherever they are. Here you are. You have no steel this time. Okay. Wow. That's a surprise. Yeah, I really need that sulfuric wastewater taken care of. Did the bots ever get the thing placed? Yes, there we go. Okay. So you should be running now. Now we're having trouble emptying purified water. That's a new one, honestly. Where is purified water? Purified water is full. Let me see something. So you fill at 150. Let's drop you to be 100, so that's the 2/3 mark. And I might even need a clarifier for purified water, honestly. Yeah, that might just need to happen. I will probably get... where would I put it, though? That's the real problem. So let's do this. I'll get an inline tank. I'm going to put you right... I'm trying to think, like, if I wanted to expand this, how I would expand it, and there's a little room to the left. So I will probably put you here, and then a clarifier. Oh, I don't even need you necessarily. What I need is an overflow valve. Let's just do that. That's basically what I was going to do, but just built in. So... clarifier is going to be in here. And I can fit a second one in there if I need it, but we'll start with just one for now. Yeah, there we go. That should do it. And apparently I have a clarifier somewhere, but I don't have the overflow valve, so let's make that. Throw those liquefiers in there so they can go get placed. And let's see, anything else? Warehouses. Let me just do the same map view trick that I've done a couple times now. Nope, not that one. There we are. Okay. Maybe I'll do same thing up here. I don't know if I have steel gears, but I think I do, because I can request them actually. So yeah, I do. That's fine. I'll request the steel gears into there, and that'll at least get me the inserters that I need. Yeah. Okay. We're getting there. We're getting there, slowly but surely. Speaking of slowly, how's all this doing? Still need steel. Steel is missing iron. Once this catalytic stuff is set up, I am probably immediately going to set up the catalytic iron recipe. You're not outputting because there's no mineral sludge, because there's no thermal water, which is fine. Oh, this is finally done. So I can disconnect all of this. So yeah, that's all connected. Do I have... I don't even have a connection to the mineral sludge, which is kind of funny. So let's go get that set up. Yeah, there you are. And just connect like that. Unless... what is this? Oh, that's sulfuric wastewater. Okay, that's fine. That's fine. You're fine. That's good. Okay. Just checking all these pipes, making sure they're all set up correctly. And I would love to be able to grab the thermal water icon from in there, but whatever. Oh, there we are. That was easy enough. And there we go. So that's going to fill with thermal water, which should come in here now. Perfect. And then once you have thermal water, you will begin outputting into here, and that's going to give me the catalyst I need for iron. And what's stopping you? Just pipes? Yeah, just pipes. Okay. You do need purified water, actually. None of you have purified water. I kind of forgot about that part. I'm going to need to run purified water pretty far, I guess. Yeah, funny that I'm going to be voiding purified water at the main base, and then I'm going to be running a purified water deficit down here, probably. But, you know, that's just how the game goes. How do I want to get purified water up there? Let's say something like this works. Okay, so that'll at least get it in a pipe, and then I can just run that pipe up. Okay, this one actually needs to continue going straight. For just a little longer. And then, where am I? Okay, nearly there. And then you can just run to the right. Yeah, there we are. Make sure to connect the corner. And... nope, that's too far. Don't even need to go that far. Let's bring it back. So, let's see. Oh, that counts as the filtration unit? Oh, I suppose it does. Up one, then. And in you go. Very nice. Okay, so that's going to give purified water to everything. Yeah, that's actually quite a lot of purified water that I'm going to need up here, and that's probably going to need a pump. I might even go ahead and just pre-place a pump there. Let me come into map view up here and do purified water. And just leave you, like, here. Yeah, that's what I thought. Pretty much immediately. So, let's break you. Move you down, and get a pump in there. Okay. How much purified water am I creating? Like, is this exactly enough? I cannot find this place for the life of me. There you are. So each one of these produces 200 a second. Like, that's pretty good. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. So that's 1,200 times 3, so that's 3,600. so do each of you consume 600? So you need a little less than 20, and there's 30 of you, so yeah, that's going to be a little less than 600. So I'm going to need a little more purified water. That's not quite enough. Oh, weird. Why do I need a pump again? Okay, whatever. I guess that's fine. I'll put a pump right here. Yeah, there you go. And let's get just a little more of this going. The pipes in here are kind of complicated, and each of these has an offshore pump dedicated to it, because an offshore actually only does 4 of these. I could just make more up here. Not like this land is getting used for anything, so maybe I'll just copy this entire thing. What is that? That is a tank of purified water. That's fine. I would actually like this offshore pump as well, but I guess it doesn't matter. Yeah, let's just copy all of that, and then just duplicate you up here again. And just make sure I'm not in the way of those undergrounds on the bottom left. Yeah, it's a little hard to tell with the trees, but I shouldn't be in the way of anything up here. Yeah, I'll just pop it down. Let's clear the trees so I can actually see. And let's see, what's that gonna cost me? That's a lot of hydroplant 3s, and I can't imagine I have them all. I think that's like 18 hydroplant 3s. Let me see if I have any hydroplant 2s. 3 of them. Okay. So not quite enough. There we go. Okay, so some things are starting to kick in now. It's starting to notice that I need some things. Not much though. Okay, 15 hydroplant 3s. So maybe I already had a couple hydroplant 3s in storage, because it should be 18, but hey, I'll take it. I'll just make however many I can. It might be wise to drop the ones once they start costing pipes, because I do request all these pipes. It might be prudent to request more pipes. Oh, but I'm out of steel, so I have no steel pipes. Okay. Oh, I just realized I'm trashing a lot of resources that the bots are then just gonna have to bring right back to me. Oh well, sorry guys. Oh, that's weird. Different steam recipe for purified water. Why would I... Like, why would I want to do that? It's the same temperature steam. Yeah, I don't know. Sure, why not? I guess that's fine. So let's look at iron ore. So iron ore is coming in again. Not much Saphirite, however. But it is now running. So we must have finally come and taken away some of the sulfuric wastewater, thankfully. Very happy to see that. You are backed up on fluoric wastewater. That's unfortunate. Wish it wasn't the case. Wastewater loading. Fluoric wastewater. Why are you stuck? I have nitric wastewater in me. I am emptying, but very, very slowly. Ah, that's the purified water problem again. Okay. I guess I should probably just put another one. Let's do like that, and then just extend you. Like, I mean, nothing to be done about it. That's just what it is. Oh yeah, do I have another? No, I will need to make a clarifier, okay. Might as well get on it. That's another 10. How many do I need? 15. Okay, so 5 more. Just keep the progress rolling. There's a couple clarifiers. Okay, so where was wastewater loading? Here you are. And it is fluoric wastewater that's full here. Just to be sure. Okay, and it's nitric here. It's only nitric because purified water just won't get a move on. Okay. We just don't have enough voiding for purified water, of all things. Wonder if there's anything interesting I could be doing with purified water. I just kind of immediately jumped to voiding it. Let's see. Progress is done for today, so I'm now waiting for a surplus of gardens. Just back to the grind, it seems. Why can I not view purified water? Okay, I know I can do this. So, purified water used in all these things. That's a lot of things. Wait, crystal powder. That's a science I don't have. Never mind. I'm just trying to see if there's anything I could do with this. Doesn't really look like there's much I could do with it. Like, there's all the acid recipes and everything. But it's I could turn you into oxygen and hydrogen, I guess, if I needed more of one of those. At what expense? The recipe doesn't tell me how expensive it is to run. Okay, never mind. I was looking for an energy value. I guess it depends on what machine you're running it in, so I guess that's acceptable. Like if I click on you, max consumption is... let's go tier 3. I assume I can make tier 3? Yes. So max consumption, 413. Crafting speed of 2. So this would be a... 80. Okay, it's 10 per second, but then it's 80 per second. So I already forgot all those numbers I just said. That's a lot of numbers, whatever. I was gonna look and see if my oxygen production up here, because right now I'm voiding off a lot of nitrogen, which is going to pollute, but I think I'm fine with that. Where is oxygen? Oxygen's full anyway, so I don't really need to worry about it. If anything, hydrogen is almost empty. That's because chlorine's also empty, and I make them as a pair. You are an electrolyzer 1s, though. Oh, I don't need to upgrade you. You're off because your condition is off. so I have no saline water, it looks like. Yeah, my stop limits are not emitting, but the saline water condition is not on. Next, more wood production, which I'm waiting on gardens for desert trees and bio-rubber. Bio-rubber from desert trees. Interesting. I've kind of half looked at rubber recipes so far, but I haven't needed rubber, so it's not something I've committed myself to looking at, I guess. Oh, I'm making no saline water because I'm not producing... I'm not producing purified water, which means I'm not producing saline water. Interesting. That might have an effect, then, on my algae down here. Unless you have your own production of saline water somewhere? You do. You come from the washing plants. Okay, that's fine. I am going to run out of hydrogen and chlorine at that rate, though. What do I do about that? What produces you? I am making salt. I could just produce saline water. I need alternative recipes. So yeah, chloric wastewater does produce saline and salt. I also just have a salination plant. That's definitely something I could do. I just have salt and water will make saline water. Desert trees for generators to build it. For the desert tree seed generators to build it. Gotcha. Yeah, I think I have something. Where are my wastewaters? Here we are. So, which one are you? You are Critanium. I haven't been doing you because you're copper heavy, but you do produce salt as a byproduct, which would be kind of cool. You don't give me anything interesting, do you? I don't believe you do. No. Okay. Let me just make a saline plant. Salination plant, that is. I don't remember what you look like. That's a bit of... Oh, you're going to be in here. Salination plant. There you are. Let me just see if there's anything I can do up here. So... yeah, so you are supposed to be producing saline water, which goes into this tank here. With a salination plant, I'm just putting you down somewhere so I can look at recipes and speeds and such. Sure. Okay, you can produce... You produce salt from water. Interesting. You can turn that salt and water into saline water, or you can just turn water into saline water. That seems like the way to go. Okay. So I suppose I can just read from the tank, and if I have too little saline water, I can produce some. I can even just use a top-up valve. So... yeah. Trying to think where I would want to position that. I'll put it up here because I'm going to eventually be making salt up here, and so that keeps all my salt byproduct type things together. Let me get this little gap filled in. Put you like up there somewhere. Yeah, I can get that long power pole in, and even though it doesn't quite reach, then there's the medium. Me plastic and resin from air and charcoal and catalyst and biorubber for ease of building. Plastic and resin from air, just from nothing. Wow. Charcoal and catalyst, biorubber for easy building. Not doing much petrochem confusion. Maybe that's something I should have been doing all along, because the petrochem is definitely where things start to slow down for me. I have to really think about what I'm doing, like plan out each step, make sure I'm not doing something crazy. Let's get you in there. That's like a perfect fit. There we are. Just didn't want the bots coming to deliver stuff to get sad since I'm running up here. Now, salination plant. So I do have some room to run to the left if I need more of these treatment plants. I might leave a little room to the left, just worst case scenario, and I mean, I guess I can just move this also. Wouldn't exactly be difficult. So let's just put it up there. Clear these trees. So let's see, you take 1,000 water. That's actually 200. Okay, so 200 a second. How many of those ground bores is that going to give me? 60. So I need 4 of you. So, 1, 2, 3, 4. Then just get the pipes in. You are going to need power, of course. So, let's just do something like that. And then I'm going to use a top-up valve. Rather than trying to inspect values or anything, I'll just top-up valve you. Top-up valve is the opposite of what I want. Allows flow if the output side is below 50%. No, that's what I want. Okay. So, top-up. And then I just need a saline connection. So, let's see where I can go. Ish. I can connect straight up that way. That's actually fantastic. And then just kind of keep running you up that way. And then we can turn here and just run it right home. Yeah, that's hard to beat. That's pretty good. Let's make sure I connected my corners. Oh, I don't even have any more corners. That's just how good it was. Okay. Yeah, so that's going to produce saline water when we're low on saline water, and when we're over 50%, then it just won't worry about it. That seems pretty good to me. Plastic and resin take charcoal and catalyst as well. No, you're good. I got what you mean. I will set up the lime filter thing here at some point, but I'm not too bothered by it right now. I'll get to it eventually. That's just more mental note to myself. I'm just kind of thinking out loud. And what else do I want? I should probably be requesting these logistic zone expanders since I do make them automatically. No idea how I wound up with logistic zone expander 2s. I'm not sure when or how I did that, but I have them, so I might as well make use of them. Now that that's all going, how is iron? So that wagon's full, that one's full, and that one's almost full. Okay, so he's going to hopefully go to steel and make some more steel for me. But this is a pretty sad trickle of ore for what's supposed to be a full yellow belt. Not even that a full yellow belt is like a ridiculous amount or anything. Pipe alert. Ah, the saline pipe, okay. Really, just that alone is no good? Oh, okay, it is noticing. Again, I always think it stops at the tank, but it does continue going for quite some time, I guess. Wait, are you? That's mineralized water. Ah, there we go. You produce saline water right there. I was literally across from you. Hold on. I didn't need any of that. There we are. I can literally just do this. There we go. And there's my saline water connection. Yay. Good. Okay, now that can produce. And that should just work. That should be fine. I actually really like this building. That's a really cool building. Like it's, I don't know. Some of the Angels buildings are just very nicely made. Anyway, I have the wastewater sorted out now, or at least I should. Yeah, fluoric waste is getting dealt with. It's turning into fluorine, which is being made back into hydrofluoric acid. Very nice. Okay. The actual wastewater station. Here we are. I don't know where the train is, but we're almost full on fluoric wastewater again. You're stuck on unloading. You're still unloading nitric. Oh, and a little bit of fluoric. Okay. Maybe it would be best to upgrade these pumps. If it's going to be taking that long. You do have a stacker. I could also just get a second train. Maybe not the most ridiculous idea in the world. I don't know. I'll upgrade the pumps and just see how that goes. Do I not have more you? I guess not. Why is it saying a logistic zone expander is missing? I have these automated, bro. Like, I have so many of these. Unless that's a 2 or something, it's impossible to tell. They look exactly the same. Let me just throw these 2 in the system, and if it's a 2, then whatever. Let's see. I need more red circuits before I build blue. Next is automate more buildings, but limiting factor is needing 200k landfill to place ready for base 3. Agree with Angel's buildings as that part of the reason I played C block. 200k landfill is, that's a lot. I would struggle with builds when I needed like 4k. Granted, I wonder how the dedicated area is doing down here, because that was before I had this up and running. So yeah, I currently only have banked 3k landfill. So 200,000. That's quite a bit. That's a good amount of landfill. Oh yeah, I guess, oh well, I'm still making them, never mind. And no, putting that one logistic zone expander 2 in there did not get rid of the one warning saying that I needed it. So, where on earth is something that is trying to request a logistic zone expander that can't find it? Because that makes no sense to me. I can't even imagine what that could be. And apparently neither can this. Okay. Well, good to know. Automated landfill production and playing with time warp. Time warp would help. That would make sense. Alright, what can I do to help this along? Because this is getting a little painful. Like, I still have no Saphirite, because I have no purified water. Where's the purified water? Okay, that actually is a concern. Why does Saphirite have no purified water? Because you certainly should. Mm-hmm. I mean, you're running, you have purified water, so the lines are connected, there's just no purified water to go around. Okay. Acknowledged. Oh, this is hooked up. Okay, this takes a lot of purified water, that's gonna be the reason. That makes sense. Oh, and I've filled in the belts. Other than this, because that shouldn't be there. I was kind of excited for a second, and then it had to be broken. But this one's filled in, at least. So that's good. Just not the one I actually want. Of course. Alright, anyway. Let's get this one power, and let's get him hooked up. Oh, this is a logistic zone expander, too. Weird. Okay. Anyway, electricity. I can drop that down. And that'll power everything in here. I do need to get you water, of course. Getting you water is actually going to be somewhat of a challenge because I've landfilled in this area so heavily. Let me see how the other one is. So I have 1, 2, 3, 4. So I'll do 2 up here, and then 2 down here, and just figure it out from there. Why do you not have input? You aren't connected properly. Cool. That's called a lie. I don't actually think it's very cool. Okay. Let's just do that, I guess. And then line that up, and in you go. Are any other buildings over here missing input? It doesn't seem to be. Okay. Well, anyway, let's get these connections going. Hold on. That may be a lie. You have water. You have water. None of you have water. Okay, apparently I just never actually built the bottom of this correctly. So, I guess I should probably do that then. So, this powers that. Those 4 go. This one powers that. Okay. So, top, good. You, good. And that's gonna do you, but you actually have, you have nothing. What? Okay, whatever. I guess I needed more than I thought. Okay. So, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Yeah, okay, that is 5. That is 5 pumps worth, so. Okay then. I guess so. Let's do you up to here. And then I can do you to there. That'll at least get these first 2 in. These guys. You can come down to here, I guess. And run this way. Oh, that's right in the way of those, however. You just have to come one to the left, I guess. That's no big deal. don't forget to connect corners. And then you're gonna just run down this way. Yep. And there we are. And that way I can put this one here, and he can come up to just one of these guys somewhere. So that's still only the bottom taken care of. I have this, and then these two. So let's do these two first. So that's easy enough. That doesn't feel nearly as crazy long as it should. Let's just do that. Yeah, okay. I don't know what was happening before, but something was being weird. But there you go. So that's, these. No, that's those four. So then I need these four and those four. So that's this pipe and this pipe. Okay. So you go up there, and then you go up there, and that just works. Unless I'm missing something. Well, there we are. Okay, yeah, that's all hooked in. That's all good. I have no power connection here, so I guess I'll need another power pole. Let's see. How much SPM is base design for Rust estimate? So right now I have basically nothing. My SPM right now is however much I can get away with. I have these many assemblers for Blue Science. Each one outputs 0.1 a second. So even with all 5 running, that's 1 Blue Science a second. Because the recipe... Well, okay, actually that takes it into account. So that's 1 Blue Science every 2 seconds. So not a whole lot. Base 2. Base 2 I haven't even started the design on. Right now I'm still trying to get the trains full of material. Once I have trains full of material, then I can worry about science. But my goal... I don't even necessarily have a solid goal. Here, I'll ask you, what do you think a good SPM target would be for me to build up to? I have no idea if I'll be able to hit those expectations, but I'll see what you think. And let's see. 250? I might be able to manage 250. That would be a lot of cobalt. I would have to get the cobalt recipe, but I want the cobalt recipe soon anyway. The catalyst recipe, that is. So I need lots of stuff. Oh, I already made you, so let's get these guys going. Yep, 5 more of those. Always more warehouses. Always more warehouses. Or 120 long term. 250 is a reasonable goal, I think. I don't think that's crazy. Especially, you know, especially with some of the later science cost things. Like, if I just scroll down here, like... I don't know. I'm trying to find something that isn't just strictly progression. Okay. Lab research speed. Even then, that's 500 of each pack at 30 seconds a pop. Lab research is always a little slow, but even at 250, that's, you know, a couple minutes just for that one research. This one's 600 at 30 seconds, so 250 is not like an absurd goal, I don't think. I mean, it's a lot, don't get me wrong, but it's not, like, crazy. Did I put those things I just crafted? I did not. So those have to go in. Do I need anything else? Doesn't really look like it, because the water things I already crafted, they're making their way to a chest, and then the construction bots have to notice they're in the chest. And then this area down here will be finished. But all the pipes are in place, so they should now be able to go. Well, I still need the offshores, I guess. The extra clarifiers are running at least. Let's see. Are these guys running at least? Well, I'm still waiting on an offshore. Here, you're in place now, so for the very first time the bottom row has started running. I didn't even realize they weren't running. How much science to beat the game? Be perfectly honest, I have no idea, and that's going to depend a lot on the path that you take. Like, if I were to really try and beeline it to just the rocket. Let me see. There's the rocket. So if I were to really try and beeline it here, it doesn't even take pink science, which is my current goal. It just takes purple and yellow. And it's not, like, absurdly far out. I mean, there's a lot between here and there, don't get me wrong, but, like... I'd need tungsten. I'd need a little more nitrogen processing because I need blue circuits. I need the thermoelectric generators. Heat shielding is expensive, I remember that. Like if I look at it, heat shielding is silicon nitride and tungsten carbide, and that might not sound like anything, but tungsten carbide is a lot of tungsten apiece, and tungsten is not that easy to get a hold of. I mean, I guess it's not that bad. Maybe I'm remembering it being a little worse than it was, or maybe it was completely different before or something. Again, a lot of my Angel's Bob knowledge comes from like 2020, so a lot of the times I'll go to look at something and it's completely different from how I remember it. Granted, just like look at the recipe for the satellite. Like, that is a little crazy. C-Block has the SpaceX thing that makes it 1 million. Ah. That's a little more than the 1,000 I need to research the silo. Like, these things are expensive, don't get me wrong. Like, a rocket part here, just, you can see the price yourself. It's pretty crazy, but like, it's not that bad, I guess. So let's see. Okay, so the robots have noticed that they have the hydro plants, so they should be on the way. Really do wish they'd bring the offshore pumps, but they'll get there. Anyway, the catalyst should be on their way down now, which means I have the difficult decision to make of how I'm going to try and shoehorn in catalyst recipes. So, in front of the iron ore station, I think I'm going to just put more ore sorters, because I do have the room on the right, not on the left. On the left has to go more processing for the final step, but on the right, I can put catalytic ore processing for specifically this type of ore. So I'll put sorting here for iron, sorting here for copper, sorting here for silicon, and so on for every ore type that I want. That is my plan, at least. I may put it above the station. That might actually work out better. Yeah, I think I actually like that a little better. Because it wouldn't line up very neatly otherwise, because sometimes these are a little off because there's gaps in stations and all, so I'll put it above the station that is requesting it. It works out better after iron, but iron's like the main one that I want, but I'll probably never need it for copper, so whatever. Yeah, launching a rocket doesn't beat the game on its own if you have SpaceX, yeah. Yeah. I definitely don't have SpaceX, so I don't need to worry about that, but that is definitely painful. So let me think. I think I will put this right around here. That way I can get an output line coming in here. And then I can have more splitters like this way. Think that makes sense? I'm not sure if that makes sense. Yeah, okay. So I'll combine onto this line, which does mean I want that to be a red. Fortunately, that is going to stop the flow, but oh well. This is going to be a yellow belt that comes in. I'm going to have sorters that can output onto this line, so maybe a little higher than that. Yeah, let's say here and there. And I believe it's 3 tier 3s to fill a yellow belt, unless the catalyst recipes are different. That's 4 a second, so 6 times 4 is actually a lot more than a yellow belt. Hold on. So 4, 8, yeah, I only need 4 of those actually. So that's going to be the output there. Surprisingly, somehow I don't have red inserters on my hotbar. I think I'm going to get rid of these attack drones. I don't anticipate myself using those again, even though that is really not great here. That's not really a good place for them, but whatever. Sure. And then I can put power right there, and that'll reach across so that I can also have input. $250 minimum SPM. Yeah, that makes sense. Even if you have the time warp mod, you know, there's only so much you want to push it until things become unreasonable, unrealistic. So 2 of each ore per second and 1 catalyst. So I'll have the ores wind up on a belt together, and then I'll have the catalyst back here, which means I may even want a 3rd input inserter. And then you will be long. That way I have 2 inserters for the ores themselves. I don't think I'm going to need that, but now I have it. Okay, that does mean I need to figure out a way to fish out the crushed ores before they get turned into chunks. Okay, initially I was thinking I could put a split here and continue that way, or maybe I could continue one of these end belts after it backs up. But ideally these should be flowing, and I also want to be able to set priority. Like, do I want processing or do I want catalyst? And I think the easiest way to do that actually is going to be if I have an initial split, like that, and then I can choose whether I want the flotation setup and everything that entails afterwards, or I can just run the crushed out and run a catalyst recipe. I think I will underground you, actually. And then run you this way. That's going to run right into the output line here, so let's actually bring you down a little more. Oh, hello, Crawler. That's, I didn't expect to see you there. Long time no see, pal. You were a great help in the early game. When I was building the whole rail network, invaluable. And then that lines up very well right here. And one more right there. Okay, so that at least gives me the crushed in a reasonable location. I think I will run this up and down so that I can meet the Jivolite at some point. It's also possible other things may want crushed iron. I should actually check for that. Do other catalyst recipes require crushed Saphirite. The ferrous mixture does. Eh. Okay, so this is the only catalyst recipe that requires crushed Saphirite, so I don't have to bother carrying it on after this. So that is something to consider. Might turn to the broken in a good way for bots that don't need to recharge to optimize UPS. Some of the infinite research is. Nobody expects the Crawler Inquisition. Yeah, he just surprised me. He's just a nice little help. But yeah, the nuclear bots are very useful once you can get them, and since they're the highest tier bots, they're ludicrously fast anyway. They're honestly so much fun to play with. I really wish I had them. I really wish I could even get tier 2 bots, but I'm working on it. Doing the best I can. Doing my best. The crushed Jivolite I should be able to get out in much the same fashion. Just split, underground, run. There's even a perfect little gap right here. Oh yeah, that's actually oddly satisfying. I love the way that belt just fits right in there like it was made for it. That's so nice. I don't need that underground, actually. Yeah. So, once again, come up here. You split. You underground. Run that way. And where do I even need to be? Just somewhere vaguely in that direction. Okay. I'll just continue you that way, and I'll figure out where to go with you in a second once I then check crushed Jivolite and see if anything else needs you. No. Okay, so once again, ferrous mixture of wood, but this is the only catalyst recipe that takes crushed Jivolite, so that is reassuring to know. I don't have to worry about moving this around all over the place. I can just run it down and be done with it. That being the case, yeah, I'll continue you this way, and then down this way. The catalysts are over here. I should have probably run them over here, but I didn't want to be in the way of all these belts, so it's whatever. Let's start getting this guy over. And I think I'll underground the iron here, since I have so many belts that want to come through in this area. Grab a splitter for inputs. So the first one here is going to be for... Yeah, how do I want to do this? That can be for the catalysts. Just run you that way and immediately underground. And then the other catalyst can be over here. And that allows me to run the ore belts in here without too much issue, because I can just run them here and split there. So, catalyst just comes straight in across, and ore comes in, and I'll even underground the catalyst here. And proper merge, so I don't cause myself any headaches later. And in you go. That's a congested knot of belts right there, but you know what? It works. And that's going to get me the catalytic recipe that I need. I do want to limit this. Going straight for tier 2 bots, but I have not built any bots yet. Going head on for purple and pink without bots. That sounds really difficult, I gotta be honest with you. I would be so lost without my bots. Slow as they are, bots are bots, you know? So, I'm trying to think about how I do want to limit this. And I do, definitely want to limit this. So I have all of these connected on a red wire. So let's get a decider combinator, maybe like here. And then I can get this red wire onto a power pole and follow it up this way. So I'm going to read the iron ore signal. And if... let me think. So once again, you're 768. So let's go 768 times 3 times 200. That's going to be a big number. Yes, it is. So I want, let's say half, because I want to leave room for the other processes to be able to run, because I do need the other ores. So let's say if you are less than half. Oh, I hope I can do decimal numbers like that. Yes, I can. Okay. So you're less than equal. Let's throw the equal on there. It makes no sense, but I'm paranoid now about the equal. And I guess I should actually put your output statement. If that's true, get a little green check mark. There we are. Connect all these guys up. And you only run if you have a green check mark. Yeah, there we are. Don't make much progress. Bye for tonight. Yeah, see you later, man. Enjoy the C block. Hope the grind doesn't get to you too much. Let's see. I need the force orders, of course. Still making miners. Still making miners. That is wild to me. So let's make sure I don't have any sorters in storage. I really shouldn't at this point. But I do. On the way, 6 of them. Okay. So when those arrive, I'll just upgrade all of them, and that'll be more than enough for the upgrade that I have coming. I would really like them to bring them, though. Speaking of bots being slow, like, where are you guys? I know the storage chests are this way, so I'm kind of just blindly heading down and hoping I can see bots approaching me on the horizon. Not really seeing anyone though. Oh, there's one guy. And there we go. Is that all of them? That was all of them. Okay. So upgrade all of those. Actually, I was only able to upgrade 4 of them. Funny enough. I mean, 4 is how many I need, but I will wait and upgrade the rest of them as well. So while I sit and craft those, is there anything else that I should be doing here? Is this set up properly? Does seem to be. Your priority is 100, set by circuit. Yes, okay. I have some steel in the train, but not much. I have iron plates in here, but not much. Yeah, the silicon doesn't seem to be a problem. It comes out every so often. It's definitely the ingots that are the issue here. So once I get this catalytic recipe going, that'll definitely help out. Especially because it can sidestep all the acids and wastewaters and everything, so I don't need to worry about them nearly as much. Like, this is technically running, but, you know, not a lot. And that's because there's no purified water. What do you mean there's no purified water? I should be making an absurd amount of purified water. I am backed up on purified water. Oh, this second station isn't connected to anything. Never mind. But this one's backed up on purified water. Like, it can't even run. So I guess I'm having pipe throughput issues. That's surprising to me. I should go ahead and get this connected, I guess. And let's see, where does this fall? Okay, that's gonna try and get me connected to the saline water. Let's not do that. This works though. I can just connect into there. So yeah, I have a full tank of purified water here. The pipe of purified water is completely full through here. Oh, I have a pump here. That's going to be the problem. That's going to be restricting the flow past that, because after the pump, it only does 600, and I believe each one of these takes 300. Let's see. You're 20 apiece, there's 30... No, each of you takes 600 by yourself. So yeah, this pump is not nearly enough. Even upgrading you is only going to be 1200. And there's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. So yeah, I definitely need more than that. So I'll actually go ahead and just do 3 of them like that. That does mean I need 2 more of those level 2 pumps. That's fine. I'm perfectly happy to build those. They don't take very long at all. And hopefully that will resolve that issue. I can't imagine it wouldn't, but we'll see what happens. Just one more reason to prefer the catalytic recipes, I guess. The ore sorting facilities, I probably crafted and never threw them in. Yep, there we go. It's like, why are the bots not bringing those yet? But I guess they had good reason. These two, the last little bit, are just upgrades of the ones that are already in my inventory, so I don't care about them too much. But those first 4, I would quite like to come and get placed. All the recipe ingredients are sitting there, they're fine. And that's going to give me a lot more iron. Yeah, that is a full yellow belt of iron, assuming these can maintain full uptime. That's 4 catalysts a second. And just to check, I think I make much more than that. But I am curious how many. Okay, yeah, like, if I could supply 200 mineral sludge a second, which I definitely cannot. Yeah, definitely cannot, but assuming I could, then I could supply 16 catalysts a second, so that's definitely no issue. Definitely not, yeah. That's only 35 thermal water a second. So maybe I'll go ahead and just expand this. Yeah, this thing running does take 75 pure water a second, but with this entire setup down here, this entire new hydro plant setup, that should be more than enough. Yeah, this single plant produces 200 a second, so 75 is kind of nothing. I didn't actually realize it was quite that much. I figured that was a much larger draw than it was. That's one of the reasons I don't like doing power only with medium poles, is because sometimes you need to rip medium poles up. So let me actually run a large power pole to the back, so that all the stuff in the back can maintain power, while I add a little more to the filtration there. And I guess I can run a medium there, that's fine. There's just these right here in the middle that are going to get a little jumbled up real quick. And actually, it would make more sense once they're down to pull power from the right rather than the left, and I can get rid of these power poles just kind of out here in no man's land. Oh, here goes some wood. Well, that's gonna be a minute, but I'll do that later. Okay, these are finally on the way. Very happy to see that. I'm actually quite excited to see the moment those get put down. That should be them right there. So let's just zoom in and see how it goes. Very long drum roll. I guess I'll take the opportunity to have a drink. And there we go, there's all 4 of them down. And that's so much better. That's just so much better. One thing to consider too, if this hasn't crossed your mind, is that this is 2 Saphirite and 2 Jivolite going in, along with the catalyst, and 4 iron ore coming out. That is by far the most efficient per raw ore recipe that we have for getting iron ore. Because even when we go and process this, the most efficient way to get iron out of this is actually to just crush and then smelt. And even then, that's 3 crushed Saphirite to a plate. Well, actually, I guess the first sorting recipe might be better then. Because then you get 4 Saphirite to 2 iron, so that's 50%. But even then, that's only 50%. This, 100% of the ore becomes iron. Can't beat that. I do want to come here and do input priority for the right, so that no matter how backed up this gets, we don't stop this lane here, because I do need this lane to continue coming in. What I might do, though, is upgrade those there, so that we don't get this distribution, even though things are backed up here. It hardly even outputs here. If I upgrade these, then that artifacting goes away, because essentially we're taking more than a yellow belt and iron over here and jamming it all into a single lane of yellow belt right here, because we have this lane, we have this iron, and we have this iron all being jammed into a single lane essentially right here. Like, not quite, but you get what I mean. Yeah, that's still not lightning fast, but that's so much faster than it was before. That's so much better. And it will be even better once the bots come in here and upgrade these belts. I'm checking. We do have them. They are on the way. Is that them? Oh yeah, that's them right there. Okay. Well, they're gonna be a minute. Let me see if this construction up here is done. It does seem to be. Okay. That means I can knock those poles out. And I'll copy this guy and just throw him over here. There we are. This doesn't really need to be an underground, so there we are. And I can just connect those as well. And that seems great, except I do need a power pole up here. Put a pole over there. And all this is fine. Maybe instead of going over, I can go under. And then connect down here, and that way that'll help bridge there as well, and then I don't need these power poles. And that would be nice. I don't really like these power poles over on the left here. This is a little nicer. In which case, don't do that. Yeah, I would go ahead and cut these 2 poles out, but these are actually running right now, so I don't want to stop production just to make my power poles prettier. Granted, it's not like we really need it. We're just filling tanks, and I don't want to have to come back up here and do it again later, so let's just cut those. And that's fine. This lamp shouldn't be there, it should be here. And yeah, everything's good there. Oh, cool. Okay. So we have our first catalyst recipe up and running. Very cool, very exciting. That's going to give us a lot more iron coming in, but I would also like to now look at the catalyst recipe for silicon, because we also need silicon for steel, and it's not like we have a tremendous amount coming in. So if we look at the catalyst recipe for silicon, that's going to be a green catalyst, Rubyte chunks, and Bobmonium chunks. So unfortunately, this one isn't just crushed. So we do still have to deal with the wastewaters and all, but it is going to sidestep the acid cost to everything. So I'm going to do pretty much exactly the same thing I did down here for iron. In fact, I will go ahead and start making the sorters. I can even put these two in the system already. And let's see. Yeah, here we are. So, I wonder how impractical it is. Let's not copy that splitter down there. I wonder how impractical it is to try and just copy all of this. It is backwards. Can I flip you? Okay, I can, but then I start running into these belts, so I guess I will just have to mostly reconstruct it. So, my output can't line up as cleanly on this one. I'll just have to be like over here somewhere, but that's fine. Bobmonium and Rubyte are both going to be coming in from the top. But I might bring them down and like over here anyway, so who cares? This can just go like right here. Let's bring this in. And how did I do it down here? I did have another splitter, okay. Like that? Why is my own design confusing me? Okay, let's just copy this whole thing. And vertically flip you. And put you there. Okay. Perfect. And in we go. Okay. The recipe here is going to be silicon. And I didn't get the comparator. So let's grab you. And yeah. No real good place for you to go. Guess you can go in the middle. That's too long to reach, but I am going to need a power pole, so that's no big deal. So, in you go. In you go, and connect. Awesome. And then, I think these are all connected to each other, but maybe not. Nah, okay. This one's going to be silicon, of course. And you should stack to 200, so I don't need to mess with the number at all. And yeah, this is gonna be backed up momentarily while this all gets sorted out, but I should have all the splitters and such that I need, so it shouldn't really matter. Bobmonium and Rubyte, and a green catalyst. So let's say kind of the same deal that I did last time. I'll have a splitter here for the catalyst. And that'll allow me to get the ores in just fine by doing something like this. There we are. So, green catalyst. That's gonna have to come from way on downtown. I don't really like that. Can I even do that? Oh, I can. Look at that. Okay. So, underground, the mineral catalyst, and then we're going to split the green catalyst, even though there's no real point in doing that because I know nothing below us is going to want the green catalyst. You might as well. I already ran the belt. Whatever. Who cares? It's not hurting anything. Now I need to get the Bobmonium chunks and the Saphirite chunks. And that's going to be a little bit of doing, but it shouldn't be too bad. In fact, I can split them from like right down here. Yeah, there we go. Let's undo that construction. Deconstruction, rather. Funny enough, you already do the wild zigzag to get around the mine here, so not even that big of a deal to run you somewhere weird. If I had half a mind to, I might have even split you down here, but I don't really want to commit to this being permanent. At some point, this is going to have to go. So let's layer our belts a little more smartly. And while we're going, this needs power. While we're going, let's get this down and do the same thing here. Okay. Now the question is, where do I bring these belts down? Because this area is a little packed. Okay, maybe just kind of hug the inside there. For the Bobmonium, at least. And let's see. So you come down this way. You can even take that underground there, and then straight through there. That works. And where am I trying to get to? Silicon over here. Okay. So you gotta go a good ways further down. So let's just keep running you. There you are. And just keep on going. And okay, is that far enough? That is finally far enough, yes. Okay. So I'll figure out how to get everything exactly in here in a minute, but that's as far as I needed that to go. I may even... Okay, let's do the same thing I did for the other crushed ores and see what recipes the chunks are used in. Nickel, quartz. Okay, nothing. So you're really only used in the silicon recipe. You are zinc. Okay, you are used in silver and quartz. Well, quartz being silicon. So it's fine. I don't want you to be mixed necessarily, so you should stay pure where you can. Even though I think all the things that you would be used for are turning up rather than down, but whatever. However, the Rubyte chunks here, they can all just be half belted onto you and sent down this way. There's no problem with that. So I think that may be exactly what I do. There we are. And just Send you right down there. And let me see how I want to do this. So I'd love to do it to the left, but that doesn't really work well. So instead I'll do it here, and then continue down. And that'll give me a half belt of each. And hopefully I don't regret that decision for any reason. I can't imagine why I would, but, you know, oh well. And then this can come right here. And into that splitter. I just have to get it over there now. So maybe do something like this. And then I'll underground crystal catalyst. And then I can underground you through here. There we are. A little bit weird, but whatever. That'll get it in there at least. How's progression? And hi, Mumpkin. How you doing? So, after being locked in on belts for just a second, I have my iron catalyst recipe going. I've just started the silicon recipe going. I came back to base to throw these in the trash slots. And other than that, I've been building basically exclusively in map view for a while. So this is all going to get placed, and once it does, I still need to actually get Bobmonium in here, but then the Bobmonium chunks and the Rubyte chunks will flow down here, get sorted into silicon, and then be loaded into silicon. I have the catalyst recipes set to be the lower priority than the regular sorting, so that if I need the regular sorting, it can still happen, but I do primarily want my source of ore to come from the catalysts. Speaking of which, I should probably try and find a Bobmonium source. I do literally have this right here that I have been tempted to tap before, but I should probably actually get a station, except I'm still negative mining drills. It's not even that I don't have any. If I even made some right now, they'd be going somewhere else. In fact, maybe it's time. Can I come in here and force a few more to be built? Like, what am I missing? Green circuits right now? Just get built. Get built. Just please go. The warehouses are finally finished, it seems. I don't need any more of those. While you were gone, funny enough, I found out that the bottom third of my hydro plants had just never been connected. And guess when I figured that out? Fortunately, they are connected now. I'm hoping the bottom is able to function now, because it had been restricted on purified water. Yes, okay, so that's all going. As it turns out, my entire flow was restricted through a single tier 1 pump, and a tier 1 pump is only enough for a single setup here, so I had to expand that quite a bit. Welp, yeah. Other than that, I've kind of been just bouncing around, trying to figure out why the things I've set up aren't working as well as I think they should. Like, I set up cobalt steel hours ago. I still do not have the first plate. I do not have the first delivery to the station that produces cobalt steel. That is a little frustrating. That said, with the iron sorted now, I should be making better progress. Why is this blocked? What? Why? Why? I really must have been sleep deprived when I was building this last time, which I think is like the third time I've said that today, but it just keeps being true. Good. That does mean, of course, that I have to now come in here and clear this whole belt. So let's do that. And then paste it right back over. That way, once the bots come in and clear it, then we'll get it placed right back. I don't really need these power poles to be picked up, though. So yeah, you're starved, and you have no iron pellets. Because you don't have an input. See, like I'm saying. Like, come on, me. You can do better than that. I bet I copy and pasted that design too, so I wonder if anyone else is missing. Yep, they sure are. Okay, you've got all your inputs. And I think that's about as far as I've gotten. Yeah, this needs input, but yeah, we're far away from that. Oh, well, this is going now at least, so I can set up the coal coke train. Just told someone on the subreddit that trick today. Yeah. Well, it's, you know, if it works, it works. This is an empty train, so you can be my coal coke train. So that's coal, not coke. Okay, just coke. So coke loading and full cargo, coke unload, and empty cargo. I don't know why those bots got so angry. They're carrying the lime away. That would make sense, okay. I'm gonna have a lot of random lime just thrown in my system now, but oh well. Can't really be bothered. So, there's a tremendous amount of coal coke just building up over there. I think that was a power dip just now. Oh yeah, the accumulators mostly ran out. I only just placed a couple more accumulators over here, so I guess I need more. Let me just copy this whole thing right here and very carefully place you. And then one more. And make sure all those connect. Yes, okay. Making sure these substations connect is a little tricky. It's hard to tell sometimes. How do you like the coal coke station, by the way? Isn't it great? Just the best, right? Oh, there's one more. Yeah, if I'm gonna be negative on miners, I might as well pick up the ones that are empty. And look at that, we finally got some steel ingots coming in. It's wonderful. It's so nice to see. After so long, I finally have like an actual flow of steel on belts. It's not even a full yellow belt, which is what I designed it to be. But it sure is going. I actually don't know why it's not a full belt. Oh, I have no oxygen? What? So there's... Oh, I designed this for 3, and there's 5 now. So, yeah, that's going to be 150. I don't really need 150, but... yeah, I need one more of these. What's the rule? Always build on ore? Yeah, that's the hard rule I've been following. Let's see. So just one more of these will do. In fact, let me do that. And then I can flip you and just... oh, that won't work because that's there. That's annoying. Well, whatever. I guess that works. Sure. That is technically powered. You just need input. So let's see. That's 340-ish. So I'm gonna need 6 7 of these now? Wow. So here's 6, and then 1 more. And that probably means I'm going to need several more flare stacks also for the nitrogen being produced. So I'm going to move you back 1, and then just put a couple there. I'm not even going to look at the numbers I need, I just know I need more. So let's just make more. Of course, I do actually have to craft those machines. Let's just make a couple of those. And I don't even know what that machine is. I wish there was a good way to tell, but whatever. What are you? Chemical plant 2? Maybe that's what it is? Maybe that's what it's trying to show me? So, chem plant 2. And those are going to take a while. Have I handcrafted anything else I need to throw in the system while I'm just sitting here? Because I do this from time to time. I just make things that I need and then go do something else, and then eventually they're finished. Same thing I'm going to do now, in fact. So that's steel going. How's silicon? I don't have a delivery of silicon. Where is silicon ore? Has the catalyst... Oh, I don't have Bobmonium. I keep forgetting. So let's tap this other patch over here. Route the ore into here. And then I can start sending trains to both the main base and the ore processing area. Let me just clean up a little bit. Yeah, there we go. Yeah, alright. This is almost within construction range already, so I don't even need to do very much. I'll just pop a roboport down, like, right on the side, somewhere just close enough that it won't be in the way. And then I just need to run power down to it. Yeah, there we are. You know what? Let's not do that. Instead, we'll do that. Okay, and that allows me to come in here, grab my miner blueprint, and just start blasting some mines down. Yeah. There we are. And again, as always, ones that look like they're going to take liquid, I can just pick up because I'm not sending acid up here. I think that was all of them. It's a little hard to tell sometimes. And just clean up the excess. There we go. Okay. Then all I have to do is run the belts in to wherever my mine is. And let's go ahead and get a train set up. So that's Bobmonium load. So the distinction I'm making here is that the main base is Bobmonium unload. And the processing area is Bobmonium unloading. So that allows me to distinguish which station I'm going to send a train to. How's your fuel? You are full back there. Very good. You're going to be a Bob train. So Bobmonium load. Wait until full, and then unloading. And wait until empty. Okay. No use in getting all those miners down without routing them in, so let's go ahead and get some belts going. I'll probably run 2 belts over here. That seems reasonable. I don't think I'm going to have more throughput than that, and this mine still has ore left in it, so no reason to be overly, you know, use too many belts is what I'm trying to say, I guess. There we are. And in you go. There's a little bit of ore up here that's not going to get tapped the way things are, so I guess I can do something like that. And then just run you over and down. This one can come out, and that'll be a belt, and then I'll merge all these into a belt as well. So, you there, and splitter. And then you can come over here, and once again, splitter. So there's my 2 lanes. I just have to figure out how I'm going to get them down this way. Where do these even line up? If I start just running these, where do I wind up? Oh, that's not too bad. There we are. And in you go. Okay. So those all get hooked up in due time. They're all within construction range. It's just a matter of getting the bots out there and getting the mines built. So as they trickle in, they'll produce a little more ore, but I'm not even gonna really need it too much for a while. There. Do something like that. Even though I do basically exactly the same thing right there, so that makes no sense. Let's instead do that, which I believe makes more sense. I think I'm missing one. Yeah, I think that's correct. Because I don't need to continue you after that point. I think that's good. I'm not entirely sure, but whatever. It's gonna get the ore on there, and that's what matters. Let's come back and throw those things that I crafted into the system. Yep, once again, just make sure there's nothing in there. No other things in there that I've crafted that I want to throw in, that is. So let's see, how are you doing? So you're mostly running, but it looks like you're going back up. Because that number is ticking up ever so slightly, but it isn't very much. So when you do back up, it probably clears pretty quickly. Well, eh. At the very least, it's a yellow belt of ore, and that was my intention. Silicon. Well, I guess I have to get the train in here to load first. I'm assuming it probably already did. So, yeah, there you go. So here's the Bob coming in. It's going to get crushed, come through. Oh, I had really good timing. This is apparently the first of it. So it gets crushed. You have your purified water. There's the chunks we need. And then those will come down here, and we'll split them into actual processing to get sorted and down the catalytic route. A giant bus of crushed stone and assorted byproducts just flowing by like a highway. Very cool, thank you. I appreciate that. I'm not entirely sure I agree. It could be a lot better, but it is... I do enjoy the highway. The highway's fun. But I do kind of wish I'd known about the catalytic recipes a little bit earlier, because they make everything a lot nicer. This area could have been a lot nicer if I'd just committed to the catalytic recipes from the beginning. Though I guess I do need most of this if I need the chunks and the crystals and everything anyway. So I guess it's not a big deal. Basically, all I would cut out is the big sorting bus thing here. And even then I needed a little. Like, some nickel is going to be good. Some, you know, I'm going to need some zinc from time to time, I guess, so, eh. Very organized. Well, thank you. I didn't start that way. If you want to lose all faith in me, here's the oil processing area. Let me just grab a pipe. This is a nightmare to build in, as I'm sure you can understand. And I got tired of this very quickly, and the spaghetti base is not very nice at all, but this is what has enabled me to produce this. So this is what I always wanted to make. This is what I was forced to make at the beginning. Much better than I could do and worked on the game myself. Oh no, it's you know, sometimes you are allowed to be neat. The spaghetti did start organized as fair. It just, as my ability to care dwindled and dwindled, I started placing more and more belts in unwise positions. But, you know, it's not like any of this just pops into existence all at once. You don't have to commit to any of this. What am I trying to say? It's not as complicated as it looks. You still basically start the game by mining by hand, crushing rocks, getting ore, smelting plates. And from there, everything just grows and grows until you're trying to figure out which catalytic recipe you want for your plates to get the most efficiency out of your ores. Speaking of which, iron's still okay. Did I ever get anything in silicon yet? Where even is silicon? There you are. Not yet. Oh, there's the first of it, though. Okay, come on, we'll watch it together. It's exhilarating. Okay, maybe there's no reason to watch it. It's gonna come in here, it's gonna make silicon, and silicon's gonna help me make more iron and more steel, and then I'm gonna be happy. Speaking of steel, why do I still have no steel ingots? Oh well, okay, I definitely have steel ingots coming in now. Any limitations? Still oxygen. Is this all placed? Oh, these haven't been placed yet. These are air filter 2s. I made air filter 3s. Let's do that, I guess. Okay, I need another 4 air filter 3s, it looks like. I don't know where that is. Okay, 4. There we are. Subreddit criticizes any build that doesn't include in-game buildings, modules, and beacons. As if you can just start that way, yeah. This is how you get there. You always have to have a starter base. You may notice, no concrete anywhere on site. That means I can still call it my starter base. Oh yeah, I mean, it is definitely... I get the reasoning. Like, it's difficult to say, here's how I got to purple science, and here's the build that I used to do it at exactly my tech level, when there's like 8 different ways you could have chosen to get there. But at the same time, it's definitely like, yeah, your end-game rocket build that launches 3 million science per minute is great and all, but like, I'm over here, unable to craft miners right now. I'm missing 39 miners. How is this going? So that's unloading. You don't have water. I never resolved that. I should probably get on that. I just kind of said, yeah, I'll get to it, and then never did. And how does that line up? A one-off, of course. Naturally. In you go. I don't think I have that pump. Oh no, okay, I do. I do need a flare stack though, so let's make a flare stack. And There's another air filter. There you are. And I do think I need one more of the air pumps. There we are. And let's see. I am just gonna wait for this one to handcraft because I only need one more, so... There we go. Okay, so that should go and get placed, and that should help steel out considerably. I mean, we are already making a good amount of steel now, but having the extra little bit is definitely going to help, especially with the upgrades. Oh, these are 75 a second, so I was looking at these, so, oh well. I've future-proofed. You know? That's always what you do when you play Factorio, you future-proof, you know? Gotta get the tier 3 buildings automated and dreading it. Yeah. Automating the buildings is not something I'm gonna do before bots. I decided that a long time ago, it's not gonna happen, it is what it is. I'll put up with however much handcrafting I have to do. I'm not setting that up. Just not gonna happen. I have a dead zone here. No construction. That's weird. I'm kind of... I want to fix it, but at the same time I'm like, eh. How's that silicon doing now? There you are. Oh yeah, look at the difference. Look at it go. That's so much better. Why haven't I been doing this for like 3 weeks? I've had access to this for so long and I just didn't do it. That's so much better. Oh, that's upsettingly better. Okay. Well, I have it now. What is the game? Hey, this is Factorio, but if you notice the title, it's not Vanilla Factorio, this is Modded Factorio. I have both the full suite of Bob's mods and the full suite of Angel's mods. So Angel's tends to add a lot more ore processing, which is mostly what you're seeing here, whereas Bob's adds higher tiers of buildings. So Angel's tends to make it more complicated, and Bob's tends to make it more endgame focused, so they work really well together. Yeah, no problem. If you want to check out the vanilla game, I would definitely recommend it, because if you don't know how the vanilla game works, it'll probably be hard to follow a pretty... This is a pretty hardcore modded run. That said, you're of course welcome to stay, and if you have any questions, I'll answer as I go along. Always need something to yap about anyway, so... Yeah, it's on Steam. Why do you not have fuel? Well, I guess once you have carbon, you'll have fuel. That's fine. You have no steam because you don't have water. Oh, because the pipe's not placed yet. Never mind. Into a BA run is the perfect way to learn Factorio. Yeah. I mean, it would be intense, but you know, hey, it would be interesting at least. Let's start looking towards cobalt, because I really do want to get cobalt going. Why is there no cobalt? Unfortunately, I can't do a catalytic recipe for cobalt, because I don't have the science for it. There's just not much cobalt ore, okay? Why is there none coming in? That's upsetting. Hold on, where do you come from? You are... Jivolite, okay. Why are you stuck? No hydrofluoric acid. Why is there no hydrofluoric acid? Well, there's no hydrofluoric acid, that would be why. Oh, I don't have conditions on you, like I do for the wastewater train. That would be why. Let me grab a comparator. And I'll have to link up all the tanks. Not to your output. Okay, let's grab each of you, add you in here. It's been my issue. I wanted to use the catalyst recipes, but I needed to use flotation to get there. Now I need to consume all the ones from floating everything. I mean, some of the catalyst recipes do still use flotation. Mixed fluid trains is crazy. I mean, I have 3 long trains, I have 3 wastewaters, aside from the sulfuric waste train, but then there's 3 ores that generate sulfuric waste, so it's actually worked out very well. Okay. These all together, what do I need next? I need you next. And then I need you. So if any of you... I should be reading the train, not the tanks. Reading the tanks doesn't make any sense. So, read... train contents, there we are. So, if any of you are less than, like, 1k... maybe that's still too much. Yeah, that doesn't make any sense. Why would I do that? Let's say less than 1, because that's going to tell it if it's empty. So if you're less than or equal, let me do that. The whole or equal thing has screwed me up a couple times already, so let's do that. Output the check mark, and then wire the input in. And this train will leave on circuit condition checkmark greater than or equal to 1. And then I can get rid of that. There we go. And then I still do only want it to depart from the main base if it has a full cargo. No reason to come back with a half-empty wagon. But that way, whenever the first one runs empty, it'll take off and refill. So that'll get Jivolite leaching running again, and then that'll get me more cobalt. Is there anything else useful I could be doing? I have titanium building up. Not very much, but I have some. I have very little cobalt, but that is my goal for today, is to get cobalt up and running. I still don't have any deliveries to this steel station, which is a little troubling. I would quite like to have a delivery to that station. I don't think you can raise priority past 100, but just as an experiment, let's find out. Combinator. Here we are. Let's just do a little constant combinator, like here. It's a green wire, and let's just set P to, like, I don't know, 20? And of course I don't have a constant combinator, so I will have to craft one. Shouldn't be too much effort. And come on, guys. You can do it. Alright, so that'll go off and get stored somewhere, and then one of the construction bots will come along and grab it. And once they do, I'll see if that does anything. I don't suspect that it will. I think it caps at 100, but I wanted to find out. Let's see what else. I've got steel. Steel is loading. Very good to see. Silicon. Silicon is doing nothing, but I'm accruing ore, and I know I'm accruing ore, and that's all that matters. This is empty because Rubyte ran empty for a second. That's curious. I probably just ran out of ore. That's a long trip out to the mining outpost. So, oh no, I'm sourcing ore locally. I forgot it's this thing in the way. So what's wrong? You're full on nitric wastewater. Okay. Wastewater, yep, you are definitely full. So, you're stuck because you have a tiny amount of nitric waste in you that I just can't get rid of. Okay, you are running. Yeah, I think I just need more of these. It looks like they're not quite keeping up. So let's just copy this whole thing right here. Gotta be careful so that I don't break things. I also have to figure out how I'm gonna get the items out, but one step at a time. Yeah, okay. So, do that. Anything. Let me actually get rid of all these pipes. And then I'm going... Oh, I hope that wasn't an important pipe. I don't think it was. I don't think anything ran through here. I think that was just the one random pipe that bots decided to place. Anyway, I'm gonna flip you so that I can more easily connect you. And no, never mind. There was probably an important pipe in there. Well, I'll replace it in a minute. Where might you have connected, though? Oh, and here's a random disconnected underground, okay. Okay, there is no pure water anywhere. I don't see where I was connecting to pure water. Ah, there we are. Let's bring that down a little bit. And there we go. Okay, all good. All cool. This one now. Surely it'll be fine, yeah. I can run you down this way. And then kind of intercept right there, I guess. Yeah, that works. It's not great, but it works. Okay, that's fine. Pipe in. That's unnecessary. Don't know why that's there. That was probably part of the copy-paste. And then I do need to get the solids out. So let's do that, leaving room for an underground in the future if I happen to need one. And just immediately underground that. And in you go. Yeah. One down, and 2 more to go. So, flip you around. Let's not break things this time. At least if I can help it. Let's break things this time. And hope that that makes it. If not, I'll have to deal. So that connects. How am I gonna get this mineral water out? That's a very good question, me. How am I gonna get this mineral water out? Well, I guess there's no undergrounds here, so I can just underground right there. I don't know why I was thinking that wasn't a possibility. Okay, so pick you up one. This also is going to have to change. So let's do like that, so that I can get pipes in here to connect my inputs. And then, once again, I am going to need an inserter. I do fortunately have power this time, which I probably don't down here. Yep, didn't even think about it last time. That connects. That's cool. And consider it. I can't see a thing. There we are. Okay, I can tell from the way the belt curved that that connected. Otherwise, I'm completely blind. I don't think the building itself actually has power if I do that, so... maybe I'll do... ugh. I don't know what I'll do. None of these power pole positions are very nice to me. I guess I can do that. That's fine. Okay, one more. Flip you. This one is at least going to allow me to easily connect here. Look, it's being so kind. Can I easily connect here? I can't. Okay. That's fine. I can do that, and then connect through here. Leave a gap. Clear some trees. I really need to be able to see. I would love to be able to see anything. And something like that again. That doesn't make it, does it? No, not even close. Where does this lined up? Better, whatever. Straight down, and in you go. Okay, so that's all of them. I do have to make the buildings, of course. I say that as much to myself as anyone else. I always kind of forget I can't just magically expect the buildings to come. After building in map view for this long, in any other game, the buildings would just appear from somewhere, but of course in Bobs and Angels it's not that easy. That is definitely going to help with my drain rate though, because this is pretty abysmally slow. Yeah, even this is pretty much stuck. Yeah, I was making sure the buildings weren't actually stuck on anything, but no, they're just slow. Okay, let's see. Throw you out. So at least one of them can go get placed. And one more, come on. 5-second crafting time. 5 seconds isn't too bad. And there's the second. Come get them, guys. I know you want them. I appreciate the building supplies, but go build the thing. Okay. Yeah, there's still roughly half of this fluid wagon left of nitric wastewater, so... Are you just slower or something? No, it doesn't look like it. You're at the same speed as all the other recipes. You just really don't want to go. You are kinda maybe backing up. Yeah. You're like maybe backing up on purified water, which is kind of interesting. Does that mean I need more purified water voiding? You know, I do have voiding on both, I have voiding on hydrogen. Do I have voiding on oxygen by any chance? Where does my oxygen even go? Okay, I don't believe I have any oxygen voiding. So something that I might do is I might go ahead and set up an electrolyzer for some of this pure water. Just might as well get what use out of it that I can. Yeah. So... Where is pure water? Pure water's down here somewhere. Yeah, there's pure water. So what if I threw, like, even just literally an electrolyzer right here, and got purified water in to make a little extra hydrogen and oxygen. Even I don't really know why I'm doing this. It just, I don't know. I don't like having to void things if I don't have to. Okay, there we go. And then just connect you in, and that's hydrogen there, oxygen there. The hydrogen actually lines up very well. And then where does oxygen go? Oxygen's kind of a rat's nest. It's not great, but actually I can connect to it pretty easily right there. Look at that. Not bad at all. You don't have power, but, you know, other than that, perfectly fine. So, let's make that electrolyzer now. And that'll be a minute, but whatever. Mostly I'm worried about these guys, and I probably should add more of these. Trying to figure out what the best way to do that would be. Because I have to stay on this side of the overflow valve. I could just add more overflow valves, of course, but okay. Yeah, I'm a little caged in right there. Maybe the idea should be to do something like that. And then I can just pick these up and relocate it to, like, here. And that way I'm a little more free on my positioning. Doesn't matter quite so much where they wind up going. And I should have enough for all of those. I don't know why I wouldn't. There we are. And so that'll all get placed. These are going to be backed up pretty hard for right now because I just picked up 2 clarifiers, but once the clarifiers get put back down, that should help. Yeah, I'm only, before it was 20k, I'm only down to 12k now, so that's very, very slow. I should have been able to make a full round on this train by that point. Yep, that is full-on backed up on purified water, so that is definitely the problem, or at least it is now that I've made it the problem. There they are. Well, I still need the pipes, I guess, but there's step 1. Anyone else? Okay. Well, I'll trust that they've got that under control, and I'll check back later. How's leaching acid? Okay, I need the middle one. Okay, that was just now leaving base, it looks like. Yeah, so you're fully topped up and heading on back. So that should get Jivolite up and running again, which is going to give me more cobalt. Let's see. Why are you leaving? Excuse me, Mr. Train? Oh, come on. Okay, I will click on the train stop then. So if any of you are less than or equal to 1. Right. Okay. I'm confused why that would not be the case. Let's And time passed at least 10 seconds. Okay. I think maybe it was arriving to the station, and before, like, there's a single tick where it has to read the condition and then output it back. And so it was arriving, the condition wasn't true because it hadn't been able to read from the train yet, and then the train was leaving. So I have to make it wait a little bit so that it has the opportunity to read the train and then output the condition. So I guess that's something to be wary of a little bit. At any point, we should be able to watch it leave pretty soon again, because that hydrofluoric acid should be pumped out pretty quickly. It is only 600 a second, but eh. I guess I'll go check on that other thing and then bounce back over here. So, where were we? Okay, so these clarifiers are running. That's all good. They are running constantly. I may need another. Yeah, because this is still kind of backing up on purified water, so maybe I just need another. Yeah, okay. The clarifier is coming, so I guess I at least had another. And yeah, there goes the leaching acid train, so it emptied that middle tank, and as soon as it was empty, it left. So that is exactly what I wanted it to do. Let me make sure the wastewater train behaves the same. Like there's not any weirdness involved there, is there? The wastewater loading train checks to see if you're greater than 1, though. So, okay, the other one is a problem, I think, because it's checking for less than 1? Maybe? Whereas this one's checking for greater than 1, which will not ever be true on tick 1. At any rate, I haven't noticed you being a problem, so I'm gonna assume you're fine. Oh, we are... It looks like draining this much faster now. So that is good to see. And there it goes. Okay. Yeah, okay, so that's pretty much keeping up on everything. That looks fine. This is going to fill up very quickly, though. What can I do with you? I can combine you with compressed air. Okay, so I make nitric acid with you, which I am using somewhere. Okay, I'm making nitric acid down here. So that's clearly not something I really need in great amounts. I'm probably going to have to void this starting soon by using the compressed air recipe. Combine you with compressed air and then just void the outputs. That's not wonderful, but this is going to back up if I just leave it alone. What I might do for right now is just stick a warehouse here. And how's this one? Okay, this one's actually not very full at all, so that's fine, surprisingly. So you're a long. This should just get placed. Yes, good. Okay. So then I'm going to start doing that. So that'll give me a fair bit more storage so that I don't run out, but I will probably start voiding that soon. With all that going, I haven't checked on any of this down here in a while. How are you? No steel ingots, it looks like. Silicon ingots, maybe. Which one? Okay, we're waiting on silicon. I mean, between the two, that's the one I'd prefer to be waiting on. That allows me to send some steel down into the cobalt area. At some point, hopefully. Silicon's going to be gone. Okay, you're... What? Huh? Why is that? Your outputting is O. You should be less than O. You don't have O as an input. I don't think, anyway. Okay, so there's 2 in here. Divide by 3, so that should be nothing. So if 2 is less than or equal to nothing, okay. But you have none in you, so why are you still 2 silicon? Where has the line become contaminated? Was it connecting... Ah. Okay, hold on. I've done something wrong. I just don't remember why I've done this. It was for this guy. Okay. So I'll show you what's wrong. So I needed the total count of silicon for this guy. So since I had a string of all of these together on the red line, I ran the red line down here. But these rely on only getting their own silicon. So since I run the input of you up to this pole and then down, I guess I'm contaminating the signal here. So let's do just that. And then to there, and then to there. And then you have to disconnect from the poles. I've accidentally connected to the belt. That's not what I wanted to do. Whoops. Oh, and I did it again. Apparently that's easy to do. Okay, let's pay attention this time. There we go. So everyone should have the correct input. Yes, okay. Everyone's all cool. So that's why silicon was broken. Okay. Oh well. Do you still have appropriate inputs? Yes. Okay. Just had to make sure. Oh yeah, that's filling up a little faster now. How's steel ingots? Filling up just fine, okay. So I want to see which stop you choose to take once you fill up, because you should go to the cobalt station, I would assume, because there's already steel ingots in the steel station. So I am just gonna wait for you to fill up and then make sure that all of the logic I've set up is working properly, because I would have expected a little bit to have been sent there by now. With as much as is coming in on the belt, it sure doesn't pick up very quickly. And there we go. So let's see. What station did you choose to go to? You did choose to go to the cobalt station this time. Okay, very good. That's all that I wanted. This isn't connected to anything. You should have your total amount of coke coming in. There we go. Okay. I wonder if there's any other stations like that that I should have but did not connect those things to. Guess only time will tell. You're connected. You're connected, okay. Figured I'd at least check these. I know these are working because I've looked at them like 12 times. So, let's see if there's anything I can do to help Jivolite out. Are you running? You do seem to be mostly running. You're not running like crazy fast or anything, but you are running. You have no ore. None of the backline has any ore, even though this is running full tilt, which is strange to me. Yes, the belt is even full of crushed Jivolite. Okay, maybe I'll just upgrade you. Like I shouldn't need to, but we'll humor it. I would just like to have the production going, so maybe I'll do the same for everyone. Might as well get the back. I was trying to be a little stingy and not spend red belts where I didn't need them, but I don't think red belts are all that expensive at this point for me, so I can go ahead and do that for all of these, I think. And one more. There we are. Okay. And let's just see if that does anything for us. Why is this so choked? Oh, I guess there's just nowhere for the ore to go? Yeah, okay. I never properly set up Bobmonium. So you've got tin, silicon, that'll help, silver, and zinc. So silicon is the first, and then tin. So let's focus on those. There's already a belt of silicon coming down. And what is this? This is nickel. Okay, so not the nickel. So I do want to merge into the silicon belt, though. I guess in that case, where even is it? Right here? Then let's put this here. Turn you, and actually let's go ahead and, well, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. You can just be an underground. And probably another one like right there. Yeah, because that's going to have to run for a little while, but I will go ahead and filter off like here, but where is tin? Tin's right down there also. Okay, so I would want the tin belt to be here just to make room for nickel in case anything... Well, this is the last ore, so I don't really have to worry about it. Let's not be too silly. It can just go here. And then this can be tin. There we go. Okay. Filtering here can be tin. So to the right, we want tin ore. Just like that. And then I'll leave a couple spaces behind it And this one can filter for silicon. Just like that. Okay, so that's silicon and tin. What else was it? Silver and zinc. So let's go ahead and do those as well. Actually, there's silver right there. So I'll copy that. And then we'll start just undergrounding everyone. Maybe that's a little early. Let's say the same level here. That works. Yeah, that's cool. Bring you in, and splitter right there to get you all on the same belt, and send you in. So then all we should have left is nickel, even though there's a little more garbage left on there. That's just because I didn't filter right. Is it nickel or zinc? Zinc, okay. I was gonna say nickel's way down below, so if it is nickel though, or zinc rather, then that does make things a little different. So zinc is all the way up here, okay. So do that, bring that back so that you can be in underground. And one more right there. And that means you also need to be in underground. And in you go. That'll get me all the ores out of the Bobmonium patch sorted. I am going to have to pick up the garbage on the end of the belt, which is just part of doing business when you're working with ore sorting. You wind up with a lot of garbage in the logistics system. It just is what it is. Bots are going to take their sweet time to get up there. Oh well, while they're doing that, let me make sure I have these ore collector chests. I do. For all my different ore types right now. That's still going. The weak link here, if anything, is Rubyte, which is interesting. It looks like it's pretty solid. Anyway. You're shocked? Oh, yeah, you're telling me a Factorio player is playing Factorio instead of watching the Super Bowl. I know, who could have ever seen it coming? Okay, I've got steel. I really just need the cobalt. Okay, it really is just cobalt. If you come in here, yep, that'll produce each of you 12 a second, so that's easily going to fill this yellow belt. I should have you offset. And then, yeah, that's all I can do. I may even just go ahead and copy that. Even though you aren't going to be outputting nearly as much, I may as well have the offset option for you so you can output. More coal coke than I'll need for 100 hours, probably. And then you are doing nothing for some reason. Why aren't you connected? Why is there no pipe between you? How odd. Okay. Yep, still cobalt ore. Okay, do I actually have a cobalt ore train? I do, because I was excited, so of course I do. It's just a very, very slow trickle. Okay. Let's fill in the gap here. It's just a little ugly if you don't have anything there. I've got plenty of tungsten rolling up. And I've got some, in fairness, some cobalt backed up down here. I'm just waiting on bots to finish that. And I need this underground built as well. Surely someone is coming to build this. Okay, there's a lot of construction bots coming, actually. I don't feel like I queued very much, but I guess I queued a big construction job. Anyway, how is all this doing? So, most of this I can probably safely just pick up. In fact, why would I not just go ahead and pick all of that up and then go ahead and replace it? That makes no sense. Past you didn't feel like connecting them. Exactly. That's the answer to a lot of my problems, is past me didn't feel like it, and sometimes I feel like I could be a little terse with past me. I have a few choice words for past me sometimes. How's Jivolite doing? Is it at least running? Nope, of course it's not. It needs hydrofluoric acid. Why would it be running? Okay. So, where is it? Okay, I have no hydrofluoric acid. Once again, why would I? Why would I want the thing that produces the thing that I want? This feels like I may have connected belts that shouldn't be together. No, okay, that's probably actually hydrofluoric acid. That seems right. You produce hydrofluoric acid, but we have no sulfuric acid. Okay, I wasn't expecting to be low on sulfuric acid. Where do I even make sulfuric acid? Okay, sulfuric acid is definitely not empty, it is full. So, where's the thing that makes hydrofluoric acid? Your pipe is just empty. It's just straight up gone. Oh, I broke it when I was building in the trees. There you are. Enjoy. I'm sure someone will come and place that. When they feel like it. It's no big deal, it just keeps everything from progressing while it's not there. Okay, well, anyway. At least I have more steel. And I'm going to be getting more iron now. So, why are you not unloading? Once again, this is a case where these should be greater than or equal to. I bet you are also wrong. Yes, you are. And that's only going to continue to happen because I have not updated the blueprint. Really should do that, but kinda inconvenient. Okay, let's actually just go ahead and do that. Rails. Here's let me see, where are your comparators? There you are. Okay, you are actually correct. So this is loading. The other loading is also correct. Unloading is wrong. So stay parameterized, that's fine. I just want to change you to greater than or equal. There we are. And now, blueprint, unloading, and new content. There we are. So, make sure this is all correct. All looks good. Very cool, okay. So that is updated now, and I don't have to worry about it for any new stations, but every station that I've built already is still wrong, of course. What I see is that future me is going to be mad at past me no matter what, so I take an antagonistic approach. You show you who's boss, absolutely. You are the master of your own destiny. Okay, you're running. You're running? You're not, but that's because I don't have Cretinium. Even you're running, kind of. Well enough. Jivolite, however. Jivolite can't run. Because it doesn't have any hydrofluoric acid. Even though it's the only one that gives me the ore that I want. Well, at least it's giving me iron. Let me make sure this did, in fact, begin producing at some point. 9.4. You're pumping at basically nothing, but you are pumping. 9.6. Okay. Maybe I need more than a single building making hydrofluoric acid. Oh, it's in here somewhere. I know it is. I really don't want to have to follow the pipes again. Oh, there we go. Okay. Okay. So you're over here. You are making hydrofluoric acid. How could I speed that up? That's difficult because you take a solid item and produce a solid item as well, and you're right in the middle of everything. Maybe just like right here? I don't like it, but let me entertain how it works. So, first things first, that inserter is in like the most inconvenient spot possible. So I think I will pick you up. And I will move you here so that you can drop far away and pick up from the right. You will go here. Actually, none of that needs to happen. That makes no sense, because that still wouldn't help me get fluid in here. So instead what I will do is just that. And have an inserter do that, and I can even have an inserter do that, so you can output directly into the same silo. And then the acid itself. That's a little more challenging. Let's see. I can run you down this way. And that doesn't really do anything for me, but I sure can do it. There we are. And then, of course, copy the recipe in. I don't have a liquefier 3 in the system, naturally, so I will have to make one. Which is... that's the nature of the beast. You are still pumping out nitric waste, because I can't process nitric waste fast enough, apparently. That is a absurd amount of nitric waste, I guess. I would think I would have trouble with the other buildings at that rate, but nothing else really seems to be an issue. It really only seems to be nitric for some reason. So let's come up here and see how this is doing. Yeah, that's only 15k of hydrofluoric. That won't last very long. I probably finished handcrafting by now, so let's throw that in the system. Start getting that built. And that'll go off and do something, I'm sure. So let me do something other than try to just bounce around between steel and cobalt, because cobalt may be my goal, but we're getting there. We're just getting there slowly. Something else that would be useful, I guess, would be to start looking at the path to future science. So once I do have the cobalt, which science is this? Okay, yeah, so I have to produce cobalt first. It is a trigger tech. Then I have to do logistics 3, then express inserters, and then purple science. Or pink science. Which one are you? Okay, there's purple, this is pink. Okay. So, pink science needs flying robot frames, brass chests, express transport belts, and express inserters. First two, super simple. I already have flying robot frames. Brass chests are literally just brass, no big deal. Express transport belts, actually very expensive for me. That's a lot of steel because that means I have to make gray, and then yellow, and then red, and then blue belts. And that's a lot. But express inserters are they're not too bad. They take a red circuit, which is not awesome. They take some amount of cobalt, and at the rate that I'm producing it, that's more than I'd like to spend, but it is what it is. That's not too bad. But this, per transport belt, is 4 cobalt steel gears and 4 cobalt steel bearings, on top of already costing a red transport belt. That's expensive. Yeah, because each gear is 2 plates, and the bearings are 2 plates as well. A little over 2 plates. So that's quite a lot of cobalt going into each transport belt, and then it is 2 belts for 3 science. So yeah. The very first thing I'm researching is directly to the path of how to make cobalt better, because there's no way I'm going to be able to get through much science with the amount of cobalt I'm able to make from just Jivolite. Especially at this rate. How much acid am I supposed to be going through, by the way? There's 30 of these, each one takes about 4, so that should be 120 a second while it's running. So let me make sure I have at least 120 per second acid production. Wherever that may be. Okay. So that's 75, so I've got 150, so that does cut it. That is fine. Okay. I mean, as long as there's enough, then there's enough. I'm okay with that. We already have a whole nother tank of nitric waste, but we had almost emptied this one, so that is pretty good timing. Maybe, what are you? You're a pump 2. So you're pumping at 1200 a second. Yeah, that's pretty fast pumping speeds, and we should still have buffer on the other side. So I've just been filling you with buffer, so the buffer on the other side should be emptying, hopefully. No, nitric wastewater is completely full. Wow. Do I just make more nitric wastewater or something? I mean, actually I do, compared to the sulfuric. I know that it's double, but even still. So about 20 times 30 is going to be 600, so while you're running at 600 a second, the pump only transfers 1200 a second, so even though the train is only here half the time, that should mostly work out. Let me see if I have 600 a second nitric wastewater handling. No, I only have 400. Okay, well, that should be a problem for all the others as well. I don't know why it's just nitric, but let's expand it one more time. I wonder if I can just copy this. Let's be a little more careful than that. Yeah, okay, maybe that's a bad idea. Let's not just copy stuff when I can't see, especially. Let's go ahead and get all this pulled up. Over you go. Okay. So that should be fine. We can connect that fine. Once again, if I could see, it would be real cool. And let's just lay that there. That should connect everything just fine. And you do need power, but you should have power from up top. So that'll work itself out. Yeah, that all looks good. I will probably upgrade this inserter here so that he can keep up with 2 inserters loading onto his belt. Maybe go ahead and do that for all of these down here. Yeah, I'm kind of wondering how the rest of these are gonna fare, but we'll get there when we get there. What are you connected to? Down here? Okay. By any chance could I do the same exact thing? It definitely looks like I can. That should all work. Then all I need is the purified water and the actual input. Okay, that was relatively painless. Let's do this last one here. So, purified water, mineral water, or is that saline water? Oh, this is the saline water one, okay. And in you go. Do I need anything else? Oh, well, the input would probably be a good idea. Let's go ahead and give you input. Okay, I think that's everything taken care of. Should be, at least. Oh, well, there's one important thing that isn't taken care of. The buildings. Let's actually make the structures. And then, yeah, the acid is already empty again. But you are over halfway full again, so that's one thing. Is there any issues with nitric acid? Not nitric. Hydrofluoric, I think? I can't actually see from map view for some reason. Oh, that's because that's the wastewater train. What are you? Hydrofluoric, yes. So, are there any issues with hydrofluoric acid production? Fluorite actually isn't coming quickly enough. So, let's upgrade you. Yeah, you're stealing all the fluorite. Funny. You can take 7.5 per second, actually. So this is a full yellow belt of throughput, potentially. So maybe I wasn't giving this the care that it deserved. Maybe I should add a little bit more here. something like that, and then we'll just see how that does. Because this is only just enough acid, but only if it's constantly running. So, with only one of them running half the time, that's not nearly enough. Oh yeah, I handcrafted buildings, let's throw them in. Alright, so let's see, where does that leave me? What is the recipe once I get, once I have better cobalt processing? Hold on, why am I confused? I want cobalt ore, that's the problem. So, maybe catalyst? Let's just see. So, you are Jivolite, Crotinium, Bobmonium. Okay, I don't even mine Crotinium right now. That's kind of what I was thinking, so I might try and set up a quick Crotinium mine. I have a bunch of Crotinium right here, so I might head up that way and try and do that. I just haven't because up until now there's been a lot of biters, and that's not really something I enjoy dealing with. But it might be a good idea to go ahead and tap it so I don't have to do it later. That said, I don't really need it now. It wouldn't help me, like, right now. Why are they not placing these? Okay, there we are. Okay, curious. How do I not have enough fluorite to make the acid that I need? So it's 1 to 10, so hydrofluoric acid, you're 100 to 1. So let me go look at recipes real quick. So you run 1 to 1, you produce 18.7, and you consume 3.7. Yeah, so I should definitely be producing enough wastewater to fulfill this, because that's a 6 time? Roughly, like, a little less than 6 times? Unless, let me look at that one more time. So, let me do this solid. You take about 4 times 30, that's 120. That's going to be 12 fluorite a second. That's going to be 1200 fluoric wastewater. 1200. So 30 times about 20 is actually only 600. So I'm gonna only get half of the fluorite that I need from the wastewater processing. So that's interesting, actually. Because there is a recipe with the catalyst to produce fluorite. I just wasn't sure if I would ever actually need it. How do you spell fluorite? There you are. And it actually takes an ore sorting facility also, which is strange. Oh, and it takes ferrous powder and Jivolite chunks? Oh. Ew. I don't like that at all. Okay, what can I do with you? What is your thing? Yeah, the only catalytic recipes used for you are zinc and bauxite, which I definitely don't need. Or I could make ferrous sludge. which I believe uses all the acids anyway, in the next step. Maybe not. Okay. Interesting, interesting. I don't know why, but ferrous powder worries me. I have been scared of ferrous powder this whole time, that's why I haven't gone for it. It shouldn't be that bad, it's just 3 crushed ores. But for some reason, I look at it and go, It's like, something evil's in there. Let me just follow this processing chain. Like, how far does my current tech get me? So I can do that. That yields ferrous dust. This takes ferrous dust. I don't have that science. So then I would sort it. And that gets me manganese, nickel, and cobalt. It gets me cobalt. I need more cobalt. Yeah, I've noticed that that's how you get manganese, but the only thing you can seemingly do with manganese is use it to bulk out iron or steel, but since I would be trading iron ore for manganese anyway, I have never really bothered. Because that's like a whole nother ore setup thing you have to do. Yes, manganese can be used in aluminum, iron, titanium, or steel. That's really it. So maybe I'll go do it. If I follow my current highest tech process all the way down, it does get me more cobalt, and I do desperately need cobalt. I think I will go ahead and kick off a little more research. Just some random stuff. I have been holding off so that I haven't been using resources, but at this point, yeah, just a couple random things. Maybe I'll need them, maybe I won't. We'll just bring the base back to life a little bit. So, augmenting recipes for dumping it as a byproduct so you can get the cobalt you really want. Absolutely, yes. I don't care about the manganese or any of that stuff at all. I really just want the cobalt. The problem is I'm going to have to figure out an entire processing area to do that on. And I guess while I'm figuring that out, I'll also figure out how to make the fluorite, because I am going to need more acid for Jivolite. It's just, you only get half the acid you need, so that's something I'm going to have to figure out, because otherwise Jivolite's actually stuck. It can't produce anymore, because I'm not sorting the chunks. So right now I am stuck because I'll never get more wastewater, and I can't get more wastewater until I have more acid. So I guess I will just start building train stations. So let's go for a stacker. Let me think. So let's say that's gold. Uranium? Yeah, let me look at the ores that I get. Like, if I just search ore, there is uranium. I already have those. Gold. I will need manganese. Everything else it looks like I have. So yeah, so uranium, gold, and then last can be manganese. Yeah. Still don't know if your belt connected train network or my put everything on trains network is the better way to handle this mod. I've kind of come around since I've started trying to put everything on the trains that this probably would have been better as a large belt bus. Trying to do this with trains is somewhat impractical. I don't like how close that is to that biter base, actually. So let me undo all that. and I'll have to come up here and kill some of these biters and then expand up this way. And while that's happening, the bots can come up here and start building these stations. So I'm not losing time, I'm just spending it more wisely. So item loading, yes. This will be, what did I just say? This can be uranium. I think I get uranium. Yes, from Saphirite. And then the next one is gold. If I could see anything. Let me just line it up with the station below. Oh god. That's a little difficult. Easier said than done. Okay, there we go. This one is gold. Okay. And then while the bots are doing that, I will take a train and my artillery over and see if I can't kill some of these bases. It is getting a little hairy. I haven't kept up with military research in a while because the next tier of turrets take cobalt, believe it or not. And so I'm a little behind on military. And sometimes taking out these bases is a little scary. Arcs, and just take me as far as you can, Mr. Train. You know what? While that's going, since I'm not going to be getting any more cobalt, let me just send the train to at least go process what cobalt I do have. There it goes. If I wasn't in a train heading into biter territory, I'd stand here and watch the first processing happen. Honestly, I might anyway. Just because it's, I've been wanting this for a long time. There it goes. Sometimes you just have to, stand and watch your builds. You know? Just gotta do it. There goes the first of the cobalt ingots. Alright, back to combat. No personals, please do not do that. What I will do is I'll come up right about here, and I'll go ahead and save in case things go very wrong, as they have a tendency to do so, with Bob spiders. Can I even see the nest? I can, so... Okay, they're not elemental, they are just giant. And that's fine. I can handle large biters, I just can't handle the elemental variants. At least not very easily. So this is a little too big. Let's back that off. Let's get a gun turret in here, but not in the corner, because the corners always die. And no corner. And something's off, but oh well, whatever. It's good enough. In you go. And let's get this down. And let's get the artillery down. If I have them. There we are. So 1, 2, 3. Copy so I can replace it in a minute. And then just... Oh yeah, I didn't put any snipers down. Yeah, I don't know. Whatever. Why is the right side different than the left side? I don't know. Let's just let's trade it out. I like this better. Where are you going? Why are you deconstructing that one tree? How did that happen? Alright, come on back. There you are. Alright. Now that I've done all that, I will save. And in you go, guys. Oh yeah, there we go. So that's not going to be able to do hardly anything to me. There was a huge one in there, which I don't see anymore. I find that a little odd. Yeah, the sniper turrets make short work of them. I'm a little bit happy that the artillery did not auto-fire on this, because I would have only been able to hit the very first nest, and that would have been annoying to take an entire attack wave to, you know, deal with only a single nest. So, pick all that up, and let's keep crawling. What? Okay. I wasn't expecting that. I guess I'm glad they were little. Okay. Let's push forward a little bit and see if there's any more random biters just hanging out in here. Hopefully not, but didn't see any. Alright, the next nest is right in there, so let's prepare down here. Here looks good. Maybe, but that was a group of smalls, and I don't think this nest is going to have any smalls in it. Yeah, I don't think I'm getting any smalls out of the space. Alright. Good. Wanted to make sure that base was not in range. There's so many worms in that nest, that's absurd. Okay. I am going to help here because that is a lot of biters coming in. Bots off because you're all just gonna die. Yeah, okay. Let me see if I can hike them in. Can I trick them into coming closer? Oh, no, they're pretty happy to just shoot at the walls. Okay. Well, that's fine. Oh my god, I walked into that and nearly instantly died. I am not intelligent. Let's just not talk about that. I do realize also that, I don't have my combat stuff in. I have my building suit on. So it would probably be helpful if I swapped in even just like a single energy shield. Maybe two. And maybe a personal laser or two. That seems like a good idea. Did I take out all my roboports? Maybe let's not take all the roboports out. You can swap in with the night vision for right now. Okay. There we are. I will turn personals off, making sure they're off. Yes. Alright. Come and get me! Hey, woo! Okay. There's that. Now we can pick it up and go do that northwest base again. Well, we finished our research. Bulk inserter capacity bonus. Well, I guess if I had any bulk inserters anywhere, that would be a great thing to have. Oh god. Another little wave of tinies. That's so weird. The same thing happened last time. I just wasn't expecting it again. Okay, let's come up here and paste down our wall in front of the cliffs again. That worked pretty well last time. Don't see any reason to do anything different this time. You can definitely notice the build speed difference with only 20 bots as opposed to 50, but I mean, honestly, that's still pretty good, being able to just pop that down and go. I'll take 50 over 10, which is what it would be if it was a Roboport Mark 1. Oh yeah, get 'em artillery. I do love artillery. Artillery never gets old. Like there's no amount of Factorio I could play where artillery would not be cool. Alright, let's get ready to help out a little bit here. Hi there. Nope. Bots off, please. Come on, guys. Yeah, I'm perfectly fine with losing walls. Don't care about that. Okay. Hopefully, that's everyone, and there's no little surprises coming. Please don't pick up the walls currently in acid, or please don't try and repair the walls currently in acid, just pick them up. And there we go. Okay, that's one more nest down. Let's let the bots finish cleaning up. Do I want to push any further? I would kind of like to take this one nest right here. I don't really know, though. Maybe? Yeah, why not? One more. Let's just do one more. Yeah, because the thing is that it feels like a long distance when you have to walk it, but when looking at the size of my rail blueprints, it really is very close. Okay. Oh, these are acid also. I hate the acid biters. Let's try and build you, like, very defensively. Like, over here, maybe? Acid biters suck. Alright. Let's get this built, get some ammo in it. Come on, guys, you can do this. I didn't realize they were going to have to landfill in the tiny little water there, but I can see the little landfill patches. Okay. One more time, because this could go poorly very easily. And yeah, okay. First hit, very good. But this is probably gonna hurt a lot. In fact, personal's off, just preemptively. Oh, don't target those biters! Okay, well I'm gonna die. This is why you save beforehand. Okay. You know what? Personal's back on. Oh yeah, we're not making that in time. Oh boy. Okay, that wasn't too bad. That wasn't as bad as I was expecting, to tell you the truth. I thought we were gonna get like a whole attack party coming in. Well, if I've already poked that nest, I may as well go ahead and take it out. Is it within range? No, it is. I literally just built you and you are out of range. Okay. Let's move you up to like here then. Wonderful natural choke point also. But that does mean I have to deconstruct all of this. I might go ahead and temporarily swap you out so I can just get a couple more bots on the case. And go on, guys. Go get them. Anything else? Anything left over here? Doesn't really look like it. Okay. In that case, we'll go get set up over here. I keep expecting any moment they see like little destroyed notifications for some random attack party taking the weirdest path back to the base possible. It's happened more than once. Okay, ammo. And you all go. Let's grab shells. And get ready for the party. So, what are you? Electric. Okay, electric are nasty, but only if you have to actually attack them, like, themselves. Because the problem with them is that they stun, and they stun really hard. You can't move at all when fighting electric biters, but as long as you can just camp them, they're nothing. No big deal. Yeah, no big deal. Okay. I think that's probably enough clearing for right now. Where is my pollution cloud? Do I even have a pollution cloud, really? Not really. Kinda only over here. So yeah, I think I'm good. If anything, these are the nests closest to my pollution cloud, funny enough. So let's pack up and go home. Which means I can take these guys out. I'd love to be able to move you, actually, but that's probably a bad idea, so oh well, you get to be misorganized. And I don't want the tree with the damage bar. There we go. Okay, let's get out of here. While I run, I guess it's time for a sip of water. But is there a Mr. Organized? Now there's the big question. Hello, Miss Play. Is there a Mr. Play? let's get these blueprints down before I ever make that joke ever again. Let's see, where's the station? There you are. There's the stacker. And let's get the train station for loading. Which direction? This one, okay. And what is this last one? I think this is manganese, isn't it? Yeah, let's say you're manganese. Pretty sure I've got the other ones. Oh, well, the train stop names... Yeah, whatever. Okay, yeah. So that should be everything I needed to do. All cool. Oh wow, my personal construction range is massive. Oh yeah, look at it go. Okay, never mind. Maybe that was a roboport going down. I kind of thought that was mine, but I can't actually see my range, so... Oh well. I was noticing my personal bots flying like way, way away though, so... It's gotta be pretty big. What even is that? Oh, is that just like rocks? Maybe they broke a rock or something? Okay, so that's where manganese is going to be. Here's the crutinium I was going to tap. I've slowly built my way up and around it, so I guess it would be fine to tap it at some point now. Well, let's look into the process of getting all this stuff. So you are Saphirite, Jivolite, and Rubyte. Made in a crusher. Okay, so I have to crush you again. That's interesting. That's very interesting, but sure. After that, I put you in a powderizer, and I have to have a little thing to handle the lubricated milling drum. Just toss it back and forth and add some lubricant. It's a little more complicated than that. Like, there's wastewaters involved and stuff. Like, if I... here. So, lubricant... Oh, maybe it's not. Maybe that was old recipes or something? Okay, yeah, it's just milling drum and lubricant. Okay, never mind. Well, that's definitely easier. That makes ferrous powder, which still isn't far enough, but I do need ferrous powder for the fluorite, so I do want to be making that. So let's just set that as my first marker here. Let's make ferrous powder. So that means I need... Oh, let me go all the way back. Saphirite, Jivolite, and Rubyte, the crushed variants. So I already have a mixed belt of crushed Saphirite and Jivolite, fortunately enough. Yeah, right down here. Those are raw ores, not the crushed stuff. Okay. I do have the crushed stuff somewhere. I just thought I was following the belt that had them, but I was mistaken. So, where are you? Okay, so here is the belt of crushed Jivolite and Saphirite. So, I think I will... Okay, I will split here so that that Saphirite can continue, and I will split you... can I not just line these up better? Let me just do like this. In fact, I would much prefer to do like that. And, I don't know, let's just neaten this somehow, even if it's only like that. Okay, and then that allows me to get that out. That's all I was trying to do. This is a relatively straight patch, so I can just follow that up. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. So as long as I'm here, At least this far. That is perfectly where I am. Okay. So that allows me to leave room for all of the sorting belts. I won't get in the way of those. And I can just run this up pretty much as far as I need to, without any real interruptions. Can I just red underground belt and not deal with any of that? Oh yeah, I can. Look at that. That's wonderful. Of course you want to be right there. You know what? There's nothing else here. I can just zigzag for a minute. As long as I go right back. And just keep it on going. Yep. Up and up we go. Oh, until we hit here. Yeah, that's not happening. I guess we'll run it left and around. Yeah, that's fine. And then just, I'll leave, like, 3 belt. Why not? Well, that pretty much just leaves me here. Maybe I will just come back over here then. Whatever. And just continue these belts for wherever they might need to go. And upwards and upwards and upwards we go. Where we stop, nobody knows. Okay. So I do want to continue running this up until this station here, at least. I don't really like having to run into here, however. So I might just go around it. Let's say like there. This technically is the last door anyway, so anything coming up here is going to be special. It's fine, it can be weird. And then it's not like I can just run this into here because I'm not trying to make a manganese station. This is just where I'm going to do the processing for all the weird ferrous stuff. So that's still also only 2 of the 3 crush doors, so I do need Rubyte also, I believe. That's the item. That's not quite what I wanted. Let's see. So, Rubyte also, yes. So, here's Rubyte. I don't actually take the crushed out anywhere. So, I guess I'll have to start. Okay. Good. So you can come down this way and just connect in. And I'm going to run you right up along the other belt over here. So I have to actually get you there, and that'll be maybe a little challenging, but once I'm there, it's pretty much home free. Clean up some more of these dying miners. And across. Down. And over. I don't know what this one random belt is. Oh, that's just one of the sorters that isn't hooked up yet. What are you? Cretinium, probably? Cretinium, yeah. So, you just haven't been dealt with yet. You're fine. And then up we go. But not quite like that. And up, and up, And I think that's it. I think we're just free. Oh yeah, we can just run. Okay, there we go. All good. I probably only want that to be a half belt, so I am going to find Rubyte and just kind of preemptively make sure that's only on half the belt. Because I'm sure I'm going to need other things up there, so I don't want to run like dozens of belts going up, so just preemptively half belt. So, I also don't think I'm going to want much of this, even though I want some. And I can always just make more later. Okay, so that's the ferrous stuff. That's fine. I need a milling drum, which means lubricant. Once again, I was not trying to do that. So, let's see. Are there any interesting ways I can get lubricant? Not from you. Okay, really I'm shipping this in from home. Okay. I just need a lubricant train. Is what it is. Alright. Okay. So once that goes, that gives me ferrous powder. And then... yeah. Then I need the... I need the floated versions too? Okay. And a little thermal water, but fortunately thermal water is already on a train. I may even be able to just pump it locally because there's several thermal water spots up that way. But I do need the flotation chunks also, so that's kind of what I was thinking around here when I was like, I only want this to be half a belt. I figured I'd probably need something like that. So after the the geodes have been sorted off, this is a purely chunks belt. So I think I will split you again and underground here. And is there a way I could get the crushed stuff on only one side of this belt? Why am I out of belts in the system? What is going on over there? There is, but not in ways that I really like. Like, I could do that to get it on the bottom of the belt, I guess? Yeah, I guess that works. Whatever. Because that way I can just do this and get the chunks on the top of the belt, and then I have Rubyte chunks and the crushed all on one belt, and then all I need is a belt of Bobmonium and Jivolite chunks. So here are Jivolite chunks. Let's see how I'm going to get these to escape. Okay. And I do need to leave a space because the other thing is going to be on the side of this, like right here. So the whole time, that should be right there. I didn't even need to do the little squirrely thing. In fact, you know what? I'm picking you up just for consistency's sake. There. Okay. Let's see. Here's Jivolite. I guess I can do this. That's gonna be pretty hard to get out, though. Yeah. Okay, let's do this. And then you can just escape on the underside. And I don't know, that's pretty far. We'll figure something out from there. But granted, I do want this to be going up this way anyway. So let's see. let's get chunks from here now. It does have to be after sorting. Maybe I'll just do the same sort of thing. Just put you on there, continue you out. Yeah, difference being I was able to underground down this way to escape previously, so maybe I'll do the same. Okay. That's all cool. And then, same deal here. And we're free. Okay, where do I even want to get you? I can't even do words anymore. That is precisely where I said a few minutes ago I did not want to be. Because something else is going to be there. So let's go here instead. And you can go there. So I need the Saphirite chunks to be on the right half of the belt. So let's make sure I make that happen. Shouldn't be too difficult, judging by where everything is lining up. Yeah, that's not too bad. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Just gotta make sure to underground here. Bring you up. And do like that. So now you'll only be on the right half of the belt, and then this can load onto the left half, and then I just have to run you up. Let's not do that, but I don't know how far that's going to take me back. Okay, that took me back pretty far. So the problem is, once I get up into this area, I can't see anymore. So let's get all these trees out of the way. And there we are. So you can just run all you like. Oh boy, I'm starting to feel a little bit of the grind creeping in. I've been doing this for 9 hours, and I think I'm probably close to calling it for the night. But I definitely want to get this done before I call it. Like, it's not like there's a whole lot more. I have to set up a lubricant train, which means I do have to find somewhere for lubricant to go. But that's not a big deal. Okay. There's that. We do have to wait for the bots to build all this, which does mean I do want Roboport spines down all these guys. To make sure the bots can actually build all of this. There we are. Oh, and one more. I almost missed the last one. There we are. Oh, well. I forgot I was standing up here, honestly. Let's go ahead and get this power, I guess. Okay. Personals can go do that if they want, I guess. I'm going to turn off personal logistics, though. So logistics bots do not swarm, like, thousands of tiles over here to try and find me. Oh yeah, look at that. Seconds from disaster, I think. Anyway, once this is all good and placed and stuff, these belts should get placed. I'm hoping with these oh yeah, with that roboport in there, that's no problem. So let's go ahead and start getting some of these crushers in here. So the left side here should be pretty much free now. So I'm going to place crushers here. I don't know how many of these I'm going to need, so I'm just placing some, and then I'm going to look at recipe times and such. Okay, so you do 12 a second. Okay, good. So I will only ever need 2. I suppose that's a good thing. I do have to get many inputs into you, so I might actually do you vertically. Or maybe I'll have the process stack vertically and I can expand horizontally as needed. Yeah, that makes sense. In which case I'm going to move you up a little bit, so you're not quite so close to this ore patch if I do decide to poach it. So get you in here, get you in here. We need inserters, and a lot of them. So let's do that. These need to be longs. And I probably just want more inserters too. And then you're going to just output like crazy. So let's at least make sure you're offset. In fact, can I do direct insertion? I don't see why I couldn't. Is there anything I want to do with you? No, all you would do is give me manganese, and that's not very interesting. So let's go into a powderizer. And just see what kind of recipe times we're dealing with here. So you make 12 a second. You can handle 3 per second. Okay, so I do definitely... I could direct insert. It would be like a puzzle. I'm not sure I'm against that. Okay, it would definitely require some Bob's shenanigans here, though. So let's first try and even get 4 powderizers in here. Well, okay, it's 4 per. So never mind. That's not gonna happen. That's maybe a little too much. I'm gonna do this and just immediately upgrade the red belt. Not that this is gonna be running full uptime or anything, but still. I guess I should put these inserters back. And I'll do one of these things, I guess. Okay, actually I need way more than that. So let me do that and then figure out where I want these to be. So, powderizer. 1, 2, 3, 4. So that's probably a little too close. So let me leave a gap of 2. And the reason is, these do the thing where they have to output their the milling drum, and then I have to re-lubricate the milling drum. So I need, presumably, an assembler here. Somewhere that they can reach. So even if I do something like this, and say pick up from there, and then drop over there, and then I can have you pick up from down there and drop there. Like that. Why am I doing you 2 tiles away? That makes no sense. Oh, because I have to actually output with you also. Okay. Trust the madness. Okay. Where is the drum? Yeah, there we go. So do that. Okay, you're gonna output 3 per second. And that's fine. You're just going to output 3 per second 1 tile away. There. I guess I'll go ahead and get power poles in. And then copy that and flip it. And there we are. Okay. That allows me to come over here and get rid of a lot of this belt. There we go. Okay. That's not terrible. I do have to get lubricant in here, which is not like the most cool thing ever, but it's doable. Yeah, it's doable, it's fine. This station right here might just be... Yeah, this station's going to be the lubricant station. I was going to say, it could be the Crotinium station. If I tap these, and I'm sure I will, I'm just going to belt them down. I'm not going to waste train throughput on that when I can put a perfectly good, terrible belt. So you're going to be my lubricant unloading station. I think I'll just copy this station right here. Make sure all that lines up, and there we go. Okay. I don't think I need the roboport to be in precisely the exact same location. I think this is probably fine. And then you're going to be lubricant wherever lubricant is. Yeah, there you are. Oh, this is broken. Okay, have to remember to fix that. There we are. And you also. And I guess I should probably carry that with me. To do this. And then you are going to be lubricant. There we are. And you're going to be pretty green. Good enough. Yeah. This down here was broken somewhere. You are broken. Okay. Not that it mattered too terribly much, it was just setting the priority on the station, and right now this is pretty much the only station, since this one in the base is permanently occupied, but good to have it fixed, you know? Okay, so we'll get lubricant from in there. I'll worry about the pipes in a minute. Let's just assume that's all hooked up and running and good. What is the next step in the process? You get mixed with the chunks, thermal water, and sulfuric acid. Okay, so I also have to get sulfuric acid over here, and fortunately, like, somehow, I also have thermal water over here. So that's everything that I need, actually. I can just pipe over. That's very fortunate, actually. So let's just get some thermal water piped up. Let me make sure those were max length. They were not, because of rocks. Okay. Now we can just run you up. Let's get rid of that last one there. We'll figure out where the pipes go exactly later. I just wanted to run something up. Okay, lubricant, sulfuric acid. Lubricant's here. I think I will try and run all of these together. So let's bring lubricant up there. Which means I'll want sulfuric acid here. Sulfuric acid is right down here somewhere. Yeah, there you are. Unfortunately, you don't run up, you only run down. So I'll have to run some of you over this way. And like that. Yeah, that's fine. Whatever. That's gonna do it, I think. And how far do I have to go? A couple more stations. Okay. I kind of thought I was already there. Well, there's build range. Oh, well, I'm outside of build range. Okay. Let's not do that. Where do you connect? Right there you are. Okay. TIL zinc processing is neutral on lead. Yeah, it returns the lead that you use. You basically just use it as a catalyst. Oh, this is way past where it needed to be, actually. Never mind. I can pick up the alien artifacts and blow up some cliffs, though. Don't see why not. Okay. Where were the other guys? They were over here. So let's get you to go that way. And just somewhere. I forget where it was exactly. I think that's sulfuric acid, probably. Probably, maybe. Yeah, that's gotta be it. So connect you in there. Always gotta remember your corners. Okay, so that's all three of the fluids that I need. Alright. I think I'll run over there and build this part myself, rather than trying to rely on robots for the next little bit. I just don't want to have to place, like, 14 roboports just to place some pipes. I'm also, like, right here. I'm literally right here. So, grab that. And run you up. And how high do I need this to get? Maybe, like, 2 or 3 more of these? Oh, I'm in map view. Okay. These should probably turn soon. Maybe I'll run pipes from the other direction and meet up with this over here. That just seems like a good idea. That way I know more or less where I want them to be. Let's see. I can connect you too. And then just run the lubricant back. My throat's getting a little scratchy. Okay, where am I? Ah, there we are. Okay. And probably one more is all it's gonna take. Oh yeah. So let's clear out this little intersection here so I can actually see. So this one's meant to be lubricant. We have a pipe warning on sulfuric acid. Okay, that's fine. Let's grab a pump and throw it down and hope we don't need very much. That's a terrible place for a pump, actually. I don't know why I put it there. Oh well. In you go. Which one of these is meant to be lubricant? Oh, well, there's sulfuric acid, so I guess that makes that part easier. So this one is lubricant. On the middle. Okay. The hardest one to get to. Awesome. Glad I did that way. So, like, here then? And in you go. Okay. Nope, that's one off, and now that whole system's gonna be full of thermal water. Yeah. Okay. Second time's the charm. There we go. So that'll be lubricant connected. Can I just craft those drums? Let's say 10. I'll need circuit logic to make sure you don't take too many, probably. Actually, I think you will self-stuff. I think that's probably fine. We'll see what happens. If I need circuit logic, I'll add circuit logic to it. And after that, can I make powderizers? 1, 2, 3, 4. They're very cheap. Okay, not bad at all. I'm just gonna wait for this one to finish and make sure that I've made the right thing. Yes, okay. Anyway, after you've created that, you go into a chemical plant. Chemical plant, huh? That's a weird one. What's the speed of this recipe? So every 4 seconds, but we have a crafting speed of almost 3, so just about every second. I need ferrous. So, okay. You will... It's 1 per. 1 per, okay. So, onto a belt again it goes. We'll do the same basic kind of thing. Maybe I'll even just have a line of 2. Maybe that makes sense. I don't like that you output on a corner, so let's do that. Yeah, okay. That's a little wasteful, though. Maybe I won't do that. Maybe that's dumb. Let's do, like... Yeah, let's just do something like that. And then chemical plants. Well, whatever. We'll have fun. Let's have fun. So, I have 4, so let's give 2 to each side. And you're both too close to your belt. Whoops. Okay. Let's make sure I actually have the recipes in there. So you take in thermal water and sulfuric acid. And output some sort of chloride something. What is it? Ferrous sludge. Okay. Never mind. So the other two inputs are way over here, so let's start dragging them in. In fact, maybe I'll turn off personals and start doing this from bot view in here. I need more roboports to do that. Okay. That's fine. Yeah, that's fine. Let's do this and take out, like, the pipes and the tanks and stuff. I really just want to leave the roboport, pretty much. Actually, you can stay. Yeah, all that's fine. I might take out the medium power poles. Actually, I need the medium power poles. Yeah. It's fine. And get in there. The problem being, I only have 5, an odd number somehow, brass pipe to grounds left on me, and that's going to make building this a little difficult. Ooh, especially since I can't do that. Does allow me to do this, though, so I guess that's one thing. Hold on. There we are. I wanted to make sure they were the same, so sulfuric acid hooks into sulfuric acid. And then I guess I'll do something similar here. Just make the designs match, basically. And then one more up top to allow for long-distance communication. Okay. That's not even taking the fluid output into account, which is our only output. I'm just still trying to get all the inputs routed in, and it's kind of a nightmare. Let's see what I can do with these other guys over here. Okay, so I want to route them above lubricant. But other than that, I don't really have too much set in what must be done. So I'll do something like that to make it a little easier on myself. And there we are. That way I can just copy this again. And bring it in. Not like that. Unfortunately, I don't remember which type was which, so I'll have to run back and look, or maybe I can just do this. No, because it's not in map view. Oh, it is now! Oh, perfect timing. So the bottom pipe, which is now the middle pipe, is thermal water. So middle pipe is thermal water. That works out pretty nicely, I'd say. And then, yeah, that works out perfect. Okay. Awesome. Let's get power. Anything else? Of course, I still need the fluid output. Maybe I'll reorganize this a little bit, because this doesn't really make any sense. Let's do... Okay, let's do this. That way I can get fluid inputs from the middles. And I can underground one of these. Well, both of them. To connect them together. And then what do I do with this? I need to combine you with sodium hydroxide? Really? I need to combine you with sodium hydroxide. Okay. How do I make sodium hydroxide solution? With science I don't have. I can make you with saline water. I can make this for free now, so that's a viable option. Yeah, okay. It's gonna be saline water that I just pull out of the air, basically, and then electrolyze it and void the gases. Okay, that's perfectly doable. Did my... Yeah. I did want to save some... I just realized I did want to save some of this, this ferrous powder. Okay, this is... Each of these should be 12 per second, but they're going to consume the entire input lane by themselves, so I really only get 12 per second. That is probably about my actual accurate output here. Which is what I've accounted for, actually. Okay, so let me just see how this works. Let me start filling things in and seeing what kind of headroom I have to play with. Okay. Get in there, and you run this way, and you'll probably be in the way at some point in the near future, but for right now, you're going to be my power connection. There we are. Okay, so this is all cool. You're somehow still not connected to any power. So actually, let me bring you down here, I guess. You are not connected to anything. And then these guys are not connected to anything. Okay. That should all be resolved. That should all be cool. Let's start getting belts hooked in. So I don't want the chunks. I just want the crushed. I have no crushed Rubyte, which is a little concerning. Let me check on Rubyte down here. Because the belt was broken? What? Okay, whatever. They'll get on that as soon as they feel like it, I guess. I'll just pretend there's a Rubyte on here. I know I'll need the chunks again later, so I will just split the belt. In fact, I can even filter split the belt. Hopefully this doesn't bite me in like 20 hours for some reason, but that should be fine. Likewise, you can come down this way and just go in here. Yeah, cool. Throw this in here, and you in there. Okay, so that should be all the brush doors that I need for the ferrous mixture. Then that's going to come up here. I don't have lubricants in a train. Let me see if I can do anything about that. Okay, I don't have crystal slurry loading anymore. That is just a station that doesn't exist, so I don't actually need this crystal slurry unloading station anymore. This can just go away. In which case, you're going to become lubricant loading. In order to not make the train that was maybe assigned here confused, I'm going to actually get rid of this train stop and then place a new train stop on top of it. So, once again, this is going to be lubricant. And your lubricant loading. I already have a lubricant station, so I should have copied the colors. Always remember at the last moment. Over here. There we go. Okay, lubricant loading. Only one train. All cool. You are a loading station now. These pipes are not correct anymore. So let me cut all this, and I'll reroute the actual crystal over here, because I do actually still need to deal with that to some degree. Yeah, I can't see anything in here, but I think that's hooked up correctly. So while I just assume that's working right, let me see if I can find lubricant anywhere. I know I make it. There you are. So you do come down at least this far. That does run straight into hydrogen though. Can I sidestep? I can sidestep. So let's see how far that allows me to run. Ooh, that lets me run far. I love these new underground pipes. They're so good. Okay, where is that getting me? Oh, I'm lined up perfectly, I think. So now I just run this way. I'll just throw that there. I gotta remember to connect the corner. And then I'll figure something out in here. Yeah, that's fine. Just connect up. All the tanks are connected, so as soon as that connection's made, everything should just be cool. How are there no construction pots over here? Okay. So that should come and get placed. All cool. I guess I will go ahead and make one of the trains in the refueling area the lubricant train. So you go to lubricant loading until you're full, and then go to unloading until you're empty. And I'm actually out of, for the most part, preloaded trains, so let's get another couple in here. That's fine. I have another empty train over here, and that's good by me. Let me make sure oil is processing, since there's still not enough fuel to fill that whole thing. Like, slow is fine, not working is not fine. Okay, we're full on propane, which means I do need something else to do with naphtha. What else can... Like, I could just make solid fuel out of naphtha, I guess. Let's see. Could I do this yet? Not really. Not easily. I could make you into synthesis gas and residual gas, but I think I'm just voiding those. Wow, okay. I certainly don't need mineral oil. Yeah. Okay. Like, literally the only thing I see here that I could do with you is make you into solid fuel, which I really don't like doing. At the same time, you're full. I'm not putting you on a train right now, though. What do I do, though? I gotta restart oil somehow. And, I've just got too much propane, or rather, too much naphtha. Yeah, plastic is full. Why is plastic full, actually? Shouldn't I be making red circuits? No, because red circuits are full because red science is backed up. What science is broken then? Because blue science is backed up. Science should be running. I can only assume it's green. I hope it's not red. Oh, there's no green circuit. Why are there no green circuits? Because there's no carbon, because there's no charcoal. Oh god, why? That's not good. What? What is this? Oh, when I was laying steel earlier, I must have broke that. Okay. Wool? I mean, yeah, okay, that's, awesome. I don't know how that happened. Well, okay, there goes that, and that should, restart science, which will get naphtha flowing, which will get fuel oil flowing again. Just for the interim, I think I'll go ahead and send the fuel oil train on another little half load, since he's got some fuel in him. So we are loading lubricant in, so once the lubricant comes up, it'll be ready to go. I do need the tanks, of course. Let me go just place the tanks myself. I am, like, right here, so I don't see a reason not to. And I should have tanks on me. Yes, I do. So go, personal bots, go! Okay. Oh, cool. Come on back home. And there we go. So once that's done, that'll be all 3 fluids that should be necessary. I think this pipeline is completely connected. Like, I don't think there's any gaps. Oh, there's this gap, okay. I have no undergrounds to build it myself, unfortunately. So I'm going to just stand here, and I guess I'll turn on personal logistics. I don't really want to do that, but I also don't feel like going back to the main base right at this moment. So this will come in. Oh, I have no crushed Rubyte still. Why is there no crushed Rubyte? Oh, here it comes. It's just taken a long, long time. Okay. That was like 20 minutes ago. But okay, here it comes. Oh, and it's still got a long way to go, too. This is a long belt. Okay, whatever. I don't have the chunks coming into here, I realize, and that's probably important. How on earth am I getting those in here? Yeah, let's do something like this. I'll have to Bob's inserter here, so drop diagonal. Maybe even, like, something like that to go, like, turbo mode. And you just get to be normal, whatever. Unfortunately, I do need a second belt in here, which makes things a little more difficult, but you can just output 1 tile further. And let's see. You can pick up there and then drop diagonal too. Yeah, that works. So that's going to be real slow, but who cares? I need 0.7 a second, so I think you'll manage. Alright, let's get the chunks hooked in on this side. Oh, that's backwards. Oh, actually, it would be really convenient if I could, reverse that somehow, but that's not happening. Oh, that's That's real inconvenient, yeah. Okay. It is what it is. I guess I'll go ahead and split here. And I'll split here. Just so I can send it into the other side as well. Oh, wait. This is in the way. Yeah, like, what am I doing? That doesn't make any sense. I can, however... where are you picking up from? Okay, you're picking up from there. I need this belt here. That also means I need this here. Yeah, like, technically I can still do that. I can pick up from there and drop there. And that does work. Just not very good. But it is what it is. Anyway. We'll do something like this, so that I can underground here. And then you can also do something like that, and continue on. And then I can... yeah. I can copy all of this, flip you horizontally, and hopefully this just lines up. All this is going to be backwards, of course, but that's not the point. So the inside one should go on the inside, and the outside one should stay on the outside. Okay. That actually has to go up there. And then you can just go there. Okay. Everything's got power. Everything's all cool. I just gotta actually get it hooked in. That's the wrong way. Isn't it? I've got this backwards. Hold on. Yeah, because this should be the Rubyte on the back here. And it does matter because it's a matter of throughput. So I do want to make sure that I get it in the correct place. I can do this. So this is the inside belt right here. So this is the outside belt. Yeah, okay. And then you can come up this way. Okay. I believe that's all hooked up correctly now. It fought me every step of the way, but I do believe it is going to work. Okay, now that I have pipes, I'm sorry bots, I'm going to leave logistics zone immediately and go build the rest of the pipeline. Okay, there we are. And let's see. Does everything just run? That is the ultimate question. Ah, I have inserters to put in, but not take out. Which is going to be a little challenging. Okay, so I know how I want to do this, I think. So 1, 2... Ah, that doesn't quite work. Yeah, you'd have to be here for that to work. Yeah. Okay. Would I put it in the middle, maybe? Like, I could force that to work, but it would break the symmetry, and that would be pretty awful. So that would be like a last case scenario. Last ditch effort. You know what? It's not very pretty, but I can just do this. Like that. Strictly speaking, you don't actually need the belt here, and the belt might actually screw things up, so let's not do that. And then, I'll just have you with a pickup range of 2 and a drop behind. What? Uh-huh. You know what? Sure. Good. Let's just make a few more of those. What are you called? A milling drum? Let's make a few drums. Ah, okay. I don't have filters set. That's the problem. So grab this and filter you. And then let's make sure you have the same filter. And then I guess I'll have to do the same for these guys. I can't copy them because they are technically mirrored. And trying to do stuff like that with those makes odd things happen. So let's pick up the drills. Or the drums that have accumulated on the end here. And they should be in my inventory. I'm sure they're in here somewhere. Just because I don't see them doesn't mean they don't exist. There you are. Okay. There. Why are you not pulling out? Maybe you... Ah, that's the problem. Okay, well that seems to be working, as horrible as it is. So let's grab it, flip it, and stick it here. And that should begin... Yep, that'll kick off those. Wonderful, horrible, cursed. I love Bob's inserters. It is really something to just watch them reach. Stretch and reach. The way the game was meant to be played. It does seem like they're not running very often, and it does seem to be a matter of drums. You can go 1 per second. You can't make 1 per second. Okay, I can pretty easily solve that. I think I'll just upgrade you. So now you produce more than 1 a second. Okay, I need 2 per second, unfortunately. I just realized. If I wanted full throughput, that is. Well, good enough. I'm not gonna spend too much more time on this. I think that's plenty. So coming into here, what do I do with you? Use then this recipe, which is in a flotation cell, with sodium hydroxide. Yeah, I kind of forgot the sodium hydroxide. I was kind of blanking it out of my mind. Let's see. Do I got tanks? I have tanks. So, okay. I will probably produce sodium hydroxide on site, just void all the byproducts. Does mean I need a place for the tank to go. So, let's run a pipe up this way. Just to, like, here. Get a tank set in, and that way I can at least start buffering the ferrous sludge. Let's go ahead and request some of these flotation cells to start coming in. I don't really know how many I'm going to need, so let's just call for like 6 for right now, and hopefully the bots will just place those. I thought I automated flotation cells. Maybe I didn't. Maybe I'm mistaken. At the same time, I definitely automated trains, and I can see that we're missing a train, so, you know, it is what it is. Let me check on the base and see if it's completely died for some reason. We are completely backed up on copper. Is there anything I can do about that especially? It doesn't really look like it. Solder's dead. Solder would probably help. We have no lead. Because silicon's backed up. Oh, okay. Why? Because there's no carbon. Because there's no steam? Oh, well, there's no coal coke coming up. Why not? Something in here must also be broken. What? Okay, I think it's this belt that's empty that isn't supposed to be. Yeah, there we go. Okay. Oh, all of our coal's just empty. Okay, well that's a perfectly reasonable reason. Yeah, let's just set down miners over here. There we are. Okay. Well, that's gonna take its time to get sorted out, especially if those miners just get yoinked somewhere else. Which I imagine they probably are. That's gonna be a headache to disentangle. Let me just request more steel into here. Yeah, those can run just fine. It's this one that's having trouble. I just hope I can get some more miners so that the coal resumes, so that circuits can resume, because I would kind of like to have circuits. Circuits would be cool. Okay. This is filling up with ferrous sludge. I need flotation tanks, but I don't know if I'm going to get to that tonight, to be perfectly honest with you. I kind of feel like I probably won't. So then, in that case, with the bots swarming towards me like this, I think it would be a great time to force the first cobalt ingot production. So, I'm going to... Oh, I don't even have the cobalt ingot train with a full schedule on it. So let's actually set up a proper schedule, even though you have basically nothing in you. Unload. Wait until empty. And let's just use what you got. Come on, little guy, let's go. And so assuming this is all hooked up correctly, this should just work. That's a big assumption, granted. Like this, for example, should be greater thans. You should also be greater thans. Oh, I got my trigger tech for cobalt. And here's the first cobalt plates. So here we are. We got the first cobalt steel coming in. Ugh, it's a half victory, but I mean, I've been working so hard. I've worked all day to get this one going, and even though the cobalt itself isn't running, that's because we have no fluorite. And half the reason I'm doing this whole ferrous mixture stuff up in the north is so that I can produce more ferrite and get the acid producing again, so I can get more Jivolite flotation happening. But all the same, we've got our first cobalt steel. That's a pretty big deal. I feel like I'm ending exactly the same way I did last time. Last time I like technically forced the steel to work, and then I spent the entire day today kind of coaxing everything into working. But now I am kind of getting actual steel production, which is nice. See, this is broken. It should be greater than, equal to. Greater than, or equal to. Okay. With all that out of the way, I do think I'm probably just about to call it a night. I do want to check a couple things here, make sure they're running. Yeah, that's all fine. I have no idea, to tell you the truth, whether or not I ever actually set up flotation cells, and even if I did, they're clearly not going to be coming, so I will go ahead and queue those to be crafted. In fact, I will do one first, then the 5. Okay, just in case I had byproducts, because I want to come over here and see what the crafting time is like, see how many of these I'm going to need. So you take 0.75 liquid, whereas you produce 4.2. Oh boy, I'm going to need a lot of these. I wasn't anticipating that. Yeah. Not that we're going to produce this much, I don't think, but this over here has the ability to produce 16-ish. It's like 16.5 per second, which means I would need 20 of these to run at full time. Wow. Yeah, that's a lot. Okay, well I have 6. I could queue 3 more. And I think that's a fair place to call it for tonight. That gives me a clear goal to start on tomorrow. I got my catalytic recipes done for iron. That's what I wanted to do today. I got cobalt done. That's what I wanted to do today. I didn't really start planning out the new science area. Definitely got to do that next time. It'll probably go down here. I'll probably start science down in this little area down here next time. And yeah, that's it for me tonight, guys. Thanks for any tips and tricks, as always. It helps the game go down smoother. I don't think that makes any sense. Here's a fun fact for you. I'm on night shift for the most part, so I've actually been awake for more than 24 hours at this point, and Angels and Bobs is kind of frying my brain. So I'm gonna go to bed now, I think. See you guys later. Always save. You never know when you're gonna forget to save. Is that right? That doesn't look right. Oh, that's the mod sync file. Okay, that is right. Never mind. Good night, guys.